The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start-finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you love it.
here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big choke.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Traditions. They're things that make drivers get out of bed in the morning. They're the things that make drivers push just that little bit harder on that run to the checkered flag. It's a thing that makes people go down in the history books. But to have traditions, you need to have the first. And that is what we're going to have for you right here today. It's just a little after 1 o'clock in the United Kingdom, just after 8 o'clock in Daytona Beach, Florida. And we welcome you here live on RaceSpot TV, iRacing Live, and motorsport.com to the inaugural iRacing.com 24 Hours of Daytona. It's a packed event for us, and we're going to have coverage all 24 hours long of one of the most anticipated races in all of sim racing history. Joining me at this time are Rachel Whiteford, Cam Walsh, Adam Barth, and also Lester Forbes. We've got ourselves just about 5 minutes left of practice, and Rachel, it's been an event that has been years, and I mean years in the making. Drivers have been asking for 24-hour races at places like Daytona for so long, and it has finally arrived in its official form on the iRacing.com service.
Yeah, good day. Well, it has indeed. Of course, we've had the 2.4 hours of Daytona in the past. Here it is, full 24 hours. A test of driver skill, a test of mettle, test of the cars. The iRacing have brought a lot of new updates, of course, to the service for this race, including different repair systems, so guys can finish those races. It's going to be a momentous change in iRacing.com, Will.
Yep, OC cars are currently practicing. We'll get the quick opportunity to run through your starting grid for today's event. We've got 2 classes here today, and we will start with your LMP class. And on pole position, it will be Co-Anderson Sport, Martin Kroenke behind the wheel of that car. TNT Racing will be also alongside them. We have a little bit of an issue going on right now. We'll run through your grid in full in just 1 moment's time. Track temperature here today is 78 degrees. We have a race relative humidity of 55%. The skies are partially cloudy, and there is a wind of about 3 kilometers an hour. Cam, well, it's Daytona. Daytona is a track which, it kicks off the American motorsport season every single year. We saw Scott Dixon powering that Ganassi machine just 1 week ago to Daytona Victory Road. And today, there's going to be some iRacers doing exactly the same, both in the prototype class and in the incredibly fierce GT class.
Yes, good morning, Will from the East Coast here. Daytona is always a great race. Throughout all the history, even when it had shorter races, Daytona just provides a challenging road course, surprisingly challenged, with high speed on the oval, and then you throw in multi-class, you just can't go wrong. It's going to be interesting seeing the different clashes between the GT cars and all of the community all across the world, and then our very professional prototype drivers, and seeing how everything meshes in for the next 24 hours here on RaceSpot.
So there you can see then 2 minutes left of this practice session, and well, it is that time now, Rachel, where these drivers, it's been weeks of build-up here at Daytona. Qualifying has been going on over the last week or so, but the driver in this first stint has got a momentous task ahead of them. They've got to make sure they get themselves through that incredibly difficult first lap. But here at Daytona, it's that first stint as well, because these drivers will be very close all the way through that first journey. Well, the first hour or so, really.
Yeah, they will, and with 2/3 of the field being made up by our GT class, it's going to be incredibly busy on track. The infield section here is actually fairly slow and twisty, which means traffic will be a major factor. And I suspect within about the first maybe half an hour, after that we'll start seeing lapping going on, and it's going to get incredibly tight at the front as those prototype cars try and make their way through the field. Of course, we have 3 different types of GT car in here, so everyone will pose its own challenge in corner entry and exit, so they're going to have to be on the ball if they want to get through this cleanly. This first stint will be the most critical of the entire 24 hours.
Live timing will be available once the race commences. Head over to racespot.tv/timing for live timing and scoring throughout the entirety of today's event. Our coverage today also brought to you by ANDWERNDESIGN, official graphics partner of RaceSpot TV. So, Cam, we have got some incredible GT classes here. We've got GT cars even. We have the McLaren, we've got ourselves the Roof, we've got ourselves the 4GT, and then the Underdog. The 4GT is that underdog, really, I think, out of the lot. We've got the BMW as well. I completely forgot to say that one there. But that 4GT, I think the drivers driving on that one today are going to be the ones who are going to have a lot of work to do.
Yes, anybody in that Ford GT. Now, of course, this is the GT3 car, that Ford. A little bit older than your BMW, your Roof, and the McLaren, but boy, is it going to be fast down the straight. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these 4 GT3 cars all interact with one another. It's amazing how they're all so very different. You have your rear-engined Roof, your great on the downforce BMW, and your turbo McLaren MP412C. So it's just going to be something that's quite nice to watch, definitely up here.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, we can now indeed run you through your qualifying grid for this, the iRacing.com 24 Hours of Daytona. And we'll start with your C-Class, and it's going to be the Radicals Online car, the number 1 machine, driven by Paul Ilbrink for the first stint on pole position. Glacier Racing's Alexia Loma lining up alongside him on the front row of the grid. Row number 2 will be Vortex Sim Racing, Honda Performance Development, and then TNTRacing.com's number 1 entry alongside of them. We head on back then to the Pure Racing Team LMP car in P5, Phoenix Motorsports in 6th, RLCS Racing in the 7th position, and then New World Sim Sport AB will be starting in P number 8. Go Japan in P number 9, and then the Dayco Motorsports Daytona car in P10, TBKLight.com car in P11, with Kawada Sim Sports in the 12th spot, and then TNT Racing 2 rounding out your P1 field. Then back into the very big GT class. It's Falcon GP starting on class pole position, Core Motorsports in 2nd, and then Movano Frostmaster X Team in 3rd, with Vortex Sim Racing in the 4th position. P5 will go to Kawada Sim Sports BMW program, the Timmy Hill Motorsports car in P number 6, Pass Left Racing in 7th, CTC Racing in P number 8, Direct Clutch Motorsports in 9th, Team Charlie Blue in 10th, Arctic Circle Racing in 11th, and then also in joint GT3 in the 12th position. We'll head on back then and continue to show your C2 class. You can see the drivers are right now working themselves on that one and only pace lap. And Leicester, it's that time now that these drivers, they've got to get that tyre temperature sorted out, get themselves ready for what is going to be a very long, hard, tough, competitive race.
And a good race as well. And hello, Will. Hello, everybody. Yes, it's some last-minute nerves time for the drivers, no doubt. As, like you say, it's going to be a really, really long endurance race. And anybody who saw the last week's endurance race will know just how tough it is just to even remain watching. So you're doing a good job if you're planning on watching the full 24 hours today.
Yeah, and don't forget, we will be with you all 24 hours of the way. And you can also get in contact with us on Twitter as well. Use the hashtag iRacing24. I want to give a shout out to the guys over at iRacing.com Motorsport Simulation. They've been practicing. They are running in the 24 Hours of Daytona. And good luck to all of those drivers who will be taking part in today's event. So then let's get a look then on board with your pole position driver. It is the Radicals Online car of Paul Ilbrink, and he's working himself along that 31 degrees of banking. After this, it's a short straightaway down into the bus stop, and then after that, it's flat out all the way down in towards turn number 1. And as I say, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, there's plenty of people running this weekend in the iRacing.com 24 Hours of Daytona. And, well, good luck to all of them who are taking part. So then, here you can see your P-Class working themselves down in towards the bus stop chicane. It's Paul Ilbrink starting on pole position, and you can notice that Keiko Shube, there you can see good separation right now between your classes, between your GT class and your prototype class. Now Paul Ilbrink working himself on the exit of the bus stop chicane, back on to the 31 degrees of banking. This is NASCAR turn number 3 and 4, and in just 30 seconds time we are going to get the first ever official 24-hour race in iRacing.com history officially underway. There you can see your field of prototype classes then working themselves on that banking. There'll be lots of drafting, there'll be lots of passing, and there might even be a controversial incident or two along the way. Who knows? Will the Radicals Online organisation be able to go flag to flag and get themselves iRacing.com victory lane. What can the Glacier Racing car do from P2? What can Vortex Sim Racing do in that GT field? Can anyone beat that car of Kei Kashube in that number 82 car? Here you can see the pace car then, making that journey now on towards pit road, putting the field in the command of Paul Ilbrink. And ladies and gentlemen, the 2015 Daytona 24 Hours starts right now. Good early jump then, as you can see the Vortex car looking down to the inside as they come down in towards turn number 1 for the first time. There you can see now it's green flag in the air for your GT field as they all storm down in towards turn number 1 for the first time, looking as though we've got some good separation between our classes as they work themselves now down through the International Horseshoe. It's the Radicals car leading from P2 is going to be the 108 Vortex Sim Racing car. Importantly though, everyone has got through those first couple of corners. We have one driver looking as though they're going to be starting this race on pit road. But Rachel, good start for your entire field.
Absolutely well. The entire field getting through that treacherous turn 1 and 2 complex with ease. Everyone's running cleanly right now. Good field. Everyone's starting to separate out. So this is going to be where the racing really begins. Of course, it's not over yet, but it starts the hardest and they've got it right.
Yeah, and here's the thing actually, because of the fact that Radicals car has got himself a 1.6 second advantage already, they've been able to kind of close the draft up. Now you'll see Glacier Racing is going to get back to the rear of the number 108 Vortex car as they work themselves down through the bus stop chicane for the first time. And this is going to be the story of the first hour here, Cam. You're going to get those prototype cars and those GT cars all drafting on these 31 degrees of banking.
Yes, Daytona, great for definitely a draft track for sure, obviously. But always that tricky intersection there at the infield. That's always going to be the big challenge for these guys. It's one thing to just run around on that banking, but that infield is really where everyone's going to be closing up on each other.
The TNT Racing number 1 car, Robert Tinsey, tried to make that move there over Alexia Loma, deciding not to do anything about it. A little bit too wide racing down in the pack as well, as they can see Martin Kroenke, winner of the RaceSpot TV 24 Hours of Spa just a couple of months ago, currently scored now in 10th place. They worked themselves through the International Horseshoe again. Back though to have a look in your GT class, and lap number 1 has been completed. Leading the way in that class is the Falcon GP car of Kei Kashube. And well, Lester, he's got himself a good early jump, just over 1 second, just under 1 second even, over that Movano Thrustmaster X Team car. He wants to get himself the early cushion, maybe the 1.5 to 2 seconds to break that toe.
Absolutely, yes. It should be an interesting one in the front of the 2 classes anyway. Like you say, Kei Kashube currently fending off Mario Bertolli, but watch out for Danny Giusa as well. He's in 3rd at the moment and right behind the Movano Thrustmaster X Team at the moment.
Yeah, as you can see there, the Core Motorsports number 33 car working himself back onto the banking once again as they work themselves now through NASCAR turn number 2. We'll go back on board then with that driver of Gariza as they work themselves down in towards the bus stop chicane. There you can see braking just after the 2 board. Coming down, it's a left-hand flick immediately into the right hand to settle that car down. Hey Cam, here's the thing though, a lot of drivers are going to try and be aggressive over that section of the racetrack. And slowdown penalties here, they cost you quite a lot of time.
Well, they definitely certainly can, especially when you're in a lot of traffic really early on when everyone's all bunched up and still on the same pit strategies, because as we go on, obviously everyone's going to evolve in their own pit strategies. So you cannot afford, especially this whole first split to get, this whole first stint really, to get a single slowdown penalty. You do have to slow it down, give back any of that time you potentially gained, which allows a lot of people, especially here at Daytona, where everyone's going to be going full speed to pass you, and it's going to be very hard to recover.
We just saw Ryan Littlemore there getting passed by Martin Kroenke. In fact, Ryan Littlemore losing himself 1 and then 2 positions in as many corners as he works himself then out of the banking down on towards, onto the banking once again. So then, here you can see it's still Paul Ilbrink leading the way in that Radicals Online car as they work themselves down into the bus stop chicane once again. Current gap is 3.3 seconds, and well, Adam, that is exactly what Ilbrink was tasked to do, get the early gap over Glacier Racing. That gap is big, so we have our first retiree of the day, or our first car on pit road even, and that is Team GT on pit road.
Yeah, Paul and Brink lapping pretty quickly at the moment, just over a second and a bit quicker than the car in second place of Gable Mex. The pit stop times at the moment for this race, it'll be 90 seconds for a fuel stop, and expect to see quite a lot of action in the opening hour. These GT3 cars are very hungry. We'll see them in the pits after about 30 or so laps with the likes of the BMW and the RUF. The McLaren will be there after 31 laps as well. So a lot of action to happen, and it's only in hour 1 already.
Yeah, as we go back and actually have a look at your GT field, as we will now run along board with the driver of Mario Bertolotti as he works himself down through NASCAR turn number 3 and 4, as he's going to try and get that pass complete over Kei Kashube. This is actually for the race lead. As you'll see, timing and scoring will update as they come past the start-finish line. On the outside then, Movano trying to go for the overall race lead. Not going to be able to sweep it around that inside line. In fact, almost losing a position in the process, but getting himself back into line. These top 6 cars in GT class, Rachel, they are nose to tail, literally right now.
They are indeed, and the GT class is always going to be pretty close, much more so than the prototypes. Definitely some exciting racing going on here with Falcon, Cord, Vortex, all pretty much nose to tail. That front pack is definitely breaking away though from the rest of the field.
As there you can see, we had ourselves that incident. We saw the driver on pit road. We actually have, there we are, the Dogi car, the Velocidade Endurance Sim Racing car. Big incident for him, and it looks like that car is going to potentially be classified as out of the race cam.
It's a darn shame, especially really this early on. Hopefully the pit team will work on that car and see if they can't get anything going on that, but it's always real rough to start like this. Everyone's so close together that eventually somebody's probably going to end up having an incident, and that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, so here we are then. We'll get ourselves another look then from Lauro Costa as he works himself onto the banking. Dogi, of course, in the front of the car. Got yourself, I think it's a cat, spewing out some unicorn dust on the side of the car. But Rachel, it didn't work out for him, as he's going to be our first big incident of the day.
Yeah, he is indeed. Really unfortunate for that team to happen this early on. But as people know, iRacing.com have changed their mechanics with regards to repairs. That team will be able to get that fixed and get back out on the track.
Yeah, it'll take them a while. They'll have to get some damage done to that car to replace the engine components in there. They will be able to get back on. It will take them a little bit of time in order to do so. So they can see them. The Brazil power team of Eduardo Prado right now battling down in the pack as he's looking to the outside then of one of the other 4 GTs in the field as they battle towards the rear of class for the time being. To go back though to your battle with Martin Kroenke, there you can see him trying to set up another pass right now as he lines down in towards the bus stop chicane, and well, you can get Martin Kroenke up another position, storming through the field right now, already up into P number 7, Lester.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how much battling there is all through the field already. We've not even had what, 15 minutes of the race yet, and we've already had a couple of big incidents, and like you say, Will, possible retirements already. A few people coming in and out of pits, and yes, there's a couple of bunches of cars already that I'm keeping my eye on. Should be really interesting, this one.
They can see there Martin Kroenke starting in P number 12, and he's moved himself already up into the 7th position on the racetrack. So moving early on in that Carina Sim Sports car, and we'll of course hope to see him work himself possibly even towards the front of this pack. To give you an update on Alexia Loma, he has now been able to pull a gap cam of 1.8 seconds over that Vortex Sim Racing car, and really that's close to the magic number you need now to be able to pull away. And if he can do that in the next 5-10 minutes or so, then he can just knuckle down and try and, manage that gap to Paul Ilbrink ahead of him.
Yeah, well, that Glacier Racing car, normally they're in GT cars. Here they are in the HPD doing a very good job. Alexia Loma, of course, piloting that right now. And, yeah, that's that 2-second gap. That's about the magic number. So if he can get that off of Vortex Sim Racing in the infield or coming off onto the straight there, he'll definitely have a good bubble.
As there you can see just behind, you've got yourself the Vortex Sim Racing car of Gabor Mex, as he's currently got himself a about a 6/10 of a second advantage over the TNT racing car of Robert Tinsey as they battle for number 3 on the racetrack. But Cam, this is the thing, we're early into a 24-hour race. We've barely completed 10 minutes of this event. The last thing you want to do is bin your car and get yourself into a position where it's going to be very tough for you to finish. So that TNT car does get very good overspeed in towards turn number 1. But how aggressive do you think drivers are going to be to try and work themselves through this pack here?
Well, in the very beginning, I think people are going to be very aggressive just because they're going to want to get a gap. These prototypes are going to want to get that gap between the prototype behind them so everyone can start settling into their strategies. But it's just, you don't want to risk it. You bin a car, somebody logs in, 2 or 3, 4 hours later and come in to find a wrecked car. It's a 24-hour race. We're going to say that a lot, and I know we're going to say that a lot, but it's still a full 24-hour race. Like, you don't need to be binning cars in the first 15 minutes.
Yep. So to go back then to your GT field, Keiko Shube is actually able to pull out a 1.4 second advantage now over Danny Guiza. There you can see the gap to the driver ahead of him as they work themselves through NASCAR 3 and 4 once again. There you can see the speed as well. About the same at 1.3 seconds, although the overspeed coming into play now for that Core Motorsports car. 5 kilometers an hour faster, although he has got a car looking to his outside. That is one of the McLaren MB4 12C cars. They come back in towards turn number 1. Now, interestingly, what they did, Cam, is they kind of balanced out the performance of these cars just a little bit more. Just a couple of days to go in the event. You now ride on board with the Commander Sim Sports number 18 car, looking down to the inside of the International Horseshoe there of the OME car and spinning him around, Cam.
Yeah, very unfortunate there. That Coanda car needs to, that of course, Coanda running 2 cars, a BMW and a prototype there. Not what you want to see right on the beginning there as the Vortex Sim Racing car drives or flies right down the timing and scoring, which is very unfortunate for them. But we'll get back on track and hopefully they won't have too much damage, Will.
Yeah, but to go back to the point I was about to make about the way that they've changed the McLaren specifically, it was the slowest car in the straight line of the lot of them, but all of a sudden it does look as though they can kind of hold their own on the banking just about enough.
Well, they did do some balancing between the cars. Of course, there was some fuel mileage adjustments to the roof. It was getting a little too much fuel mileage compared to the other cars. The Ford was also looking to get that, but ultimately they decided against it, so that's still got its fuel mileage. So the Ford should be the best on the fuel, but right now the BMW and the roof right now are the 2 fastest on the track, and they did extend that tall gear on the McLaren, so everybody seems to be pretty balanced right now. Top 4 between is a roof BMW, and the other cars all seem to be doing fairly well right now.
Yep, so here you can see then side-by-side action, Commander Sim Sports and the number 8 car of Tommy Hill as they work themselves towards start-finish line once again. There you can see Timmy Hill in that Timmy Hill Motorsports car down in towards turn number 1 has lost that position. Moved Marcus Lenderman now up into the 2nd place in class. And, well, still up 4 positions, though, for that Timmy Hill Motorsports car, Rachel, as they work themselves back down in towards the International Horseshoe once again.
They do indeed, Will, and that's definitely going to be a good position they're in right now. They've got a good early setup, so it's going to be a matter of just holding that position, doing what they can do, and waiting for the opportunity to move forwards, because right now things still congested. We're having a few early incidents, so patience is key. There's still 23 hours to go.
Yep, and 23 hours and still 45 minutes of this event. There you can see last lap time, a 147.1 for that Timmy Hill Motorsports car. Of course, one thing we haven't yet talked about here, Lester, is the fact that we are going to have traffic play a huge role in today's event. Now, there you can see Paul Ilbrink already working himself through a lot of traffic there. They are all bunched up as he goes past one of the New World Sim Sports cars down in towards turn number 6 on the racetrack. Well, these drivers have got to be careful, especially the first go around, because everyone is so bunched up together.
Absolutely, Paul, in the leading Radicals car, already 10 seconds a lap quicker than the leaders in the GT class. So like you say, Will, it is that time now where the leaders in the overall race lead will start to come up to lap some of the slower cars, and let's just hope that we don't see any repeats of any sort of turn 1, turn 2 incidents. That I think turn 1 and turn 2 might be the the most awkward point for overtaking, and hopefully we don't get too many clumsy drivers today.
Yeah, the braking zone in towards turn 1, Adam, is just insane in these prototype cars. You brake literally at the last moment. We'll actually have a look then on board into the braking zone. You literally start to turn the wheel before you slam onto those brakes. Those GT cars, however, they've got to be a little bit more careful when they actually get themselves onto that brake pedal and get themselves, because they've got a lot more distance that they need to slow down. And of course, turn 1 into 2 as well, they feed directly into each other. And you mess up 1, well, you're pushing wide into 2, and then if you've got a car on your outside, it could be a very interesting moment.
Yeah, it's very hard to run too wide out of turn 1 because it almost filters into one lane as you head through that corner down into the International Horseshoe. I was just looking at the timing screens. I've just noticed that Mario Bortolotti, who was battling for the GT lead, he is a Formula 2 champion, I do believe, as well. He's had to take the car back to the garage, so he is no longer in the battle for the GT hunt. Alexi Aloma, though, he's starting to work his way through the GT pack. The gap between him and Paul Ilbrink at the top for Radicals Online is still 6.8 seconds. However, Aloma sort of managed to manage the deficit. Ilbrink's only lapping about 0.3 of a second quicker than Aloma at the moment, but still, we've still got 23 hours and 45 minutes to go. 6 seconds is pretty close in this type of endurance racing.
Oh, indeed it is, and it's one of those things that actually a bad run through traffic, you can lose yourself 2-3 seconds very easily. There you can see the gap between Glacier Racing and Vortex Sim Racing HPD up now to about 4 seconds. Still actually now, what's happened because of this battle, Rachel, is your GT fields had to spread out naturally a little bit because they were pretty much nose to tail. All of a sudden, Lenman's got himself about an 0.8 of a second advantage over Timmy Hill, although Timmy Hill is looking around the outside. Organic Garuza in a battlefield position as they come down in towards turn number 1 once again.
Yes, they do indeed. Of course, that GT3 field definitely had to spread out as the HPD field started to move through, and well, they had their own battle going on at the same time, so no one really prepared to give too much ground. Timmy Hill, though, and definitely coming up behind that car there of Core Motorsports. But definitely see a move from them in the next couple of laps, but patience is key. There's not a huge gap in front of them, so it'd pay to get a move done, perhaps early, but be careful about it.
Yeah, as they can see, then some more of your field just working themselves through the very, very fast turn number 5. And actually, Cam, we talked about scary corners in this racetrack. There are quite a few scary corners. Turn number 1, of course, is incredibly difficult. Turn 5, turn 6 and turn 7 all very difficult, but each in their own unique way.
Well, and especially when you start adding in traffic, it's one thing to just lap around because the track is fairly wide. Of course, the infield is certainly another challenge. Turn 1, I think, is more of a challenge of how you want to over-brake yourself, because that's really where you get in trouble. It's a fairly easy turn, but when you start adding other cars into it where everybody's trying to out-brake each other, you can really pile up, as we've already seen here today. You can have a pretty big incident there. And also turn 6, you can get pretty light on the car when you're trying to mash down the throttle to get onto that good run up the backstretch.
As we saw there, we're just right along board with Antipajada, and actually just notice just how dirty some of these windshields are already. We get another one as well here. As you can see, these windshields are the amount of dirt that's been picked up onto these drivers. Now, of course, they will be able to get tear-offs, actually, Cam, on their pit stops, but if you're a driver doing their 3rd stint in a row, how much do you think that is going to annoy the drivers?
Well, it's one of those things. Of course, I do a lot of GT driving, and I'm kind of a middle of the packers where we get a lot of windscreen mud. You don't really tend to notice it after a while, unless you get a couple of good bug hits right in front of your driver area there. It's just one of those things where, as you know, I can definitely see a lot of people having a lot of dirty windshields. It doesn't really affect you that much. You're kind of focused on the cars in front of you.
Well, there you can see then the TNT Racing cars. It works himself down in towards turn number 6 once again, currently being driven by Robert Tinsey. As you can see there, just behind Martin Cronke as well. And actually, Rachel, Tinsey lost that position just a couple of corners ago to Dominique Kono in that number 13 car. But also, Commander Simsport's using this traffic very well, although he gets bolted on the banking there a little bit.
Yeah, they do indeed, Will, and it's really got in the way of them there, and it's, well, allowed that car in front of them to get away just a little bit. The GT traffic there, of course, that was Timmy Hill and Core Motorsports, so that was a battle of their own rights for top positions in their own class. Coanda, of course, still fighting to get up to that traffic. And that's them behind, I believe that's the number 17 of Phoenix Motorsports. They're going to be making a move on this time around.
Yeah, as you see, down to the outside they come as they work themselves down in towards turn number 1 once again. Got to give a shout out though to that number 13 car. Been moving through the field very well, up 4 places since the start of today's event, but like Commander Simsports car as well. Charging through the field, up 6 positions, trying to get a 7th one as he looks to the outside then, down into that first corner of the racetrack. Can he make it stick? Too wide, too deep, bit of a whittle there from Kroenke, but he's still running on the grass, and that way he's able to get that pass complete there, Adam, because of that slower GT car kind of blocking the lane for the TNT racing car.
Yeah, that was a perfect example there of how traffic can influence a battle. Martin Kroenke up into 5th position. Let's have a look at the lap times. Last time around he did a 1 minute 40.0 in comparison to Tomoki Kono in front, who did a 1 minute 41. So he is a second quicker, and now with this clear air, not too much GT traffic in front of him at the moment on this lap. Let's see if Kroenke can close in on the TNT Racing, the 4th place car, which is the Go Japan car in front of him as we head on to the NASCAR banking.
Yep, back onto the banking once again. Let's go back though to have a look at your GT cars, because Danny Guiza still battling very closely. Oh, we've got a car off track there as well. Just trying to figure out who that was, and I believe it is Andreas Allmensberger in the Pure Racing Team LNP car. So he's had himself a bit of an issue on track there, Cam.
Yeah, definitely not how you want to be starting these things. There's always going to be some miscommunications in traffic, and really just you can kind of get in your headspace where you're used to braking around traffic, braking around cars, and you can really kind of mess yourself up after when you're by yourself. So definitely not something you want to do. Hopefully you can bounce right back to it and get right back on the way.
So you can see that PRT car. So he works himself down into turn number 5, and then it happens at that treacherous turn number 6 on the racetrack. So it'll be in the corner just after this one. You can see working himself into that corner now. We'll have a little go back on board, and you can see there slower roof traffic ahead of him, gets himself through the centre of the corner, and then that back end just kicking out on him. One of those slow spins that you'll see a lot of drivers do today, especially that fatigue that will kick in, Lester, a little bit later on in the race.
Fatigue will be a problem, Will. Yes, it will. I'm just having a quick look in the GT class, and it's a bit more action than in the actual LMP class at the moment. Perhaps because most of them are being laps at the moment. But I've been keeping my eye firmly on Danny Guiza in the Core Motorsports. He's currently in 4th place in that class at the moment, only 1.1 seconds behind. Also, Direct Clutch Motorsports Brad Wotton as well is right behind Nuno Moriera for CTC Racing, so one to keep an eye on in the GTs.
Yeah, there you can see then one of our many onboard cameras here on board today. There you can see Brad Wotton in that number 76 car back onto the banking. He comes once again as he continues to battle for P number 5 and 6 on the racetrack. There's the gap. Just a couple of turns for a second, we go back along board, and there you can see then the differential in speed, about 4 kilometers an hour already on that way down into the corner, and that is what makes Daytona so unique there, Rachel. The fact that you've got those 2 very long portions of the oval racetrack where that draft is oh so critical.
Yeah, absolutely, Will. A lot of these infield road courses at oval tracks, of course, only normally contain one half of the banking, so you get one bend, but at Daytona here you have both of them, so very, very fast circuit. Definitely adds a different dimension to this track than we see at Spa or Sebring, where there is so much flat-out racing and drafting going on amongst these cars. The field sometimes doesn't separate quite as much because it's so fast, and that toe is so vital, so unique track for a unique race.
Yep, so there you can see the Team Charlie car coming back down in towards turn number 1. Once again, there you can see battling side by side there, and that was with, I believe that is Mando Prado, who's working himself in that number 7 Brazil Power Team car. Actually, Cam, whilst we've got the opportunity, whilst these battles are still going on, talk us through this GT3 4GT, because I know it's a car that you enjoy riding in, and it's kind of that dark horse here today. It has got the power, but just a little bit slow on top speed compared to some of these Roofs and BMWs.
Well, as we know, the 4GT has its roots overseas at Le Mans. It is built to go down the Mulsanne Straight, excuse me, wrong track. And so it is a bullet in a straight line. It is not, however, great in the corners. It's good on its braking. When you get in the draft, you can really start moving up places, but it's just not going to be able to keep up in those tighter turns like those hairpins, and especially getting down on the acceleration due to the electronic packages it have. I mean, you look at the BMW, you've got 9 different modes of traction control and 6 different modes of engine mapping. You only have 3 modes in the 4GT, and this is all part of that balance. So between all 4 of these cars, definitely one of the more tougher to drive, but definitely can be one of the more rewarding.
Brad Woodson still battling with Nuno Maria. This is the Direct Clutch Motorsports car and the CTC Racing number 1 car, Rachel, as they come back. And you can see the CTC Racing car looking to the outside as they come down in towards that first corner once again. You've got the CTC car on the outside sweeping around, but actually managing to make that pass work well on the high side.
Yeah, that's one of the best places to make around the outside pass wheel, around turn 1. That's the Classic Team Championship car, actually. The Lotus 79 guys, somewhat out of their element for once in a car with fenders. But making a good pass there on that Direct Clutch Motorsports car, driven by Brad Wooten. So, yeah, good position there, but it might be challenged.
Yeah, as you can see there, looking down to the outside was Wooten. Not a brave place to try and make that pass. We have got a spinner behind there as well. We have got someone slow on the racetrack. We'll try and find out who that one is as quickly as we can. As actually we do see there a couple of cars with quite a bit of damage all of a sudden. That number 9 car, the Podium Assault car, on Marcus Schwartz, has got himself a bit of damage. And well, some of these drivers are going to have to try and hope, Adam, and then get it to that first stop, get the repairs done. But at this stage of the game, you can't make a pit stop so off sequence. It will completely ruin your day.
Yeah, you don't want to be on the back foot from the word go, really, do you? Because the pit stop strategies are a key part, especially for the GT pack, as we see. Once again, they're side by side down the back straight. The 2 GT cars there going into the bus stop side by side. The battle between Morero and Wooten once again heading into the bus stop chicane, and I think it is going to be Is it going to be... I don't know who it is coming out. Yes, it is Woodson. Sorry, my timing page is acting crazy today. But he's able to get the move done. And as I was saying at the beginning of the broadcast, Will, pit stops for the GT cars are going to be crucial. We are already 14 laps into the race for the GT cars and expect them to see them pitting around 30 laps or so. So we'll probably see some pit stops in this opening hour.
Yeah, there you can see then side by side. Once again, CTC car on the outside. Almost going too wide, too deep. And then the inside is that Direct Clutch Motorsports car. Will it be 2 in a row on the outside? The answer is going to be yes. Move that CTC car. Nuno Moreira back up 1 position low. He pushes a little bit wide as they work themselves out of turn number 2. It's going to be okay, though. He will get himself up 1 position. He is once again scored in 5th place on the racetrack. Getting close then to half an hour of today's race. Score complete here on RaceSpot TV. We're going to step aside for just 1 moment. You're not going to miss a thing, however, because we're about to take you side by side. We'll be right back.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. The race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you love it.
here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big jump.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back then to continuing coverage of this, the iRacing.com 24 Hours of Daytona here on RaceSpot TV. You can see then just over half an hour of today's race is scored complete. And, well, we'll just put you the top 6 then. It's still Radicals Online leading. 14 seconds now ahead of Glacier Racing. Commander Simsport have been able to move themselves up into the 3rd place on the racetrack. And then it's Vortex Sim Racing in 4th. Go Japan move themselves down into P5. And then TNT Sim Racing up into P number 6. And Falcon GP leading the way in GT class. Commander Simsport BMW in 2nd. Core Motorsports in 3rd. Sim Hill Motorsports in 4th. CTC Racing in 5th. And Direct Clutch Motorsports running out your top 6. Welcome you back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to coverage here on RaceSpot TV. Wilvinson along with Cam Walsh, Rachel Whiteford, Adam Barth, Lester Forbes, Hugo Louise here as well. So, first half an hour is in the books. We had a couple of beats and bangs, Rachel, but for the most part, everyone has got that first objective complete. The next one, getting yourself to pit stop number 1.
It is indeed, Will, and of course things settling out a little bit, and of course lapping has begun for the LMP1 field. But as it stands, there's still quite a few battles going on. The ongoing battle between Direct Clutch Motorsports and CTC Racing, which has not ebbed in the slightest. Yeah, early action still going on. The cars haven't separated out enough quite yet. So big wide there for Direct Clutch Motorsports in turn 1, potentially losing another spot.
Yeah, that will actually be against Nina Maria actually in the CTC Racing car, moving himself up into P5 on the racetrack, Cam.
Yeah, that CTC racing car. Of course, these guys race in a very large series here on iRacing in the hosted, so they're going to be doing very good here in the official race at the Daytona 24. Great to see them, the CTC racing car, fighting with that Direct Clutch Motorsports car, giving us a great battle on track.
Yep, as they continue their journey then on the racetrack, as they can see, the CTC racing car currently scored P number 5 in class. And well, he did start here today on the 9th position, now running himself up in P number 5. That is a net gain of 4 spots on the racetrack. We'll get that ticker running along at the top of your screen once again, ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know. But Tommy Hill, I'd say, doing a good job right now in that number 8 car, just sticking to the rear of Danny Guiza, pretty much like glue, Adam.
Yes, he is. Timmy Hill, if I'm not very much mistaken, races in the NASCAR Spring Cup Series on an on-off basis, so he'll definitely know how to race around this Daytona International Speedways. Keeping in the slipstream, though, that RUF car in front of him of Dan Guiza has now head through NASCAR 3 and NASCAR 4. Will he be able to use the slipstream? He's just a bit too far behind to get the best possible advantage, but we're now heading down towards turn 1, and he's definitely getting an advantage now. He is in the slipstream. Will he pull to the outside, or will he try and go down the inside? Here they go, across the start-finish straight. They are practically nose to tail now into the first corner. He looks to the outside. It's definitely going to have to take a minor miracle to get the move done into turn 1. Timmy Hill stays in 16th place for now, but he's definitely showed the car in front, Danny Juiza, that he is definitely wanting to get that place away from him.
Well, we're going to get ourselves another look at that one, Cam, because it was a good old-fashioned bump draft down at the start finish line here. We're not running NASCARs, but I tell you what, if Timmy Hill was to run in the Daytona 500, which is of course coming up soon on iRacing, that'd be a very good bumping maneuver he was doing.
Well, it would. He got very, very close there, that BMW. Just about to push that roof a little bit faster going down into turn 1, but, it didn't just happen just yet. There are some people that might be bump drafting, but I just don't know if these cars are built to take it, but we'll find out.
Both of your class leaders have got themselves a lot of clear air. Here's Falcon GP with now a 6.5 second advantage over Carandis Motorsports BMW program. However, that last time by half a second faster, Rachel, Keiko Shube was than Marcus Lenderman. Over in your prototype class, Paul Ilbrink, 17.1 seconds faster than Alexia Loma. Here's the thing though, those gaps, they are meaningful as far as draft and cushions go. We don't know who the fastest driver in these teams are. Some of these drivers might have taken to do a conservative strategy, get themselves into a fuel window early, save their better drivers for that tough, difficult middle stint of the race.
Yeah, absolutely, and it just depends on what they're all planning. Of course, every team has its own strategy to how to run this race and when they actually want to put certain drivers in. But early leads don't translate to leads at the end, and these things can be eaten up completely in a pit stop, a botched entry or exit. You can get a speeding penalty, so it's really irrelevant at this stage. But clean air, very, very valuable. Lets you pick where you want to put that car, and of course it always ends up being a slightly faster lap time.
Yep, there you can see last time by 1 minute 36.266 then for that Radicals Online machine of Paul Ilbrink. But Adam, you've alluded to it a couple of times already. 40 minutes almost into today's event. We are 15 minutes maybe away from pit stops. The important thing is though, if these drivers are very careful over the course of the race, they can save themselves a lot of time on pit road. You've got to manage it though. You've got to run almost an entire 24-hour race to a fuel number.
Yes, indeed. Well, of course, it takes 90 seconds for a full pit stop, and pit stops for fuel and tyres will usually take about 55 seconds with the added time running down the pit lane at that speed limit as well. So pit stop's going to be absolutely crucial, even more crucial for the GT cars, because that is so hot. It's such a hotly contested pack at the moment. Paul Ilbrink, 18.1 seconds still ahead of Alexia Loma. The lap times, though, is very intriguing. With they're setting lap times of 1 minute 36 at the moment, as you were saying, Will. But a few laps ago, when they were in traffic, they were setting lap times of 1 minute 40. So if Paul Ilbrink was to hit a bit of trouble, it would only take a few laps for Loma just to close that gap down.
Yeah, so there you can see then we've got ourselves still an ongoing battle between Nuno Moreira in your GT class, along with Arctic Circle Racing of Tommy Haka right now as they battle for P number 5 and P number 6 on the racetrack. And I want to show you this graphic once again on your screen as we have a look from the rear of that Timmy Hill Motorsports car. Actually, we'll just turn that one around and we'll have a look at it properly. As you can see, the overspeed there, 6 kilometers an hour faster before he pulled out of the tow, Rachel. That is what that banking is all about.
Yes, it is indeed. As soon as you get up on there, you've got to make sure you're in the right position, of course. Racing on the banking, very different to on the flat, but I've already seen from some drivers so far, Will, bump drafting or even just drafting down the straights and down the corners, staying behind the guy in front of you into turn 1 can give you a free pass when they overshoot their braking point. You give them that extra speed, and well, they've got to arrest it somehow.
Yeah, as that CTC racing car lost that position down in turn number 1, Cam, but what he did, got himself back into that draft and that run down into the International Horseshoe, slot that car down to the inside. He is back up into P number 5 in class.
Well, that's one of those things. These pilots for CTC, and of course, as we're finding out, these pilots all across the very top split here in the iRacing 24 at Daytona. These guys are all very good at what they do. Nuno Maria, one of our top guys in the Lotus 79, so he is very good at running with other people around him in that BMW there, using that front-end downforce over that slippery little roof there to get right on by, and sure, once again, that roof is probably going to be ending up passing him back into turn 1.
And it's a 4-car train right now, and this is amazing. 40 minutes into this race already, and here you can see Maria leading a train. There you can see the Arctic Circle racing car in P number 6, just behind him. Then you can see the pass left racing car in P7, half a second back. Then you've got yourself Direct Clutch Motorsports, Brad Wootton, still in that battle as well. This is incredible stuff that we're seeing by these drivers right now.
All the way through the field, Will. It is absolutely fantastic. Like you say, almost 45 minutes into this 24-hour endurance race, and also at the towards the front of the field as well. There's a couple of battles. Interesting if you're watching the live timing, you'd know that in 5th place, Gabor Merckx is right behind, less than a second behind the Gogo Japan of Tomoki Kono in 4th place, and also having a really interesting fight for 6th place right now. Phoenix Motorsports, Andre Martins and Robert Tinsey, they are right with each other, and one to watch.
Yeah, as you can see then, as we have a look at the Phoenix Motorsports number 17 car with Andre Martins behind the wheel of that machine. I do have to say that Robert Tinsey seems to have lost the most in this opening stint here, Rachel. I'm not quite sure whether or not his job really is to just kind of bring that car through the first hour or so, but he's been one of our biggest losers inside the top 10. Lost 3 positions from where he started.
It could well be that they've put a driver into this first stint, Will, that has a bit more, shall we say, racecraft spatial awareness. A driver that can make sure the car finishes this first critical stint. So if you can keep the car out of the wars, they can then put their fast guys in and regain anything they've lost. Sometimes it's more valuable to finish than to finish last.
Yep, to finish first you have to finish. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. It's our first buzzword for the day. It only took us 45 minutes there, Cam. Should we give ourselves a round of applause? There we are.
I know, it's a record. Don't worry, in a couple hours we'll be burning popcorn. It'll be great. It'll be a great fun if you're just listening for the first time. No, these guys are doing very great here. I'm actually very surprised at Coanda. They started way in the back, and now they're all the way up to 3rd. Martin Kroenke absolutely on fire.
Yeah, you have to give a lot of credit, actually, to Martin Kroenke, as we'll turn our attention to him. There you can see him in that Coanda SimSport HPD car. Now, we are saying that this is surprising, but at the same time, Cam, we saw Martin Kroenke back in the RaceSpot TV Daytona, 24 Hours of Spa, which of course was literally about 3 months ago now. Those guys just dominated, and when Kroenke was behind the wheel, there was something special. And I think for people to understand Martin Kroenke, you have to remember that this is a driver who took over the lead role at Coanda SimSport in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series after Hugo Louise basically retired from the season. He almost won the championship.
Yes, he did. My very first race I watched, Martin Kroenke actually picked up a win at Interlagos. Here he is in the HPD. He's been absolutely great. I believe there's now, we've turned, I don't know if we termed the coin or the phrase or not, is to release the Kroenke, and here he is once again coming up right through the field. Now, it's going to be one thing to see who his teammates are, whether they have the full suite of the Coanda pilots here, or who else from that great stable of pilots at the team of white and purple there, and who's going to come out as he's closing right up to Glacier Racing, right behind.
Yeah, and of course, Rachel, you can't take anything away from Alexi Aloma. This guy, if he's paying attention, and we did see, of course, in the 24 Hours of Spa as well, the Glacier Racing team, Alexi Aloma, Yoni Bachmann, Yoni Hagner, Ruki Alatalo, those guys are just phenomenal in GT competition. We're seeing them here today in prototype competition. Aloma is very used to high downforce cars, a pilot in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series for many a year. This guy knows how to navigate traffic. He, I think, is a dark horse.
Oh, absolutely, but I think what we need, as well as our live timing, Will, of course, is a blood alcohol level for the Finnish drivers, because sometimes when they're hungover, they drive faster. When they're drunk, they're quicker than when they're sober. It's always a tough one to call.
Oh, he's coming.
Alexei is a quality driver, and he's had some incredible races in some very worst states, so It's worth keeping an eye on those guys.
Here's a chance then from Commander Simsport. He's going to have to try and find the right place to pull out of the toe as they work themselves from the outside, to work themselves down towards the start finish line once again. Glacier Racing right hand side of your screen. Commander Simsports on the left hand side, down in towards turn number 1. Move Commander Simsports up 1 position. Now, Adam, that one was made a little bit easy, but we'll rewind our tape, and it was all started down at the bus stop chicane that last time by, because it did seem to be that Alome just got himself a little bit out of shape.
Yes, and of course it didn't help with that bit of traffic that was there as well. I don't know whether Aloma was caught unawares by it, but it just seemed to slow his exit from the bus stop chicane, and that allowed Kroenke through. However, this is what's going to be even more interesting. Kroenke's been lapping quicker, well, had been lapping quicker than Paul Ilbrink, the race leader. Let's see if he's now in 2nd place after starting 12th on the grid. Let's see if he can close in on that Radicals Online car over the next hour or 2. It's going to be really interesting to see what this Commander Simsport car can do.
But Leicester, it's going to be a little bit dangerous. 45 minutes into a race, go 3 wide on the exit of the bus stop. But Kroenke managed to do it in such a way that none of those drivers got, well, anywhere near close to an incident there.
We've already had a very similar incident, Will, that you mentioned, that you predicted. The fight that we saw a few moments ago with Andre Martins in the Phoenix and Robert Tinsey in the TNT Racing car. They were both trying to negotiate a backmarker GT car, and Martins spun. He fell off the track. He's now in 10th place, and Tinsey up to 6th place. So exactly what you said might happen did happen.
Well, yep. I won't give you winning lottery numbers until a little bit later on, but here you can see the Phoenix Motorsports car down in the 10th position on the racetrack. We have actually got Joris Thielen here from Phoenix Motorsports. We'll try and get a quick word of him to get an update on how his event is going for Phoenix Motorsports. So we've got plenty of drivers that we are hoping to talk to over the course of this weekend's event. And ladies and gentlemen, please keep in contact with us on Twitter. Use the hashtag iRacing24. Follow us at RaceSpot TV. You can also find us on Facebook, facebook.com/RaceSpot TV as well. We'd love to hear from you over the course of this event, especially as we get into the crazy popcorn burning, dog woofing hours a little bit later on. But overall, I have to say, it's been a good first part of the race. We have actually got ourselves now Joris Thielen, who we are going to have a quick word with. Phoenix Motorsports, Joris, good start to the race, however, dropped back then after a small incident. No damage to that race car, I believe.
No, I don't think so. Now we're just looking at the car. It should be fine. We are going the right pace, so no problem.
Now, it's a 24-hour race. There's still 23 hours and change left on the play clock. How, if you're going to have an incident, I presume you'd rather have it happen in hour 1 compared to hour number 23.
Yeah, you can still change your strategy if needed, but we didn't have to do it, so it's not a big problem, though.
Well, is Andre going to double stint it? Have you got someone else planned to jump into that race car in a couple of moments' time?
He's gonna double stint it, yes. And after that, I think Boy will take over, Boy van der Laar.
Well, thank you very much for the quick chat then. We'll have a little bit more of an in-depth chat with you a little bit later on, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Cheers. Phoenix Motorsports, Joris Thielen there. And I think also, this is one of those things about this event, Rachel, is that, you know, we have got ourselves a full field of drivers here. 40 drivers took the green flag here, as Paul Ilbrink, by the way, is onto pit road. So I'll come back to that point in just 1 moment's time, because here we can see them. Paul Ilbrink is the first to blink, and by quite some margin, actually, Cam. And I'm thinking maybe he did that deliberately to get himself that early pace advantage. Break that toe as it's 34.4 second stop, and he's back out and away. As Cam has just disappeared for a moment. So here you can see Go Japan also onto pit road. They're making their first pit stop of the day. They can see that number 13 car getting himself some fresh tyres. It looks so that Connor is going to stay in the race car. You got Robert Tinsey as well in the TNTRacing.com number 1 car. Paul Ilbrink's made himself a pit stop. They can see the Dayco Motorsports Daytona 24-hour car. Yeah, you try saying that one 10 times. Jake Burton in that machine as you had yourself Connor back out and away. 29.9 seconds there, Rachel. It'll be interesting to see how much further that number 11 car, Commander Simsport, and also the number 41 machine, the Glacier Racing car, go in comparison to that Radicals Online car.
It will be indeed, and of course it's going to be one of the critical battles we talk about in this race. Of course, Commander themselves coming into pit road now. They're reacting to Radicals Online, Will.
And Glacier Racing's in as well. So then, with just about 50 minutes of this race call complete, your leaders come onto pit road within 2 laps of each other. Here you can see Martin Kroenke on towards pit road, nicely into his pit box. Here you can see the pit time now coming up on your screen. We know that it was a 34.4 second stop then for Paul Ilbrink. There is our benchmark. Connor did a 29.9 second stop. Tinsley did a 30.6 second stop. Maybe just a little bit of extra fuel going into the tank this time by for that driver of Paul Ilbrink to give himself a bit more of an advantage on this second stint. Think strategy. It's always a long game here. Here you can see Kroenke then filling up that tank. It's over 30 seconds now, and we go 31.4 seconds back out and away for him. But Rico Alatalo is still on pit road. He's going to get passed once again then by Kroenke. 31.6 second stop for Rico Alatalo. He comes back out onto the racetrack as you've got Gorborn Mex now. And that Vortex Sim Racing HPD car making himself a pit stop. He's about to complete his service as that clock ticks over 30 seconds. So that Vortex Sim Racing car, its pit stop time is going to be 31.2 seconds for him as the pure racing team LMP car. We saw them have a bit of an incident a little bit earlier on in this event. They are on pit road, as is that Phoenix Motorsports car. Of course, we talked to Eurospeedon just a moment ago from the Phoenix Motorsports organisation. A 30.4 second stop out and away for them. Andre Martins is going to be out and away in 33.3 seconds. And then finally, Mark Ursel in that TNTRacing.com number 2 car onto pit road. Cam, everyone pitting in your LMP car within 2 laps of each other. That means really, strategy is going to have to be that long game. Getting a lap here, extra on pit road, it will make a difference in the long haul, but you've got to be disciplined about it.
Well, it's not just being disciplined about that, it's having a great strategy. Now these teams, pretty much all of them we all know by name. And so they've got a lot of good crews, they've got a lot of good managers, they've got people that are doing nothing but planning out these stints, planning out where the drivers are going to be getting in. And of course, it's not even just that, it's up to the pilot to have a great pit stop on his own. You can really pooch up coming into the pit lane, and especially leaving pit lane. You can damage your car so easily exiting the pit lane. So it's up to these drivers to keep good pit stints, and that will hopefully capitalize good pit stops over a full 24 hours. Probably 10 or 15 pit stops.
Yep, it's going to be a long one for these drivers. As you can see, by the way, you got Steve Martins and Andreas Almensberger. They're working themselves side by side through the banking as they work themselves through NASCAR turn number 3 and 4, riding along board then with Andreas Almensberger in that pure racing team car, losing that position for the time being to Steve Hawkins, but he'll get another bite of the cherry as they work themselves down in towards turn number 1. Not quite close enough there. As he comes down in towards that first corner, he will remain in the 10th position for the time being. Now, those first LMP pit stops have concluded. Well, realistically, we've got to go and think about that GT field, Rachel.
We do indeed, and of course their pit cycle is going to be around 35 laps, Will, so we're about 4 laps short of them having to come in, so this is really the window now.
And in the interim as well, we've got ourselves, Adam, Falcon GP with a 12.9 second advantage over Karanda Simsport. Last time by, Keiki Shibe a 146.1, 5 times per second faster than Lindemann. But when we think about lap times in your GT class, then we've got to think about the time they are losing being passed by faster drivers. Because even though you'll take your own line and they'll find their own way around, you've got less wiggle room, so to say, when you work yourself through the corner.
Yeah, of course, everyone thinks that it's the LMP cars that lose the most when they're battling with the GT cars, but you can often have big GT battles split up by the LMP cars sticking their noses in, trying to get their way past. Falcon GP still got quite a big lead at the moment, and as we were saying throughout the broadcast so far, we're expecting the GT cars in any minute. They've just completed their 30th lap of the race, so expect the Falcon GP car to be in any time soon. He is now making his way through the bus stop chicane now, through NASCAR 3 and 4. He has been all on his own so far today, and now let's see if he will make that turn onto pit road. He will have to make a stop in the next few laps or so. The RUF car, even though it is the most economical on fuel, it still has to make a pit stop. He's down to the apron and he is into the pits. Will the Falcon GP car, the GT leader, is in the pits.
Yep, there you can see then down to about 90 kilometers an hour pit road speed here. It's about 60 miles an hour here at Daytona International Speedway. Don't speed, it will completely ruin your race. There you can see then into his pit box, making himself his first scheduled stop of the day. Had a couple of other people already make themselves some pit stops in your GT class. They include Nuno Maria in that CTC car. The number 222 car making a pit stop, as has Stefan Kurth in that 924 car making themselves a pit stop. But you can also see more drivers on towards pit road. Marcus Lenderman in towards pit road to make himself a pit stop. And Jorn Jens getting into that car. Well, this is now going to be interesting. So we know how good Jorn Jens is in any form of competition that he runs in there. So Cam, Jens into that car. Koshube going to double stint it. I think we're in for a very interesting second stint here.
Yeah, well, now it's this is where things change. You've got a lot of drivers that are going to be staying in the car, and then you've got a lot of new hot foots that you want to get in the car. Everyone's going to start splitting up their strategies, and we're going to be definitely having to see what they do here. Jorn Jens, of course, will be doing very good in that Coanda BMW car. Of course, that BMW car pulling in to the pits in second place. I don't know where they started. Potentially, just like the Coanda prototype car, I think they were in the back, maybe around position 18, I think is where they started. So both of the Coanda cars doing very good here in the early runnings.
Yep, and there you can see then that Coanda Sport BMW car coming out of pit road and up 4 places. Well, actually, we'll get that graphic up properly afterwards, but he is really charged through the field from where he started in today's event. We're saying more of the GT field on pit road, but also just noticed there, Lester, that we had ourselves the TNT Racing number 2 car pit road, very heavy damage. They're going to get that one repaired, but their pit stop so far being a little over 5 minutes. That looks like that's going to be a good repair for a little bit longer, I think, maybe another 20 minutes or so potentially.
Yeah, Mark Gersel at the wheel of that TNT Racing 2 car, like you say. Also, another team that's had problems very early on in the race was in the pits for a good 10 minutes. It's the RLCS Racing's Ryan Littlemore. He's just in 13th place overall. He's at the very back of the LMP class, but he's making ground. He's making good time back, and who knows, he might just be in with the mix a bit later on. Interestingly as well, Will, I just want to draw your attention to the at the very front of the at the race, the Radicals is with Paul Ilbrink at the wheel currently. He's not going as quickly as he was in the first stint. Martin Kroenke is catching him, and Paul Ilbrink seemingly not able to negotiate traffic as well as he was earlier on.
And also just completely destroying some cones there, so we'd like to send our thoughts and condolences to the cones, because of course this is a 24-hour race, and that is what we do. So we'll get ourselves another replay of that then down in towards turn number 5, and there you can see left-hand side of your screen. Bye-bye cones, thank you very much for coming here today. But yeah, interesting to note actually, last time by, Paul Ilbrink did a 1 minute 37.088. Martin Kroenke a 1 minute 36.872. So Coanda's going to get themselves out, Rachel, a 4.4 second advantage now over Glacier Racing. They are also catching Paul Ilbrink. Realistically, I think this is a 3-horse race out front, because we know that there's still firepower to come in Glacier Racing. We know there's still firepower to come as well in that Radicals car. And Martin Kroenke, we know, arguably, with Marty Piatella especially, those two drivers are just amazing in this prototype class. So 3-horse race it looks like out front, but your second pack, I think it's going to be a very close battle between this driver here, Gogo Japan, and Tominiki Kono, and also Gabor Mex in the Vortex Sim Racing car. You can put the likes of this driver, TNT Racing number 1 car, and also the Dayco Motorsports Daytona 24-hour car into the mix as well.
Yeah, they are, and I think you're right. It's potentially a 3-car battle, but I wouldn't count Vortex out, actually. But Radicals Online, Coanda Sim Sport, Glacier Racing are 3 of the big guns in this race, and I think you're right, it's going to be between the 3 of them, but there's only 14 seconds between those 3 cars, which in endurance racing is nothing. That might as well be a couple of tenths. It's between the 3 of them at this stage, of course. Radicals have an early lead. They've led most of the laps so far. Coanda, though, are pushing hard and are looking threatening. So it all depends who they've put in their cars when and what they've got yet to come.
Yep, so there you can see then a battle between 2 GT drivers, 4 GTs, as they work themselves. They haven't yet pitted. So this is the Brazil Power Team car of Eduardo Prado and the New World SimSport car of Jonathan Fuller. As ladies and gentlemen, the first hour of our coverage is in the books here on RaceSpot TV. So we welcome you then to hour 2 here on RaceSpot TV of the inaugural iRacing.com 24 Hours of Daytona. The first hour saw a couple of drivers have incidents, but most of them have been able to make it through without much incident. Your big story in your prototype class has been, although this driver here, Paul Ilbrink, has led pretty much every single lap of the event, he is now coming under pressure from Martin Kroenke in the Coanda SimSports car. Coanda SimSports number 11 machine started this race down in the pack, but has now moved himself up into second place and is just 11.3 seconds away from your overall race leader. As it goes in your GT class, as it stands right now, we have got ourselves 2 Ford GTs yet to have made themselves their first pit stops. In fact, they are both coming down onto pit road this time by with 1 hour of this race scored complete. So there you can see Eduardo Prado and Jonathan Fuller coming onto pit road. That will give the lead back to this driver, Keiko Shube, in the Falcon GP car, who has led most of the way and has been pretty dominant in that class. So we've also had a bit of an incident for the Coanda GT car. That's breaking news here as we commence hour number 2. They've had themselves an incident. They are falling down timing and scoring. It looks as though their day is not going well as well, as Marcus Lindman, there you can see him on pit road having themselves some technical difficulties. They will be hoping to get themselves back into the field before too long. They are now scored as 3 laps down. Plenty of action here to come though on RaceSpot TV. Into hour 2 we go. Don't forget, follow us on Twitter at RaceSpot TV. Use the hashtag iRacing24hours. Follow us on Facebook as well. Facebook.com/RaceSpot TV. This race also brought to you on Motorsport.com and iRacing Live. Will Vincent along with Cameron Walsh, Rachel Whiteford, Adam Barth, Lester Forbes, and we also welcome in Mr. Matthew Dalton as well. And Lester, I think this prototype battle is going to be amazing. There's one thing that I've noted though. Those 4 GTs can go a little bit longer in their pit sequence. That can make things a little bit interesting later on because they potentially can save themselves 2 pit stops over the course of this race.
It will be interesting, yes. I also noticed that they can go about 2, 3, 4 laps longer, it seems, in the pit sequence. I'm still baffled, really, as to in the LMP class, as to why Paul Ilbrink, just before his pit stop, had a gap of almost 20 seconds, and then after, he's consistently, his gap to Martin Kroenke is only about 9-10 seconds. He's not been able to pull away properly.
He's not, and I'm having a look at the pit stop times. He was 3 seconds longer in his box that last time on his first pit stop compared to both Coanda SimSports and Glacier Racing. So maybe, Rachel, just maybe, he's taken an extra couple of laps of fuel, knowing that he pitted earlier before everyone else that last time by, to get himself back on even teams with everyone else. I did suggest that maybe he took a little bit less fuel for the start to get that gap. Maybe now he's trying to manage that gap through split number 2.
Well, that would be a good call for them to make. Of course, if they do take less fuel, they're going to break away faster, and it does give them that early position. But if he's just pitted in early, and they've taken more fuel anyway, I mean, we don't know what fuel they've been running, of course, but of course, that Coanda SimSport car back out on track, by the way. Currently in, I believe, that is the 10th position, or 12th position in the GT car field. Yeah, if they've taken this gap, they can. If they come in from the lead early, they can manage the field. Everyone has to react to what they do, and it's going to give them the early advantage, and they get to call their strategy. They can do what they want now. They've made that first stop. It's up to them.
Jonathan Fuller back on towards pit road. Now, he missed his pit stall there, Cam. I'm not sure if he got himself a speeding penalty to boot as well.
Well, that is something we're going to have to find out. We're going to see on the timing whether he comes on back down. Now, we did say these Fords did go further on the fuel. Well, they also pitted. They were about fighting for about 10th position. That Brazil Power Team, piloted by Alexandre Martinez, back in a 10th position after these last round of, our first round of pit stops. So it'll just be interesting to see. And also, do have to say, I really like the new that new red on that New World SimSport 4 GT.
There's a little bit of a story behind that one. We'll talk about that with Randy Chenworth a little bit later on in today's event. But here we are then, having a look at Paul Ilbrink, working himself now out of the banking, down towards NASCAR number 3 and 4. We're going to wait a lap on board then with Paul Ilbrink. We'll be right back after this. So then, ladies and gentlemen, lap on board with Paul Ilbrink there. As if you want to know what that lap time was, well, it was a 1 minute 36.211. That gap, though, to himself and Martin Kroenke kind of stabilised at about 11 seconds on the racetrack right now, as Mark Ursel is again on pit road, really not having himself the day he would have wanted here today, Rachel.
No, he's not, and it's, of course, the problem for those guys pretty early on, but it's just about time now for these guys to be looking at potentially having an next driver in, so double stint, single stint, it's all going to depend.
So then they can see pit stop continuing for Mark Ursel in that TNTRacing.com number 2 car. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, live timing and scoring is available if you head over to RaceSpot.tv/timing. Brought to you by Nick Thiessen. Incredible human being he is. Let's go back then and have a look in your GT class. We've not talked about them for a couple of minutes, but we've still got ourselves a nice freeway scrap going on here. And that is between the drivers of TNT Racing, so CTC Racing in that number 49 car. And then you've got Vasily Zaitov in the also enjoying GT3 car. And then also the Arctic Circle Racing car. Currently scored in P5, P6 and P7 on the racetrack, Lester.
It's been, it's just been really interesting. But I'm trying to find out which is the biggest battle on track at the moment in GT. There seems to be a couple of cars fighting with the, let's say, the CCC Racing Nuno Moriera and badly pronounced, I know, but the ORSRL Endurance of Vasily. He's racing there, and that's for overall 4th place in the GT category. I'm keeping my eyes peeled onto that one on the live timing, Will.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to introduce the RaceSpot TV responsible drinking game. Every time we mess up, please take a drink of your favourite non-alcoholic beverage, because if it was alcoholic, we will probably be in a very big amount of trouble after this race. So we do apologise to anyone whose name we do mess up. Interesting to note, Rachel, Direct Clutch Motorsports back up into P4 in that GT class. So down in the dumps a little bit towards the end of that first stint, but they are now back up into P4 in class, and moving forward, they are only about 0.6 of a second behind that Timmy Hill Motorsports car.
They are indeed, and that car, very psychedelic paint job right there on the Direct Clutch Motorsports car. I love it. Beautiful, beautiful car. Yeah, you're right, Will. They are catching back up. Of course, they've fallen back from Core Motorsports, who they were fighting with earlier on. But, yeah, Direct Clutch Motorsports having a pretty good run so far. 4th place at this stage is a good place to be in. of course, they're having to deal with some lapping by the GT prototype cars, I apologise. Not as much as the guys further back. They've got a little bit of clean air if they can get past Timmy Hill, which they might do this time round.
Yep, there you can see then your top 6 in each class along the left-hand side of your screen. And Cam, this GT field, well, they've not got themselves too bunched out, and what that does is it makes it more difficult for the prototype drivers, double or triple stinting, because they've got to keep that mental focus going. And yes, these high banks at Daytona, it's very easy to put your car to the outside. It's when you get your GT field going too wide and a prototype driver trying to find a way past, they start weaving like someone on a highway about 5:05 in the afternoon.
Well, pretty much. I mean, you know, you make your plan. Hey, I'm going to go on the outside. I'm in a prototype. I can go faster. I'm going to go past these guys. But then the car that's directly behind that leading GT car is going to go, well, I'm going to pass on the outside. I've been waiting behind this guy. So that's when that prototype driver is going to have to make some very interesting decisions. It's going to be very fun for us here in the commentary booth.
Yep, there you can see CTC Racing still in P number 5 on the racetrack, and the gap is about 3 tenths of a second to the Austral Endurance GT3 car, as it's still Radicals Online leading the way here on RaceSpot TV to just over 1 hour and 10 minutes of today's broadcast. It's scored complete. There you can see, though, a rather sick-looking New World Sim Sports AB car on pit road, and, well, Lester, that car doesn't look very happy at all, does it?
There's a lot going on pit road at the moment, Will. I've just noticed that, the number 19 TNT Racing 2, Mark Ursel, has been in the pits a couple of times in the past few minutes. He's in the pits at the moment. Don't know what the problem is with that, but he's plummeting down the order, and if he remains in the pits for very much longer, Ryan Littlemore in the RLCS Racing might overtake him. So yeah, problems for that team.
He's out of the car. I'm going to call this, Rachel, the hot dog and soda strategy here for Mark Ursel, because he's been on pit road a couple of times. He really must like the hot dogs that are being sold at virtual Daytona.
Yeah, well, I believe their pit box is situated right in front of a hot dog stand, Will, so they're in prime position to hand him those hot dogs through the car's window.
Yeah, and if anyone's getting the reference here, what we're doing, just let us know on Twitter. Ladies and gentlemen, then, so just over an hour and a quarter going to be scored complete of this race. This is your race leader, Paul Ilbrink, in the Radicals Online car, captain himself, and Grandest Sim Sports is 7.9 seconds, as rest in peace, more cones here at Daytona. We'll step aside for just a couple of moments. We'll be right back after this. You won't miss a moment. We're going to take you side by side. We'll be right back.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93, 39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's going to be the race for the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go. As you love it.
Here we go.
You love it. The 0-1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big jump.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV and to the inaugural iRacing.com 24 Hours of Daytona. Just over 1¼ hours scored complete of today's race, and we'd like to welcome iRacers and fans from around the world to our presentation. Don't forget, we've got a couple of onboard feeds for you today as well, presented by Coanda Simsport and New World Simsport. We'll get a chat in just one moment's time with Randy Chenoweth from New World Simsport. But we've also got ourselves a couple of tweets as well. Thank you very much to everyone who is tweeting on the wonderful Twitter sphere here today. We've got one from a very sad Rutgers Kev, actually. I just got taken out, 20-minute required repairs. No iRacing Daytona, 24 hours for me. Sad face. And that's always the thing, Cam. If you're the person taken out or your team's taken out in the early going, you might be asleep right now. You wake up, get ready to go racing, you've got no car to get into.
Yeah, you don't check your phone or you don't check your messages. You wake up, take a nice lovely shower, get some food in you, get ready to do a double or a triple stint, and then you find your car's been totally wrecked. And definitely not what you want to wake up to, but well, hey, at least that's realistic, right?
Yeah. As they can see then, riding along board with Coanda Simsport's HPD car, Martin Cronkey on his second stint behind that one. We did, of course, see the New World Simsport car of Jonathan Fuller come into pit road once and then twice, and there you can see him now down in the 15th place in class. And we've got Randy Chenoweth from the New World Simsport organisation here. First of all, I do like the red and black on that car here today.
You do, because I know I've heard you say before you're not a fan of that color chart, but it seems like everyone's done it.
Well, the thing is, it's kind of like my corporate colours, which I use for all of my personal branding and everything. But in actual motor racing, everyone seems to use it just a little bit too much. Let's now ride along board with Jonathan Fuller. But take us through what happened, first of all, in that pit stop.
So John came in, and just to sort of set the stage a little bit, we did not qualify for this race. We were of the opinion that it would be beneficial to be at the back of the pack. And if anyone wanted to be stupid in the draft and try something dumb in the turn one or in the bus stop and take out a bunch of cars, we'd rather benefit from it than be caught up in it. So we started from the back. And John's not used to starting from the back in these races. He's pretty quick and runs these GT cars a lot. And I don't think he's quite used to the pit guy being so close to the pit entry, and he just drove right past him.
Well, there we can see then, having a look from our aerial coverage, powered by ANDWERNDESIGN, working on the banking once again. Now, you've got yourself this Ford GT. Now, they can go about 4 laps longer than anyone else in this. And we calculated that could be up to 2 pit stops saved. Do you think that's a way that you could get yourself towards the front of the field in this event?
Oh, definitely. The thing I like about this track right now, especially with the late update they did to the McLaren, is that all the cars sort of have their own little strengths, but they're not strong enough in one way that they become the best, I think. For the Fords, probably about even on pace, about middle ground. But it's got that fuel, but it's a little bit harder to drive. BMW is relatively close on fuel. I think they're about a lap shorter than us. So not quite as far, about as fast on the oval, about as fast to the infield, but the BMW is a much easier drive, much more controllable. Rough from testing to me felt like the faster car, but obviously less fuel mileage and felt a lot looser. And the McLaren actually is about on pace with the BMW and Ford now as well. And the rough, just like you said, not quite a good fuel economy. So I mean, all the cars going to have their own little strengths and weaknesses, but not so much where one's unbalanced.
And of course, you've got 2 GT cars in this field as well, NWSS Moonshine as well. Would you like to take us through some of the naming protocols for this event?
Well, if anyone knows us, we're more or less a team of trolls and just sort of do whatever the hell we want because we want to do it. But not just the just say we don't just have the 2 GT cars. We actually had the 2 HPDs. We had Ryan Littlemore's car, the team-affiliated car, as is Danny Kane and Rutgers Kev. So we actually had 4 cars in the top split, which I was surprised. But the way the NWSS Moonshine, and actually this is how the red paint scheme came out. Before the McLaren got updated with the taller gear ratio, it was basically slower than a tortoise walking uphill through a river of molasses on the straights. Auntie, who's driving the McLaren right now, came up with the idea of running a Junior Johnson-inspired 1960s Daytona 500 winner livery because he's sort of credited with discovering the draft in that race. And Draftmaster could have been a cool name, but Moonshiner or Rum Runner seemed like the more fun option, so we went with that. And that's got the light red that you see on our car, and Paul liked it, and he made an edit, which normally, if anyone who's seen our car before, we run the light blue. And Fuller must have liked it too, because he's the one who uploaded it to Traded Paints.
Well, thanks for having a chat with us, Randy. We'll talk to you. I believe that you and Nick might be doing a little something when I go to bed later on.
Yeah, I think I still need to get the rules and regulations from you about how loose I can be let.
Yes. But if anyone has ever seen Magnus Racing, they're on board. Their After Dark cam is, I can only say, legendary as far as the 24 Hours of Daytona goes. A little bit later on, when, well, I'm asleep, Rachel's asleep, and no one's paying any attention, we are going to have RaceSpot TV After Dark. We're going to push the boat out as much as we can without getting into trouble, shall we say.
Let's put it this way.
Absolutely.
Me and Nick are going to push the sporting code.
Yeah. But Cam, that's always, I mean, Magnus Racing, and that's the thing, I think, the amazing thing about Daytona. We can kind of tie it all together here. You know, you see in the 24 Hours of Daytona, so many teams now are doing their kind of own onboard feeds. Magnus Racing, I think, is the most legendary of the lot of them. But also here today, you know, we've got 2 onboard feeds here on RaceSpot TV, but there's at least 20 teams, each streaming their own onboard throughout the world, racing their own splits, and people forget that this is a very big event. We think about 800 teams are registered for this event, and it's insane just how much people have gotten behind this event.
Yeah, the massiveness of this event, if that's the word to be used, it's really kind of taken off. We did have some issues way earlier last year with one large event, and iRacing just took a good look at that. They got that shored up, and they've really executed great so far. Everything seems to be running really nice there. But yeah, that all the live streams on your Twitch and your YouTube streams, and just it really can go and show the community. Just how massive this event means to the people on iRacing. I mean, we've been waiting for this for such a long time, and to finally have it here in full anger, real happy to see that. And of course, Magnus Racing streams can never go wrong.
Yes. Xbox.
Yeah. I believe we have pit stops going.
We do. We have got actually one car on pit road. That is Jake Burton, who we just saw there. He looks like he's got some damage to his car, so he's dropped that car down quite a bit on the racetrack, as it's the Dayco Motorsports 24-hour car. Thank you very much for the incredibly long name there. Currently scored 10th place in your prototype class, called a couple of laps down on the racetrack as well right now. Most of your drivers have made one pit stop. We're not far away from your second round of prototype pit stops coming along. But Leicester, there are a couple of people on pit road. We hope to see more in about 15 minutes time at maximum.
Yeah, absolutely. There's also been a driver change as well in the Go Japan team car, which we've not seen much of really in this race. They've been sort of plugging away just in the sort of mid-pack in the prototype field, but Tomoki Kono has been replaced by Yuya Tanaka.
Yes, I can actually remember the Tanaka name because of Kill Bill. Boss Tanaka. So there we are. Go Japan, not related at all. But Yu Tanaka now behind the wheel of that car. Their second pit stop of the day. Time confirmation, 31.2 seconds. The gap, though, Rachel, between your overall class lead, so overall race leader, Radicals Online's Paul Ilbrink and Martin Kroenke, down now to about 5 seconds. The race is on, but Riccardo Taulo still 14 seconds behind the race leader. It seems to be Coander's catching Radicals. Glacius just stood there pretty as more cones. Please rest in peace.
Indeed it is, and Coander, of course, have released the Kroenke, and he's off. He's got the sight there, the Radicals Online car ahead of him. He knows he's within range now. Of course, he's got some lap traffic potentially heading up between them. That's the Go Japan car, and yeah, he's got him sighted. This is going to be time for him to go for that race lead.
Yep, as we forgot to mention, by the way, that iRacing themselves have their own team in today's event. Not in this top split, but iRacing Infection, Leicester. They are going to try and do the 24 Hours of Daytona. I'm sure there's going to be some hilarity going on that stream. I'm going to try and check it out if I get the chance myself a little bit later on.
Yes, do keep us up to date with what happens. Like you say, it should be an interesting one to watch. I have no comment either way on that one.
Very clever name, I will say. Staph Infection. That's...
Yes.
Oof.
Yes. But say they are racing here today, so shout out to I believe it's Shannon Whitmore, Kevin Bobbitt racing in there, Jack is racing in there. I'm sure there's going to be a couple of other people as well. So good luck to all of you guys racing. Also shout out to the motorsports.com team. This race is being simulcast here today on motorsports.com. As we go back and have a look then at a battle which has been going on for a little bit too long already here, Cam. Between Timmy Hill Motorsport and Timmy Hill's car running in P number 4. Driver ahead of him, well, guess what? It's still Brad Woodham, who's now in a podium position on track.
Yes, that direct clutch car, very nice looking car. That roof doing very good, fighting with these BMWs pretty much all day long. First it was the CTC racing car, which has now fallen back a little bit there. From the picture now he's ahead of that second pack now. Timmy Hill Motorsports looking to get right in, right behind that BMW, just pulling in under that braking. That front end aero helping very nicely, as hopefully we'll see him catch up through the road coursey part of this, as you can just see how he cuts right in, and that BMW losing out a little bit on acceleration, but that's one of those great things between the roof and the BMW. I think that's most of the battles we're going to be seeing is between that slippery little roof and that very, very quick BMW.
Yeah, and we'll get an indication of their speed times once they come onto the banking as well. We have got another tweet. This one is from @KazTK0831. Only issue is, Cam, I can't understand Japanese. So if anyone can please translate this one for me, I'll be very happy. But proof that we've got events going on all around the world here today, and drivers from all around the world are taking part.
Well, that's part of one of the great things about motorsport racing. You don't need to know the language just to know the excitement, the entertainment here with racing. And it's just, people forget, motorsports is so very large in Japan as well. We really have a full international suite here today. I mean, you'd have people from all over the world, all over, Europe and the Americas, and we're all racing here today, celebrating iRacing's very first official 24-hour race.
Yep, they can see the speed chart then, and there's about a 6-7 km/h advantage that Timmy Hill Motorsports car is going to get in the draft as they work themselves past the start-finish line here on the banking, looking to the outside. Nope, bumping along actually there. So it looks as though there's a little bit of our favourite word here, Rachel. Competition going on between some of these drivers, not looking to do the quick passes, but think about the long haul here, and actually think about if they can collaboratively catch up to Danny Garriza ahead of him, who's got the 13.1 seconds ahead on the racetrack, as the PRT car of Andreas Olmensberger is, I believe, I was going to say he made a pit stop. I'm not sure if he spun or something, but I think he was just on pit road.
Yeah, I think he was as well, Will. Of course, yeah, competition's very important, and let's not forget that's Darrell Waltrip's favourite saying, especially here at Daytona.
Second favourite saying.
Indeed, second favourite saying after buggity, 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 which I had to say once at Daytona. Yeah, no, these guys are working together a bit now. This is a stage where, there's no point passing a person if they're going to pass you back in a couple of laps. There's a lot of drafting here. Work together, gain some speed, do a bit of slingshotting like the Indy cars do. Make that track position for both of you, and then fight it out between two cars rather than 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Also, Will, sorry, just a quick update. The team staff infection car, the iRacing crew on their live stream currently on Twitch. That's twitch.tv/iRacing. Kevin Bobbitt currently in that car. They're doing pretty well, Will.
Yeah. You know what? As the exact time that you were saying that, I had just finished making a Twitter graphic. There you are. See, it's as if we're working in harmony right about now. But there
Absolutely.
you are. If you get bored with us, go and check out. Or actually, what you do is you have us on one screen, them on another, and you can look at the hilarity going on between both of them. And there you are, twitch.tv/iRacing for the official iRacing staff infection car. Let's then have a look through your pack just a little bit, see if there's any battles going on. And we have Antti Bajada having himself a nice little close scrap right now as he works himself out of NASCAR 3 and 4 down toward the start-finish line once again. And the NWSS Moonshine team car cam, 2 times to a second advantage to Arctic Circle Racing as they complete their 50th lap of competition in that GT field.
Yeah, that McLaren working very hard to fight off those 2 roof cars there. Of course, that's the Arctic Circle Racing and the ORSRL Endurance GT3 car. I will not say that 2 times fast, but Antti Pilaja there doing a very good job in that McLaren. Of course, the flamethrower is coming off the rear end as he accelerates going through the first international hairpin, coming up through the kink now. He's really going to be under attack on the straights with these 2 roofs behind him for sure.
Yeah, and the corner names here, I've always struggled to understand it because they do, like, we talk about carousels so often here, Lester, in American motorsports. So you can see then your overall race leader, Paul Ulbrink, on your screen. But they don't like using the word carousel here. They seem to have 3 different horseshoe turns. You've got the International Horseshoe, the Western Horseshoe, and then the, I can't remember the name of it, Horseshoe.
I'm just glad that they have at least some sort of hairpin type thing, because American in general anyway, they don't usually have too many hairpins in their racetracks, do they?
No, they have carousels. They do like their carousels, as you can see. Direct Clutch Motorsport, again, under pressure. Timmy Hill, he's slowing it down, but this time, yeah, again, slowing it right down.
Very close.
Bump drafting as they work themselves through NASCAR 3 and 4. And, well, this bump drafting, you saw the commercial a bit earlier on for the Daytona 500 coming a couple of weeks' time here on the iRacing.com Motorsport Simulation Service. Well, these guys, I think, will be, well prepared for that one, Cam.
Well, I will say, I just heard a radio message from Timmy Hill. They are indeed bump drafting. I was going to say, he's actually doing a very smart job. He's saving fuel, but no, he is forcing that Direct Clutch Motorsports car piloted by Brad Watton up to the front, up to Core Motorsports and Falcom GP ever closer, not wanting to get anywhere lost. Very good to see that there. They're trying to push away from the massive pack, currently led by Nuno Maria in that CTC racing car. You can go look to him. You do not want to look in his rearview mirror right now. He is hotly followed by Team Charlie Blue, the Moonshine car, Arctic Circle Racing, OSR, Alar, Mad Cow, and I believe even Pass Left Racing's back there. So they are just trying, both the Timmy Hill and Direct Clutch, to get away from that massive pack as another cone is killed.
Yeah, as we now have a look then on board with the ORSRL Endurance CT3 car. It's a good job that I don't drink during broadcast, Rachel, because otherwise that is going to be a tough one. Although already someone has remembered what I was drinking during the 24 hours of Daytona. No, 24 hours of Spa even.
Well, indeed, of course, who can forget the Foky coconut milk with meat? Because that was the drink.
Coconut juice with milk.
With
meat.
milk.
Meat. Yeah,
meat. I said meat.
No,
yeah.
you said milk. I said juice, and then it's the meat part at the end.
We know what it is. It's, of course, Will Vincent's drink of choice.
Oh, we had a crash.
And, of course, we have a crash.
Yeah.
No, it's the Team Charlie car there. I just saw that in the background. I thought one of the HPDs were involved, but no. So
it's okay.
Actually just... Yeah, I got excited. The New World SimSport Motorsports car ended up bumping into that rear end there as that Ford GT having issue getting the power down.
Yeah, as you see a car there just right on board with Glacier Racing, running slowly on the apron. We'll try and figure out who that was. So they can see Rob Swindell's in that Club 100 car, currently scored in the 17th position as he works himself back onto the banking once again. So yes, Will Vincent was normally powered by Foco coconut juice with me. Didn't get the chance to buy any before this broadcast. I'll try and do so if I get a break a little bit later on. Gap between Radicals Online, Commander SimSport is now down to 4 seconds. And now what happens now, Lester, is that Radicals, if they get stuck behind traffic, that will be Coanda into the draft for the first time in this race.
It should be pit stop time coming up fairly shortly, I'm guessing, for both teams. Again, we don't know how much fuel either car have, but yes, gap, like you say, down to less than 4 seconds. It's getting a bit exciting now.
It is. As you can see then, that Radicals Online car working himself past a little bit of traffic. That's the number 76 car as he comes down into the bus stop chicane. Once again, they can see him taking that left and right, then left, as he comes back on board with him then as he works himself through NASCAR turn number 3 and 4. You see getting himself up to 80 kilometers an hour. Working himself now down on towards pit road. So here he comes. The second round of pit stops, and even though he had a longer first stop, it looks like he's the first one in once again. Let's see, is Cronke coming in? No, Martin Cronke stays out. Commander SimSport go to the race lead. Adatalo will keep an eye out on him. Where is he? He's working himself to do another lap as well. So that Radicals team, they look as though they are going to be at least 1 lap shorter on every single stint here, Cam.
Well, this is one of those very interesting things, as we do have a driver change. Paul Ilbrink's getting out of that Radicals Online car now. Miguel Martin hopping in. Of course, Miguel Martin, a very good driver for Radicals Online. That black stripe right on his helmet, one of the pro drivers here. And so they're just getting their fuel, they're just getting their tires, and he will be back underway, though. Coanda and Glacier Racing having both gone by. I almost wonder if Radicals thinks maybe it's just not worth it and just to come in and get the tires, as we did see that at Spa, but I'm just not sure if Daytona's that rough on the tires.
34-second pit stop then for the Radicals Online car. Notice those yellow, I'm going to call them the strips of death on the inside there of the pit exit lane. As the Radicals car comes straight back out into traffic, disposes of it immediately. We'll keep an eye out, of course, on Cronke's works himself onto the banking once again, see if he comes on this time by. But those strips of death, they are horrible for drivers.
Well, they are, and I think, you get anyone from around that knows road racing, and look at the Daytona, and they just go, it's not that tough. The exit to Daytona pit lane is gotta be one of the most difficult pit lane exits anywhere in the world, to be honest.
As they can see then, we've got ourselves Adatalo, as he's not going to come onto pit road. Yes, he is. So Ricky Adatalo then going to come on towards pit road. We've got ourselves also Steve Hawkins on pit road as well in the tbklight.com car. Great, by the way, to see tbklight.com represented, one of the very, very best online forums. So shout out to all you guys as well. I've been a member of there for many a year. So that car's on towards pit road, commencing his pit stop at Alatalo in the Glacier Racing car on towards pit road, as Tony Ripsard is going to get into the TBK car, and Glacier Racing's Rooker Alatalo, it looks as though he's going to treble stint at Leicester.
It's a really interesting one to see exactly about fitness, really, and mindset. Won't drivers be getting a little bit mentally tired after the 2-hour mark, at least? I know I probably would if I was going for a triple stint. But yeah, just talking, it'd be interesting to hear from drivers themselves about just how sort of tired you do get. You start to get a bit of tunnel vision at this point.
Yep, as they can see, Glacier Racing coming back onto the racetrack into a lot of traffic there, and that is going to be a huge cluster as they work themselves down towards turn 5 and 6. Once again, Glacier Racing have to go around the outside of one of the new World Sim Sport cars to work themselves down into that corner. It's this stint, this moment right here, Rachel, that you've got to be so aggressive, but at the same time be so cautious, because you don't want to loop the car around on cold tyres. But right about now is when your tyres are likely to be at that best, and you can see just how aggressive Alatalo was in getting that inside line for the next corner the second he came out of 6.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a really tricky point for them with this amount of traffic as they would go now past the Commander Simsport BMW there. They've got to be aggressive, but they've got to be careful, and of course you've got a whole stint ahead of you. There's no point burning up the tyres immediately, Will.
As they can see, Martin Kroenke now on towards pit road, surrendering the race lead. He led 4 laps of this event, so that is how much longer he's gone as he's out of the car, and Mitchell de Jong gets into that Commander Simsport HPD car. So this is now going to be an incredible moment as de Jong comes on to the racetrack. 32.8 second stop for him. Can you believe this one, Cam? Who's in that car right about now?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how these guys go. Mitchell de Jong, now Miguel Martin, and of course Rico Alatalo on his second stint, as of course Alexia Loma took the first stint there. So it's just you've got you got 3 pro drivers, all in high downforce prototype cars here at Daytona, and they're all relatively close to each other. It's going to be quite a showdown here, just in the second stint. And that's what's so interesting about this. We're only 2 stints into this 24-hour race, and already these pros are coming in and getting into their cars and getting used to the track.
But, of course, you need to remember that the driver now, who's actually leading this race still, he came out of pit road ahead of Miguel Martin by 4.2 seconds. He won a total of 9 races in the iRacing.com Pro Series of Road Racing for 2014-15, who's only beaten once, and that was by Ati Kirchhoff, who is, of course, a Formula 3 driver. Mitchell de Jong runs in the X Games competitions, of course, powered by ESPN. And, well, this guy finished the season with perfect points, Leicester. And what a driver to jump into that Co-Anderson Sports number 11 car. We've got ourselves now an incredible race on our hands. And, of course, we don't know who's still hiding and lurking behind the wheel of that Glacier Racing car. We might still see someone a little bit special into that car.
All eyes and no doubt a lot of pressure given the history and prestige that you talked about there, Will, on Mr. de Jong. We'll wait and see how his first stint in the car in this race goes. But yeah, it's these second round of pit stops really sort of mixing things up as well, and starting to introduce battles as I think towards the end of the first stint. The race had almost become a little bit stagnant in places. I think people were just sort of just coasting, maybe just sort of almost racing towards the pit stops and not pushing too hard, perhaps.
Yeah, as we just see CTC Racing getting it all forms of loose there. Nuno Maria doing a little bit of off-road driving. Now, of course, they do actually have a motocross track on this racetrack at times, Cam. Rest in peace, Cones. But not the sort of thing you want to do when you're in a 24-hour race.
Well, no, but honestly, it was a good recovery there. The rear end stepped out on that BMW. Of course, that BMW not as much power as that Lotus 79, so definitely not that great having that much power step out on you. But he got on that curbing, got on the power, and just kicked it out into the dirt. Thankfully, though, that splitter's still obviously there, and no cones, no harm, no foul. It's just though you kind of gotta wonder. Speaking about the motor course track. If he was just trying to do what the Corvette did in the real Daytona 24. I don't know if anybody else saw that, but the Klaus winning Corvette there managed to pooch up the International Horseshoe, the second one, and ended up taking the bike course. So, well, we'll see if anyone has yet to do that.
I did actually see that one.
It's quite funny.
Super slow my replay there for the CTC racing car. As he gets himself onto that section of the racetrack, he does get himself back going again. However, is now down, lost himself quite a few positions, and is actually now 5.6 seconds behind the driver of Vasily Zaytek, who's at the rear of the ORSL endurance car. And of course, they are at the rear of that pack, as we've got a little bit of side-by-side racing just behind, actually, and Craig Hunter side-by-side right now with Vincent Robert. As they come down, the pass left racing car, losing a spot there to the Markow racing team as they work themselves 2 times per second, the gap between those two, battling for P number 10 in your GT class. Almost 2 hours scored, then complete here on RaceSpot TV in this, the first annual iRacing.com Daytona 24 hours. We'll be back after these messages. You're watching RaceSpot TV.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93, 39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It'll be the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go. As you love it.
Here we go.
You love it. The 0-1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big jump.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun, but there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
You don't miss a moment here on RaceSpot TV, side by side, as Kei Kashube is out of the car, and Sven Armless Palmquist is now behind the wheel of that Falcon GP car, leading most of the day. You also now got Niels Koch behind the wheel of the Core Motorsports number 33 car, as they've made themselves a driver change, and also Johnny Abari behind the wheel of the Direct Clutch Motorsports car. So what we're seeing here, Lester, is the majority of your drivers doing 2 stints in the GT class, then handing it over to someone else. And that's only about 2 hours behind the wheel of these cars. And of course, traditionally, they used to run 2 hours 40 minutes of this event. So actually, a little bit shorter for them.
Whatever helps them get through the full 24 hours, of course, it's up to them. The leaders currently have only done 1 stop, and the big fight that's happening right now down in fight for P6 between Pass Left, Mad Cow, Brazil Power Team racing as well. Incidentally, Brazil Power Team in P8 in the GTs have been into the pits 3 times, so I don't know what's been happening with that, but yeah, like you say, it's a long way to go yet, so I wouldn't read too much into it.
Now, let's say your second round of pit stops is going to commence in. Here you can see now your race leader. It is the Timmy Hill Motorsports car in class as he works himself on the banking. We'll sort out a little bit of lowness. There you are. And, well, here's he going to come on to pit road this time by. He's going to stay out again on the racetrack. He's going to come on towards pit road. So there you can see then Timmy Hill Motorsports car bringing itself on towards pit road. It will be classified officially, I think, as leading 1 lap. Tommy Haka and David Corps are pretty much nose to tail right now, but they're all coming on towards pit road as well. Tommy Haka actually stays out. It's David Corps in the Team Charlie blue car, working himself on towards pit road right now in that number 21 car. Team change going on, as you can see EJ Walk now behind the wheel of that Timmy Hill Motorsports car, as David Corps will keep an eye out to see whether he will make himself a driver change as well. It doesn't look like that is going to be the case so far, as we've got another car there coming out of pit road. That's the number 15 car, having made himself a pit stop. We'll get, it's a 210-second stop there for him, so a long one getting some repairs done to his race cars. We'll keep it with this pit scene for the time being, and see also the Mad Cow car coming on towards pit road. The Podium Assault car is on pit road as well, having made himself some damage earlier on, trying to get that one repaired. It's going to be a long day for them. Got a couple of people who we're going to have to chat with as well. We'll start with Paul Ilbring from the Radicals Online organisation, as we're right on board with them. Now, Paul, you led the first part of this race. You've led 59 laps so far. However, you've lost the lead now to Commander Simsport. You've lost a 11-second gap now to them. But first of all, take us through that first stint of the racing yourselves.
Well, it wasn't that eventful at the beginning because the field was still close together. We managed to get a good gap. I think one, like Glacier, was a bit caught out by the start and lost the position there, so that helped me building a gap and just driving away from the field and mainly focusing on passing the GT traffic.
Well, you now, say, 11 seconds behind Commander Simsport. They've got Mitchell de Jong behind the wheel of that car. Miguel Martins on his first stint. What's the plans for the next 3-4 hours of this event for you guys?
We're rotating through a bunch of drivers now. Miguel is gonna do 2 hours, and after that Jonas Nukarinen will take over the wheel.
And of course,
we'll see from there.
And of course, you guys have got a lot of experience running, of course, in the Neo Endurance Series. Also, you ran in the 24 Hours of Spa. Also, a lot of you drivers run, of course, guaranteed into the 2015 iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. So, is this a bit of an early head-to-head then against de Jong in top-level competition?
I think so, yeah. Miguel raced against him in the Pro Series, where he was almighty, of course, with all his wins. But yeah, it should be good fun.
Well, just before we let you go, have the opportunity to give a shout out to the Radicals organisation, because I do believe that you are indeed radical enough.
We certainly are, and also shout out to the GT3 car who's doing the race in the second split, I believe.
Well, we'll talk to you guys a little bit later on. There you can see Miguel Martin currently behind the wheel. That was Paul Ilbring for the Radicals Online organisation, powered by SteelSeries and Simulay. Also, we have got ourselves Ryan Littlemore here. And, well, Ryan, take us through your day, because it's not been potentially as good as you might have wanted it to be.
No, not really. Obviously, going to the race, we were just going to keep it consistently clean, because we haven't got the pace of the leaders, so we're just here for fun. And out of the bus stop, I had a bit of a sideways moment and went into the wall. No, I got rear-ended actually by another HPD, so we had about 8 minutes of repairs, so we took that and the optionals and went back on track, coming back in last place. So came back out and just kept clean laps and moved the way up the order, so I think we're now 10th, so we're on our way upwards, so we're just going to keep it clean and consistent.
Well, the thing with a 24-hour race is that it's almost a victory to finish anyway. So what is the plan now for the rest of this race? Is it just going to be a case of turning laps, getting that car home? How aggressive do you think you're going to be? And also, do you think that, you know, there's still a possibility if other drivers start falling off the racetrack that there's still a top 5 in hand for you guys?
Really, we're just going to keep it clean. We know this is a long race. We've still got a lot of time left to go, and we've got Sahil in the car at the minute, and he's just doing what he does best, and it's just do clean, consistent laps, avoid any trouble with any other drivers, and just, I think that's our main strategy. As I said, we've said this from the start. Just keep it clean. We're not really going for any podiums or top 5 finishes. We're just going to keep it clean and get to the end, and that's probably our own major goal in this race here.
Well, before we let you go, I'd like to give a shout out at all to your sponsors, your teammates, etc.
Apex Racing, obviously the sole man in the team. We've got 2 Apex Racing Academy drivers in. Daniel, obviously you will know who Dan is. Also Cam Stark, he's our next man after Sahil. Also Ryan93, the YouTube channel. You guys as well, RaceSpot, and a shout out to Mr. Randolph Chenworth for allowing us to use the livery for this race, and also myself because it's my birthday today, so nice way to spend your 22nd birthday doing a 24-hour race.
Yes, indeed. Happy birthday to you, Mr. Ryan Littlemore. I did do a more energetic one earlier on, but I might scare the 4 viewers that are probably still watching this one away.
Nah, it's alright, you know, it's all about the broadcast, just keep it at that. Yep. You're doing a good job, guys, and hope you have a successful broadcast as well during the late stage of the race. No worries, you go, enjoy your event as well. Ryan Littlemore then, down in the field so far, as we just actually saw there, the TNTRacing.com #1 car, having a bit of a wide moment down in turn number 1 at Leicester, and Robert Tinsley currently behind the wheel of that. We'll get that on the replay. But so easy to push wide there, and he actually lost himself 2 seconds in the space of 1 corner.
Yeah, it was a unfortunate incident, I suppose, because he was catching Ashley Owen, or he was he actually ahead of Ashley Owen? Did he drop back because of it?
Him, I think he was just right behind him.
Oh, okay. Well, he's like you say, he's lost 2 seconds. I'm sure he can regain those 2 seconds, and he's got 8 seconds over the GoGo Japan car, which is in 6th place behind him.
Yep, 2.5 seconds right now, the gap between the Vortex Sim Racing HPD car of Ashley Owen and TNTRacing.com #1 car of Robert Tinsley. Of course, both Vortex Sim Racing and TNT Racing will be represented in the 2015 iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, and of course you can see all of that one exclusively live here on RaceSpot TV. We've got plenty of action for you this year. Of course, we've got 4 races of the Road Warrior Series. Our next broadcast after this one will actually be the 12 Hours of Sebring in March. We've also got for you the iRacing.com Petit Le Mans and the Bathurst 1000, bringing you exclusive coverage of the 2015 iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, and also the 2015 iRacing.com Indianapolis 500 as well. Flag to flag enhanced coverage. It will be one of the biggest telecasts that we've ever done. Rachel, what a year to kick off, what a way to kick off RaceSpot TV for 2015. Actually, we're only a couple of days away from the first anniversary of RaceSpot.
Yeah, we are, and it's what a big, achievement for RaceSpot TV and the ground that we've covered as a company. It's impressive to see, and with the list of broadcasts we have this year, including the Indy 500, of course, the 24 Hours of Daytona, the Bathurst 1000, it's going to be a humongous year, and looking forward to being part of it.
In the interim, you'd like to give a shout out to someone who's kind of had a bit of an accident.
I would indeed, yes. I'm giving a shout out to Mr. 4000 iRacing. A few people will know what that means. Linus Brodström, he's Swedish, but a big member of the UK community, and he's also known to RaceSpot from MovieGo Racing in the STC Black Cup, because we have Movano Racing Team in this race we're broadcasting now. He's been after a light concussion and multiple injuries after coming off his snowmobile at 75 miles an hour. Oh dear, Linus, oh dear. You can't even avoid the wrecking in real life.
Yeah.
So yeah, big shout out. Get well soon, Linus Bronstrom.
He came in like, I'm not even going to do that one. As you can see there, Yerno Barry battling with EJ Rourke right now. Battle for P number 5 and 6. Direct Clutch Motorsports and Timmy Hill Motorsports. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, live timing and scoring is available throughout this entire race. Head over to RaceSpot.tv/timing. And, well, Lester, this battle for P5, 6, 7 still going on, even though we are now 2 hours into this event.
I've been keeping a close eye on it, in fact, and there's lots of stuff happening, just getting distracted by someone seemingly going off there. I'm watching Sven Kresma at the moment in P8. He was right up behind 7th place, or 6th place as he is, Mr. Van der Laar, which is an interesting one, and lots happening in this fight. Well, it's an ongoing situation.
Yeah, even though we are 2 hours into this event, it is still very close between a couple of drivers. We've also got New World Simsports versus Core Motorsports as well, as they continue their battles on the racetrack. We are joined, though, for another chat. We've got Kevin Bluewood here from the Arctic Circle team, and they are involved in this incredible battle that is going on right now on the racetrack, as we have a look at that number 181 car as it works himself back onto the banking once again. Still currently Tommy Hucker behind the wheel of that, as he's looking to the outside actually of the car ahead of him, which is the Timmy Hill Motorsports car as they come through NASCAR turn number 3 and 4 once again. And Kevin, well, welcome to RaceSpot TV. You guys are in P7 in a great little battle now for P5, P6 and P7 overall. How's your race been so far?
Well, we've been running quite conservative strategy here, so we just kept it on the road for the first few hours. We're going in for a driver change soon. I will take the car over, and we had a small unfortunate event on the 1 hour mark. Dominic did a small spin on the horseshoe, but without that we've been doing quite good. Pit strategy is working, and everything seems to go according to the plan.
Yep, as they can see, actually just moving now ahead of that drivers. And there we can see the gap now is about 4 tenths of a second back in. Of course, we're only 2 and a bit hours into today's event. Still very close in this mid-pack. Do you think that you're being held up at all, really, being down here in this three-way scrap, or is it actually helping you guys with the ability to work the draft together?
Well, we have been we got caught up in the traffic on the first hour or so. But now it seems a lot better. We're running the guys down in front of us. After Tommy has done his job of running these guys down, I will just bring my stint to the over, and we'll see what happens. But now the traffic situation looks quite clear for us, but it might change any second, so quite hard to tell in the future.
Well, of course, one of the good things about this event is that you've got 4 GT3 cars, each with their own little twerks, individual strengths and weaknesses, and then you've got the prototypes. The fact that there's only really 9 prototypes kind of like running consistently right now, does that help you guys, not have to worry so much about traffic? And of course, it's very wide, the oval part here, compared to when we go to Road Atlanta a little bit later on this year, when it's going to be very narrow in sector number 1.
Well, yeah, the traffic hasn't been such a problem for me, let's say, in the practice. It's quite easy to spot the HPDs coming through on this track since it's very wide, and there really isn't any blind spots on the track, so you will see the guy behind you coming through. But if you get caught up in the infield with all the HPDs, because usually they come in one pack, as we saw in the start of the race, that's really going to slow you down. And Dommy had a lot of problems just navigating his way through the HPD back, who was trying to get past him in the infield section.
Just saw that New World Simsport coming back onto the racetrack after 55.7 second stop for those guys. Just before we let you go, is there anyone who you'd like to give a shout out to, buddy?
Well, I'd like to give a shout out to the Club Finland guys, and especially the Glacier Racing team guys who are running the HPD. Good luck to you guys. I'll hop on the wheel of the GT3 and we'll see what we can do.
Well, there you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go back on board one more time. It's the Arctic Circle racing car. Tommy Hucker behind the wheel. Thank you very much, Kevin. We'll hopefully talk to you a little bit later on.
Yeah, as well.
So we can see there, Arctic Circle Racing is still scored in 3rd place right now. Although while we were talking to them, Cam, they found a way of getting past 2 drivers. So it looks as though if you talk to us, we give you an extra 50 horsepower.
I believe that's exactly what happened. Of course, I do have to say, big fan of that simple paint scheme. Really do enjoy the colors and the coloring there of the. I don't even know if it's like flames on it or something like that, but it's a very nice looking roof car. Of course, when you have a good paint job, it always goes faster. So, you know, he did manage to get his way through the field, through those both Timmy Hill Motorsports and Direct Clutch Motorsports cars, though, but I believe we are just about to start hitting more pit stops. It was strange. New World Cinesport came into the pits, the Ford GT there, and I was kind of not expecting them to. They swapped drivers and are back on the road, so not too sure what's up with that, whether we're going to be starting pit stops soon or not.
Well, they were, Lester, they were about 8 minutes earlier than what they were on their first stint. So what they've done actually is they kind of hurt themselves a little bit, because now they're kind of off sequence on that strategy thing again. They only did really about 50 minutes. And having a look at the Brazil power team as well, they come in a little bit earlier. I'm a little bit surprised that they've both kind of, you know, gone away from that early strategy of just trying to get themselves into a window. They're right there in traffic right now.
It'll be interesting to see how it'll all play out. Really, everybody else has when they come into to box or pit. It'll be interesting to see if that strategy is played off, if it's benefited them or not. We'll just have to see. I am not a master statistician.
You might be a master of puppets, though.
I've been called many things, Will.
Yes. So we can see JD Lard there in the window lookers car, which I have to say, Rachel, I'm not sure how I'm exactly going to enunciate this, but wham!
Wham indeed, Will. That's probably the best enunciation of that occurrence.
Yeah,
I don't know what else to say.
It's a little bit like Sillet Bang meets something else. I really should take that camera away from the front of the car. Now I've just seen what that one is. If you are a young viewer, I do have to apologise for that one. But interesting livery, and this is what I always like about these long events, Rachel, actually. People put a lot of effort into their skins. We have got to, of course, give a shout out to the amazing guys over at Trading Paints as well.
We do indeed. Of course, Trading Paints making a massive update and lots of work on their behalf to allow team custom paint schemes to actually be uploaded and run through the Trading Paints service. So a big moment for them in changing how they run their system, allowing iRacing Team Racing to progress even further, Will.
By the way, I know we're only 2 hours in, but I have made my first absolute stupid moment there. Cam, those 4 GTs did do an hour on their stint. I was just looking at the clock wrong.
Okay, alright, I was kind of wondering what the heck was going on there. I'm looking at the time, I'm looking at my clock on the wall. It's not the time where they pitted last time, so very confusing for me over here in the East Coast commentary booth. But you know what? Hey, we got this all sorted out, and I will say that live timing and scoring screen works absolutely fantastic. No problems there. I was able to do the entire first hour of commentary solely based on that timing and scoring screen. Very, very good to have.
Yep, so we need to give a shout out to Nick Thiessen for that one as well. And don't forget, by the way, you can still keep in contact with us on Twitter. Use the hashtag iRacing24H. So all of you people running, or of course, if you've got any questions for us as well, let us know on the YouTube channel. Because, Rachel, we did get one actually a little bit earlier on, about 5 minutes ago. I wonder or not I can still find that one. It's from Alexander Finisto. Does damage get repair over time? I'll translate one. Basically, does damage get repaired? Yes, it does. And iRacing literally have, in the last couple of days, brought out a new build. And it is done in such a way that basically you will be able to get your car back out onto the racetrack. But it's not a case of, oh, here you are, back you go. No Audi pit stops here. It will take anywhere up to, 15 minutes to an hour, depending on what the issues are of the car. And, of course, if you completely total your car, engine, suspension as well, as a Club 100 car going off actually there, the 00 machine, that in turn number 1, that's Raymond Norris behind the wheel of that one, then basically it's going to take even longer to get yourself back out.
I think he hit the Radicals car.
I think he did, yes. No,
he did hit the Radicals car.
You're right, Will. They have introduced a new system with the ability to swap out an engine or different corners of the car. Of course, it will take a realistic amount of time, so expect to be in the pits for an hour maybe or more if you have severe damage on that car.
Yeah, we're going to get ourselves another look at this one then. We'll have to try and find a way of showing it to you, because it is at a very weird angle. But coming down in towards turn number 1, let's slow it down right about here. Ooh, just skimming the rear there, Cam, of that Radicals online car. Now, I'm not sure, because it did brush directly across the rear of it. I'm not quite sure how much damage will be done to that Radicals online car, but big moment for that Club 100 car, and he's got a lot of damage to his car.
Yeah, absolutely. You believe he went in the tire barrier after that huge issue, though. Our number 2 car overall here in that Radicals Online prototype, he's collected rear damage both on the rear diffuser and the rear wing. Unknown if he's got rear suspension damage. It's going to be a very big issue there. That rear diffuser really helping that prototype car. Big drama for our second place HPD car, and of course no fault of his own. Normally when you see a prototype getting in trouble, you can kind of blame themselves. But no, that Club 100 car just absolutely lit the brakes right up, lost control of that rear-engine car, and just tapped right into the back of that car. That could have been a lot worse, Will.
It very well could have been that Radicals car temporarily or permanently out of the race. So here we can see them, that Club 100 00 car swiping across. If that was 6 inches further ahead on the racetrack, that would have been game over there for that Radicals car. To give you an update, that last lap time for Miguel Martin was a 1:38.569. We will try and find out if there is any damage to that Radicals Online car. We don't see any smoke coming from the rear of it. We do see just a little bit of damage to that car, but it is still circulating on the racetrack, so potentially a huge bullet just dodged there, Lester.
Yeah, it's for a back marker. It's always interesting to know exactly how much to sort of pull over. Really, it's awkward. I mean,
big spin.
Yeah, we have actually got another spinner that's down there as well, and that was Sahil Mustang, actually just ahead of that Radicals car. Carry on there, Lester.
Yeah, Sahil running in 10th place overall in the prototypes at the moment, and doing okay, I suppose. But yeah, I want to know really as well. Next time we get a driver on in the conversation about being sort of a back marker, about how easy it is to be overtaken and do it in a sort of a graceful way. Is there sort of an official way of doing it? I don't know.
Well, Cam can answer that one in an extent, and I've always said one thing, because of course, team manager for Banshee Autosport, actually a big shout out to the guys over at Banshee ROX. They are running here today in the 24 Hours of Daytona in a slightly lower split, but a huge shout out to them. One thing you always get in endurance racing, Cam, it's very simple. Hold your line. Drive your race. People can get around you that way, because the second that you start doing different things every corner, it's only going to be a matter of time before you are going to basically end up in the wall, potentially taking someone with you.
The big thing is just being predictable. That's sort of the written rule, and the unwritten rule, really, and the rule of thumb. Pretty much what everybody says is just maintain your line, be predictable, don't do anything crazy. You don't have to jump out of the way of these prototypes. Everyone is just racing their own race, and we'll get back and let everybody just play through. We have seen issues where that doesn't happen, and we will see issues later on in the race, where everything starts closing up. We can't even begin to start talking about the end phase of this race. That's in another 22 hours, only 22 hours, I might add. But and Will Vincent's doing the whole thing by himself. So. No, it's just it's one of those things. You just gotta let each other play through. Relax, just relax. We're racing cars, but just relax.
Indeed so. As they can see, that Radicals Online Miguel Martin car, last time by for him. Give you an update, a 137.0. So Rachel, not the end of the world for him. If there is any damage, he'll probably try and eke it out to that next pit stop. Maybe spend 30 seconds on pit road getting repairs, and then come back out. But that car is at least drivable right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and I can't really particularly see much damage, if anything, on the back of that Radicals online car. It seems pretty safe right now. Can't say the same though for Sahil Mustak in that RLCS racing car. He's definitely got a fair bit of damage on the rear diffuser on that left rear quarter.
So then, who are we going to pay our attention to right now? By the way, just give you an update. You can see the times. They are going to tick up on the left-hand side of the screen as they work themselves past the start-finish line. Your prototype field has got very spread out, but still got a nice little battle going on between these two drivers, and it's been one that's been going on for a bit of a while right now, and they can see running from the rear of Direct Clutch Motorsports and John O'Barry behind the wheel of that car, to Timmy Hill Motorsports, EJ O'Rourke behind the wheel of that car, as they work themselves back down in toward turn number 6 on the racetrack. Once again, Lester.
Yeah, there's been, just to keep you updated as to what's going on in the Go Japan car, because I know a few people are following that team at the moment. There's been a driver change. Yuya Tanaka has been replaced by Ryosuke Iwasaki.
Yes.
Thank you.
And actually, of course, another driver who has made his name in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, didn't get himself a black truck for 2015. Once again, an A-class driver. You can see that as we ride on board then with that running racing car driver, normally in World Championship competition, down to a blue stripe, so an A-class license for him. He won't be running in the 2015 iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. But battle's still going on in your GT field. Give you an update, by the way, on drivers who are running down the field or out of the race. Now, the number 212 car of Danny Conlon didn't start this race, so they're not taking any part in this action. Justin Wagner has currently scored 48 laps down, but is circulating in the Supersport racing car. So it's a tough day for them, and we did expect to see them probably a little bit higher up than the field than what we expected. Well, we've also then got New World Sport AB, Ben Likens. They are scored multiple laps down right now in that number 902 car, well down in the field in their respective class. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step aside for just one more moment. We'll be right back after these messages. You're watching RaceSpot TV. We're going to go side by side and on board with the CTC racing car. We'll be back after this.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93, 39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you love it,
here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around, the 5 gets around. Big choke.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back then to RaceSpot TV, as we are now just about 2.5 hours into the inaugural iRacing.com Daytona 24 Hours. Don't forget, live timing and scoring is available if you head over to RaceSpot.tv/timing. And we've got plenty of onboard action for you as well from New World Sim Sport and also Commander Sim Sport here on our RaceSpot TV YouTube channel as well. And don't forget, plenty of action available. And a big shout out to all of the iRacers around the world taking part in this, the inaugural iRacing.com Daytona 24 Hours. And got ourselves a couple of people to have a chat with as well. And we've got one of them who we've been paying a little bit of attention to. And it is the Timmy Hill Motorsports car. Currently with EJ Rourke behind the wheel of that one. Running on board of him. And we have Mr. Timmy Hill himself. So hello, Timmy.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Well, it is currently, I don't even know what time it is, what, 10:30 in America?
Yeah, for us, we got pretty lucky. It's only, 10:45 right now here in America, East Coast time.
Yep, so of course you got yourself an early start, but you guys running in P6 right now, having a bit of a ding-dong battle all day long with that direct clutch motorsports car ahead of you. And we saw you guys doing a little bit of good old-fashioned Daytona bump drafting at one point as well.
Yeah, I don't know if some of these guys are familiar with that or if they even care for that, but the Porsche, he's pretty good in the corners, and in the BMW you got a little more power, so we catch them on the straightaways. But to keep the speed going and prevent time loss, what we do is just stay in line. Don't want to causing a mix-up. It's a long race, 24 hours. Like you said, we're only 2.5 hours in. So EJ's in the car right now, doing a great job. But yeah, I was trying to do the best I could of getting the most time as possible. So good old-fashioned bump drafting down the front straightaway. Hopefully the Porsche, he didn't. Hopefully he was good with that. I know some of these road guys are a little funny about that, but like you said, 2.5 hours in. I know a lot of cars already have gotten damaged or even crashed out. So to do my stint, I ran 2 fuel stints, which are about 31 laps each. So all these cars can go without a scratch on it. So we're pretty happy about that. Long race to go. EJ's in it now. We got a 5-man lineup. Adam Gilliland's next in the car. Then followed by that is Dylan Duval. And then our 5th driver you won't see for a while now. It's David Comstock. He'll take the night shifts. Luckily for us, he's an American, but he's on the West Coast. So those times don't really bother him too much. It'll be about 12 midnight for him when he takes his stints over. And about 3 a.m. for us.
On the West Coast. Yes, I'm bringing out that old AT&T advert from a couple of years ago. It's still stuck in my head. But we've got Adam Gilliland here as well. And Adam, you guys are running in the BMWs. We're having a look here at you working yourself down in towards turn number 7 on the racetrack once again. The BMW, I've always said actually, it's probably the most comfortable to drive. We have seen a couple of the roofs lock up down in towards turn number 1. Of course, you've got ABS settings, traction control settings on this BMW, but it's still very tough to drive at the limit.
Yeah. Out of all the GT cars, I'd probably say I like the BMW most, and that's part of the reason why we chose it. It's very comfortable to drive, and it's got good straight line speed. But yeah, I don't really have any complaints about it. Sometimes, though, it's got a little bit of a wobble coming out of the corners. It's got traction control on it, but sometimes it doesn't really work like it should. So you still got to wheel it a little bit, but it's not too bad of a drive.
Well, before we let you guys go, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to? Fans, family, spouses who are hating the fact you're running a 24-hour race, etc.?
Yeah, I guess I'll take it from here. I'm sure Adam has people to thank too, but you know, this is Timmy Hill Motorsports effort, but it's kind of a shared joint effort. Cody Bias Racing is involved in it as well. They do, I guess everybody in our team, we're all pretty much oval guys, so doing this road stuff is a little different for us. EJ's in the car. I know he doesn't do too much road stuff, so different points in the race will be up and down, but thank all the sponsors in the car. I think we got JDRF, US Chrome, Monster Energy, JDR Graphics, all supporting us in this particular race. We got beautiful looking Mustang, or not Mustang, BMW out here.
It's not 2012.
No, I ran the Mustang in 2012 and the real Rolex 24, but I tell you, this race is a blast. I'm sure Adam has some people to thank as well, but we're out here having a great time. Thank you for the broadcast as well.
Adam, anyone?
Yeah, I got to thank you guys for putting on the broadcast. Also got to thank my NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series supporter, Gary Mercer Trucking. He's also on board the BMW, as well as Tim Square Motorsports. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
By the way, TT, if you are free, come and have a chat to us a little bit later on. Just before we let you go, actually, Adam, you're getting into pre-season now. Of course, Tim's Corner Motorsports and the Web Racing Network are going to be providing coverage of the shootout very soon here on iRacing Live. And, of course, we're not far away from you guys, once again, taking the track into the 2015 iRacing.com NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series. So, looking forward to that one?
Yeah, I am. Got all my Cody Bias Racing teammates geared up, ready for that. I think preseason thunder, like you said, is Tuesday, and then I think we actually kick off the season here in about 3 or 4 weeks on the 24th. So looking forward to it.
Well, good luck in that one. Of course, you'll be able to see the entirety of the NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series, powered by iRacing.com on iRacing Live, also on the New England Sports Network and MRN, the Motor Racing Network, and on PSR TV. So thank you very much to Adam Gilliland and also to Timmy Hill from Timmy Hill Motorsports, as their car runs in the 6th place on the racetrack right now. We've got a couple of tweets. We'll come to those in a couple of moments' time, as we've got our third round of pit stops just taking place, and Ruku Anatalo is out of the car for the first time today, and it is now Emil Emil Ritvatanini behind the wheel of that car. We're just going to call him Emil for the course of his stint, but he's now behind at number 41 car, Lester.
Yeah, it's less than a second. It's a gap that's decreasing every lap or so. It's interesting to see that the Radicals not really with Miguel behind the wheel, not really making too much inroads on that Coanda, which is way out in front in the lead with De Jong.
Yeah, and it's actually on pit road right now, is Mitchell De Jong. It looks like he is going to double stint that one. So we've also got the TNT Racing #1 car on pit road. Now, of course, Commander Simsport, for those of you who are just joining us, they actually started down in the pack as David Williams is actually going to get behind the wheel of that TNT Racing.com #1 entry, as it's a 30.4 second stop there from Mitchell De Jong. Back out onto the racetrack he goes, and TNT Racing, David Williams, they are continuing their pit stop count.
Yes, they are, Will. TNT Racing car coming in. David A. Williams, a driver that we know very good in the BMW normally, is now in that HPD for TNT Racing. Robert Tinsey having done the entirety of the driving up until now. Definitely quite a lion's share still there, but, you know, this is a 24-hour race. We'll see how long David A. Williams stays in that number 37 prototype.
And it's also worth remembering, Cam, that we have got ourselves, of course, what we call a fair share rule here in this endurance race. So basically, if you've got drivers in the team, you have got to do a fair share of your time in there. So these drivers getting their early stints in now, we might not see them again, but they have to do enough, otherwise their team will get disqualified. As by the way, Miguel Martin just lost the position.
Speaking of that, we just had that news come out of the real Rolex 24 when the number 10 Velocity, or what is it? The Wayne Taylor Racing Daytona prototype got pushed all the way back to the last position for prototypes due to going over drive time limits by about, I believe it was some 17 minutes. And so, you know, hopefully you don't have anything like that happen here today. People are keeping their eyes on the time trackers. Of course, we have had issues with that in other endurance series here on iRacing and the hosteds. So hopefully we can avoid that and everything will go nice and clean for today.
There you can see then, we'll just slow it down, the Radicals Online car, Miguel Martin, being one of the first real victims of the driver cut slowdown penalty there on the exit of the bus stop chicane. And he slows that car down, did it early. There are many ways that you can take this penalty, Cam. You can either slow down immediately, or you can run it on the high side, just basically crack that throttle. You lose about the same amount of time either way. The issue is, though, if you do it late on, it really compromises your speed and also where you think you have to brake for turn number 1. If you get out of the way early, you still have close to the same speed when you actually come down into that first corner, so it's a lot easier to get that brake done.
Yeah, I mean, you can give it up, you know, you can go crack the throttle, as you say. I kind of prefer that method rather than pulling over and slowing down, just because, you know, you only lose, well, I mean, you can lose about the same amount of time, but you're carrying a lot more speed. But it's all preferential, and it all depends on where you're doing it. Now, of course, here at Daytona, I haven't really had to deal with time stops going through the bus stop. That's not something I'm familiar with. But you have places at Spa, like going up Eau Rouge, because we have been there very frequently. I'm very happy to be here at Daytona getting away from Spa. Not that Spa's anything wrong with it. We've just been there for a lot. But you go up Eau Rouge, you can give up the lion's share of that time back penalty in the braking zones into Les Combes. So you really don't lose any time at all, but a lot of people still pull over and get on the brake. And, of course, that can cause other issues on itself. But, you know, it is, you know, important to give that time back. I mean, you have cut the course, so it is something that you got to do.
Well, here we can see then the Radicals Online car is now 1 second behind the Glacier Racing car of Emil as they continue to battle for position on the racetrack. And, well, Miguel Martin still just turning those laps away right now. We did also see a spinner. That was Luke Betts there in that number 99 Evolution Racing Australia car, as he scored 16th place in the GT class. And actually he's got himself Jorn Jens right behind him. The recovering Jorn Jens, of course, Rachel. Had himself some technical issues earlier on. Back out onto the racetrack, trying to get himself a position up. And this one should be pretty easy for Jens, as he was on the high side. Or Leicester, seeing as Rachel's disappeared.
Yes, sorry, Will. Yes, I was actually just looking at a really interesting, not to change the subject, of course, on purpose, but just looking at a really interesting ding-dong battle at the very, very front between Emil and Miguel. The Glaciers versus the Radicals. 1 second in it between them after the pit stops, and they're both negotiating traffic really, really well. But will traffic come into play? and who will end up in second place.
Well, yes, and this is one that I think will go on for a very, very long time. Not really seen much of Emil, actually, in that Glacier Racing cars. I haven't really got much of a scouting card on him, but it does look as though he's got good speed, and we know how good Miguel Martin is, of course. Maybe this is one of those dark horses, and I did talk about potentially Glacier Racing having some dark horses in their cars, which they could come into play later on in the race also can.
Well, yeah, it's not only that. I mean, he's got a red helmet. That's, you know, that's there too, for information, you know, hey. But, you know, if they're on Glacier Racing, they're probably going to be a very fast driver. I'm not that familiar with Emil Riviani me either, but
I think you got that right.
No, I didn't at all. I like it. We'll keep it that way. No, I'm sure I'll get shot at the end of the broadcast. There'll be one commentator short just because of the names. But, you know, we'll have to ask him. We'll have to actually see. Maybe he'll come up into the commentary booth with us after his stint, and we can have a conversation with him. Or maybe we can get Riku Alatalo to tell us. But, you know, not that that's a PA call or anything like that. But, no. As going to the outside of the international hairpin. No, very tight. I believe they did make contact, but no harm, no foul there. Amelia being very aggressive, trying to either keep up or catch up to that Coanda Simsport car. But I just don't think there is any catching that Coanda Simsport car right now. Yeah, we'll get ourselves another look of it then. As you see, down to the outside, he looked coming down into the corner. He did just get a little bit aero push there as he worked himself through the international horseshoe. But what it has done is it has meant that Radical's online car is actually now a lot closer. He's gained a couple of attempts in that draft right now as they continue their journey on the racetrack once again as they work themselves through NASCAR turn number 1 and 2. Got ourselves another Twitter, and this one is actually a question for me. How is Will Vincent going to manage this broadcast and then watching the Super Bowl tomorrow? I simply have no idea on that one. Well, the way it's kind of working, Cam, is I think I'm doing 8 hours a day, trying to get some sleep. Then tomorrow I'm back for the last 7 hours of the race. Then I want to train to London to go and book into a hotel to go and watch the official NFL viewing party of the Super Bowl down at the O2 Arena in London. And hopefully I might just about survive. Well, hopefully won't fall asleep during the game, because these Super Bowl games, they've the last couple of years have not been necessarily what I would call a close, but you know what? If everything goes well and they keep those balls inflated for Tom Brady, they're hopefully going to go score a lot of points, as of course those New England Patriots did score, I think, like triple the amount of points that they did with those deflated balls, so that's what I like to say. But Will, are you going to be wearing your Seahawks jersey?
No, I'm not. I'm going to wear my Colts jersey, like a proud Colts
jersey. Okay, well, as a sore losing Colts fan. No.
No. We had this argument off air, actually.
I know we did.
That I actually, you know, we lost to a better team.
Never wear a jersey to the game. Oh, yes. Well, I have a coworker of mine. He was a huge Colts fan. I walked in. I was like, boy, if they didn't deflate those balls, you would have only lost by 30. And he's like, I know.
Yeah.
But no. So that did happen. As we do derail the commentary train for the first bit. What's the time? 2 hours and 40 minutes in? That was a fair amount of time. We're pretty good there.
It wasn't derailing because, of course, we're actually responding to a Twitter question, so we'll let people off.
Hey.
Direct Clutch Motorsports, 3 tenths of a second ahead of New World Simsport Moonshine. Sima Lupinen behind the wheel of that car, and Yone Abari still behind the wheel of the Direct Clutch Motorsports car, working themselves through the second horseshoe, down the coming towards 6 once again. Nice little scrap still going on here there, Cam.
It is, and it's great to see that McLaren getting right up, right behind that roof car. I keep looking at the intricate details on this roof car. That must have been a pain right in the rear end to paint that thing. As of course we do have here in iRacing, for those who don't know, we do have our custom skin community very alive and well here, and boy, that must have taken quite a lot of effort. Maybe not so much with the New World Simsport Moonshine car. It's very white.
Yes, and
the Motorsports car goes right off the wall.
Wow!
Oh, commentator's curse. Oh boy,
that was our first big commentator's curse of. And you know what? Actually, at that particular point I was about to mention something on Facebook. That will go down, I think, in the highlight reel after the race. We're just actually having a look at the rear spoiler of that number 76 guy. And I actually was about to get the epic pen out to just highlight what it was. Then, bam, into the wall. Kind of game over for that car.
What have we done?
I'm not quite sure. What have we done, Cam?
I feel terrible right now. Oh no! So that car right into the tire barrier. He got that out. He's heading right to pit lane right as we speak. Very terrible. Jean-Mo Barry, we're very sorry, the Direct Clutch Motorsports driver, that we put your car in the wall for you. Boy.
Yeah. So there we are. We're literally just having a look at it. We've got it on the replay as well. So we do have to apologise then to Yono Barry in that Direct Clutch Motorsports car. Slammed hard into the wall there. Visit them on Facebook though, please, Direct Clutch Motorsports. Because we really do apologise for that one. But he does get that car back out, brings it onto pit road. But this was a car, Leicester, that have been battling for P5 on the racetrack all race long. We'll get ourselves one more look at it actually, because it was just clipping that curb on the inside, coming into that corner. That was pretty much ruined the race for him.
Yeah, so well done, Will and Cam. He's completely ruined that front end. Almost.
Did you write on the screen?
It's a long way still to go. That's the only, I suppose, small comfort that they can take from it. That they can gradually get themselves back into a decent position, just like RLCS Racing has. They had 10 minutes in the pits at the start of the race, and now they're back up racing in what position? Overall in 13th overall and in 10th in the prototypes. So long way to go.
And by the way, that car is on pit road getting itself what will be substantial repairs. At least 15 minutes, I think, is going to be on pit road there, Cam.
Yeah, and speaking of pit road, CTC Racing Gronald Ritchie comes right in front of him and stops on the Direct Clutch Motorsports car. He comes in, he's going to be getting tires and fuel, some more Michelin tires for that BMW. And Gronald Ritchie, being a very good pilot, of course, one of the champions of Lotus 79, I believe he's got 6 champions, and of course where I got my start on commentary is doing videos with Gernot Verjay, so very big shout out to him for launching my I wouldn't really call this a career or anything like that, but you know, hey, I'm here. So anyways, yeah, he comes into the pits now. Everyone's starting to get really off sequence from one another, which is very interesting to see these different strategies. There was the 5th place car, CTC Racing, now in the pits. You still have Arctic Circle Racing, Core Motorsports, and Falcon GP who have yet to pit, and it's just a great thing to see this strategy starting to evolve over here at the 24 Hours of Daytona, Will.
It's that point that we kind of need to keep up with it, Leicester, but this is what makes endurance racing so special, because I always say, you're not racing your competitors here, you are racing against that 24-hour clock. If you can beat that, you beat everyone else. And for Fritche, 1 minute free pit stop for him, back out onto the racetrack.
It almost goes against almost everything all your instincts as a driver, because if you're racing in a pack, you want to beat the cars that are around you, even though you might be out of sequence, they might be out of sequence, and you're not really sort of racing them. They might be in a completely different race to you, like you say. And it's kind of weird having to switch your mindset as a driver, I think, into racing to your pre-agreed time or your stint or your whatever your fuel level is. But these things are starting to get mixed up, and thank goodness we've got live timing to help us keep on top of it all.
Yeah, it is a lifesaver here today, as David Williams and Boyne van der Laar have been battling for position on the racetrack. About 1.2 seconds is the gap between them, and there's a lot of traffic actually now for David Williams to deal with in this first part of the lap. They're actually going 2 wide ahead of him in your GT class. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars there, Cam, that TNT Racing is going to have to get past very quickly, and they're going to go 2 wide pretty much ahead of him. He's going to have to slow it down, wait in line, and that means that Boy van der Laar is now right on the rear of Williams.
Yeah, that Phoenix Motorsports car having caught right up. Is he going to go too wide into the turn? Yes, he is. He's going to try and push that HPD wide. Not sure it's going to work, as the roofs are going to stick over to the right. Yep, so he's going to have to back right out, that Phoenix Motorsports car is, and allow David A. Williams that position back. This is a big trouble going in through the infield section here at Daytona. Is always a big trouble for these HPDs, as the TNT car gets stuck behind as they go 3 wide.
Amazing.
That has got to be the worst as another HPD comes in. Who's that? There's a blue one there. That is the Pure Racing Team LMP, and that was for position as well. So David A. Williams losing 2 positions there, coming in as they do come through the bus stop here. That has got to be a terrible position to be in, that BMW, as you got HPDs going on both sides, and you're just in the middle, white knuckle on the steering wheel, hoping nothing goes wrong, but they managed to get through this big traffic jam, and they come out with it unscathed.
Yeah, here's a replay then from on board of David Williams. You see, right about now, he just chooses the wrong lane. The BMW ahead of him just going a little bit slower, and that means you'll see the first he actually catches the apron as well. That allows the Phoenix car to go past, but that catching of the apron cost him straight line speed of about 10 miles an hour. So we'll get ourselves another look at that one from actually on board of David Williams' car. And that's our thing, Lester. And this is the point where you've got to be careful that you don't get too frustrated.
Frustration is going to be a big part of keeping your head together. Really, it's going to play a really big part in how well you progress through the field. Your lap times, if you want to keep it consistent, because no doubt these guys making their way through the pack or trying to recover a lost position do have to sort of keep themselves just calm a little bit, I think, Will.
Yeah, and there you can see then we've got our super slow-mo replay splitting it 3 wide on the very outside line. And of course, at Daytona, you're used to running 3 wide, but keep an eye out actually on that number 2 car just behind him, coming into view right about now. We'll just turn our attention over to it. You can see, just working that traffic perfectly, that outside line working very well for some of these drivers. We will try and get ourselves replay of the number 99 Evolution Racing Australia T1 car as well, because he's had himself a little bit of a wall brush on the outside of turn number 1, Cam.
Yeah, he was giving a lot of space to that very dairy-oriented BMW there, and either he was trying to get out of the way or what, he went way wide, brushed the wall, and managed to murder, I think, about 9,000 cones.
We would like to apologise to all the cones who have been injured in today's event, as Niels Kosh is on pit road in the Core Motorsports car, as he's making himself another pit stop. Pit time up to just over about a minute for him now in that number 33 car, as he is going to come back out and away any moment now. Very long stop, 69.4 seconds for him as he is back onto the racetrack. You've got JD Lard in the window licker's car there. Wham! Still circulating on the racetrack as well. We've got one on the car on pit road, and that's actually Jono Barry still, of course, who has been on pit road for quite a while now. And there you can see 5 minutes 44 seconds after he clobbered the wall on the exit of the bus stop chicane. And as far as everyone else, we've got another car just coming onto pit road. That is René Zendo in the Shark Motorsports machine, Lester.
There is action, Will, all over the track at the moment, and racing for position as well. In 5th place in the prototypes, the Phoenix Motorsports, Van der Laar at the wheel of that one. He's currently in a just continuing on from that three wide scrap that we saw earlier with Sven and David as well. But in the GTs, the NWSS Moonshine car right behind the Mad Cows at the moment.
Yeah, as we're going to ride along board actually with the NWSS Moonshine car as he works himself through NASCAR turn number 1 and 2. Simon Lappinen behind the wheel of that machine. Now, I'm just having a look actually, and coming down in towards the bus stop chicane once again. Just ahead of him is the Mad Cow Racing car, 9 tenths of a second on the racetrack. Craig Hunt's behind the wheel of that one, and we do know, Cam, that Mad Cow Racing team car incredibly consistent.
Yeah, that's kind of one of those things. You've got your extremely fast cars, of course, as we know, your Coenas and the like. But this Mad Cow Racing team, they're always just in the back. They're always ready to pounce in case one of the faster guys have a mistake. And these guys right now are running very comfortably in now third position.
Let's go then and pay attention to the overall LMP battle because, well, Mitchell de Jong. We talked about this a little bit earlier on. He won 9 rounds of the 2014-15 iRacing.com Pro Series of Road Racing. Got himself perfect points, got himself a golden ticket, and then some for the 2015 iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series runs in the X Games. Real world racing experience, one of the hottest talents in all of sim racing at the moment, and he has now got a 44 second gap over Emil in that number 41 car. Emil is battling with Miguel Martin for the second position, but this stint has just been absolutely deadly for Caramba Motorsport. They just dominated all of a sudden, Leicester.
I've been super impressed with Mitchell de Jong as you rightly talked him up as he took the wheel of the car, and also as well in the first stint as well. I've got to say a big shout out to Paul Ilbrink as well, who did a brilliant job in that Radicals, but who are now third place overall at this moment in time. But yes, as you say, Will, Mitch de Jong doing an absolute amazing job, consistently quickest, and almost 45 seconds. Incredible. Ahead.
Amazing stuff, actually. As we've got a spinning car around there, and that is the number 42 machine. We'll get ourselves a quick replay of that one, and that is the TBKLight.com Team A car. Perhaps I should have said nice things about the website earlier on. We're also joined by John Granger leading the way in one of the other splits here today, and of course what we've got to preface this by saying, of course, this is iRacing.com. For those of you who are new, the iRacing.com Motorsport Simulations, we are RaceSpot TV. There is more than just 43 drivers running, well, 41 drivers running in today's event. There are about 800 drivers, each trying to get themselves to iRacing.com victory lane in their own 24 hours of Daytona. So, John, from Walk Racing, hello, welcome to RaceSpot TV. How's your day going as we are celebrating one of the greatest weekends in all of iRacing history?
Hello, Will. Hello, everyone. Yes, really enjoying this one. It's great fun, isn't it?
It's amazing. Now, you guys aren't in this top split, but you are leading the way. Take us through how your day's been and, you know, who your competition's been like.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely fantastic day so far. As you said, we're from Walk Racing, and this is a team that's made up of 4 drivers, myself being one of them. I haven't been in the car yet, but I'm going to be in about an hour and 40, hour and 50 time. We've got Risto Capet, who is racing in the Touring Pro Series Virtual Carrera Cup. He's leading the championship. We've got Florian Voith from Germany, who is a GT Academy racer, and we've also got Johan Hellemans, who is a racing driver who races in various leagues throughout iRacing, raced in the Masters of Endurance Spa 24, and yeah, it's been a really good race so far, really enjoyable.
Very quickly, we have Tommy Hill back behind the wheel of the Timmy Hill behind the wheel of the Timmy Hill Motorsports car once again. The pass left racing car, Tom Thompson behind the wheel of that car as they make their journey on towards pit road. You've also got Peter Cohen in the Club 100 battered car right now, just making himself a pit stop, and Kevin Bluewood, we talked to him a little bit early on, he is now in behind the wheel of that number 181 car as pit stops continue then as far as your GT class goes. So, John, 24 hours of Daytona, take us through the preparation, take us through the emotions of going through qualifying, then into the race itself, that first hour, getting yourself into a rhythm. John?
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, I'm on.
Sorry, yeah.
Right, I'm not sure what happened there, but yeah, Daytona, it's the biggest race of the year for us, I think, especially with iRacing and how that is concerned. We're all motorsport fans on the team. We really do enjoy it, we really do enjoy watching it, and we watched it last week with the real race. But obviously our preparation, it's been a good couple of weeks. We've been practicing a lot with setup, trying to do a couple of hours each day. Probably over a week we're managing to do about 8 hours or so behind the wheel, each member of the team. And yeah, just really trying to get a good, comfortable setup, get comfortable in the car, comfortable with one another, which is the biggest thing I think about this race, getting that human aspect right so that you can all work together well. Everyone knows each other's strengths and weaknesses, and I think that is the most important thing.
Now, that's actually a really interesting point, the team dynamic in there, because of course, you've got to kind of find what I call mutual ground as far as things like setups go, because you've got one setup which you have to kind of run between the lot of you. How much of a compromise do you actually have to make in that?
Quite a lot, actually. I think with how we personally race, for example, I prefer a lower traction control and perhaps a lower ABS as well, whereas my teammates like traction control a little bit more midway in the settings and the ABS close to the top, the 9-10 kind of point. So I think that has been the biggest thing to really change in our driving style. Just getting used to the traction control and the ABS, which is such a big thing in these GT3 cars. We're racing the BMW. But I mean, with regards to the actual strategy itself, we've all got quite similar driving styles. Perhaps I'm a little bit more aggressive than my teammates. They're a touch smoother. So that's just been one thing that I've personally really been working on, and especially just during the race, trying to be as consistent as possible, and a good setup really does help.
Now, of course, there's still plenty, and I mean plenty of racing still to go here. What's the plan as we move down into the hours, they continue along, getting into what I like to call the graveyard shifts? Have you guys got a finite plan sorted out, or is it going to be get yourself to hour 12 and then continue as you will?
Well, I think we've really just got to play it by ear. I mean, I've done a lot of 24-hour racing, not in sim racing, but with slot car racing. That's another hobby that I do. We do a couple of 24-hour races over here in England, and the biggest thing that I've learned from those is just being completely flexible. So we have a plan that's been put into a spreadsheet, so we all roughly know when each driver's going to be in. But then you do have unforeseen things. During the week leading up to the race, both myself and both Florian have been quite ill. So that was something that we were having to consider and seeing exactly what was going to happen. And we're just trying to make sure that we're as fluid as possible. But as you say, just trying to keep the car on the track. We're not overly pushing. And I think at the minute we've got about a 30-second lead over the competition in our split, which is absolutely fantastic. We were in a very close battle at the start with the Delta Motorsport car. And then they had a PC glitch, went into the wall just coming out of NASCAR 4, and since then it's been a little bit of a quiet race, and we've just switched drivers. We've got Florian in, and we're going to see how that really goes.
Well, good luck to you then for the next part of that race. Walk Racing currently leading the way in their own class as we ride along board then with the driver of the Window Lickers, who just lost themselves a position as they're now down into P11 in the GT class. Thank you very much, John, for having a chat with us. We're going to get a word then with EJ Walk in just a couple of moments' time. Before we go any further, though, got ourselves another tweet to read out. This one, a little bit of a sad one once again. It is from KRT Sport. Lap 85 got themselves collected in a GT3 crash, and their day is done. And, well, Rachel, always sad to see drivers have their race ended early.
Sad indeed, Will, and it's something that happens unfortunately often in these races, and, well, absolutely gutting for the teams involved. But, well, it's racing. These things happen. Cars on the track at the same time. Sometimes they'll come together.
Got ourselves still Mitchell de Jong leading the way as he works himself along the banking once again. This is down through NASCAR Turn 2 down towards the bus stop chicane. Still had pit stops going on then in your GT class as well. But as we come down then to 3 hours of this race scored complete, it is time for your RaceSpot TV 3-hour recap brought to you by ANDWERNDESIGN. Mitchell de Jong leads away in Karan Simsport in your prototype class with a dominant lead of almost 50 seconds over Glacier Racing. Now, Karan Simsport had started the day down in the field in 12th position, moved themselves up 11 spots, driving through with Martin Conke for stint number 1 and 2. The second that de Jong got behind the wheel of that car, he has just obliterated the lap times. He's behind a little bit of traffic right now, but he's pushing on and has got himself the early advantage. Over in your prototype class we still got ourselves a battle going on between Glacier Racing and the Radicals Online team, as it's currently Miguel Martin behind the wheel of that car, Emil in the number 41 machine. Now, Emil is the second driver in that Glacier Racing car. Same applies to Miguel Martin, but they had themselves a little bit of a close moment about an hour or so ago as a GT3 car got himself all forms of loose down in towards turn number 1, and that's a Club 100 00 machine sliding across the rear of that Radicals Online car. A little bit of damage reported from that machine, however it is still going along and is only 5 seconds behind the Glacier Racing car. Over in GT, it has been a story of Falcon GP since the drop of the green flag here. Marcel Wiemers still leading the way, has led a total now of, let's have a look, of lots of laps even in class, but he, in a slightly different strategy to the 4 GTs, he can go on average about 4 to 5 laps longer compared to all of the other GT car classes. That means, potentially, they can save themselves up to 2 pit stops over the course of this event. As you can see, one of the cars is working himself past the Falcon GP car. That is not for position. That is actually just to unlap himself on the racetrack right now. Plenty of action going on down in your mid-pack here. As you can see, JD Lard in the Treble 2 car and René and Zenzo in the Shark Racing car. They go side by side down into turn number 1 once again. Only had a couple of retirements in today's race. couple of beats and bangs along the way, but still, it has been a great start to the inaugural iRacing.com 24 Hours of Daytona. We're going to step aside for just a couple of moments, and we'll be back after these messages. You're watching RaceSpot TV, because we are Endurance. We'll be right back.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93, 39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps.
Oh,
as you love it.
here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big jump.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV. Don't forget, you don't miss a moment on RaceSpot TV, side by side. Saw a couple of people making pit stops, including Risku Irisake back behind the wheel of the Go-Go Japan car, as they currently scored in 8th place on the racetrack. Still got ourselves some very close battles going on. As you can see there, it's JD Law battling right now with Remsen Azado as down in towards turn number 1. They come once again. The Window Lickers running on board of them. Live timing and scoring is available if you head over to racespot.tv/timing. That's the one. Also being streamed on motorsport.com. That's motorsport.com. We will at some point be on iRacing Live as well. There's been a couple of issues with that one today, but this race will be archived on iRacing Live as well. As soon as we get our coverage up on there, we shall let you know. A couple of onboards for you to check out as well from Commander Simsport. Of course, leading the way there, as you can see, Mitchell Dion driving along in that Commander Simsport HPD car. And then we also have ourselves an onboard as well from the New World Simsport organisation. And I have to say, Rachel, it's so good to get so many bits and pieces together for this race.
Absolutely, this is more than just a single event. We've got so many components that fit together for it. The commentary team here in the booth is one tiny element. We've got, of course, advertisements to sort out. There's, of course, the onboard feeds, different teams. It's a whole event, and the drivers and the fans are what make it work. So, yeah, as always, a big thanks to everybody that's been involved in the 24 Hours of Daytona making it what it is today, because 90% of the work came before this morning.
It did, and I have to say, I was up until 3 o'clock in the morning to be prepared for this one. In fact, I remember you actually saying to me, Lester, this morning, you're a little bit grumpy, aren't you?
Yeah, I was trying to be kind, because I know exactly how much effort and preparation you put into these massive events, Will, and I just don't know how you're going to be able to stay awake throughout the entire weekend, since you've got the old Super Bowl as well.
Uh-oh. There we are. It's back on. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget as well, if you like... No, we'll turn it off. There we are. It's Patriots Seahawks, watch it, blah-de-blah, let's move on. But still, some close battles going on the racetrack right now. Having a look at Mario Bertolli, who just a couple of moments ago was on pit road. You can see he's running himself side by side right now as they work themselves through NASCAR turn number 2 down towards the bus stop chicane once again. Now, this is one thing we haven't really talked about here, the lines you can take through the bus stop chicane cam. That outside line, if you can brake a bit later, as that Movano X team does, then you can actually get yourself a position quite easily. If you brake a little bit later, you actually get a better line into the corner than a driver on the inside.
Well, I mean, see, that's kind of really interesting to have a track like this where you can have multiple lines through most of that. through most of the track. Of course, as the RLCS racing car has an issue coming off of turn number 6. But I mean, that's not too good there. I think he might have lost a couple. No, actually, he's all the way down, about 9 laps off the pace. So not much there to be lost, but unfortunate for him. But yeah, I mean, Daytona is always interesting. I mean, having multiple lines through places like the bus stop, like turn 1 even, you can really pass on the outside and the inside. But then, of course, you have your choke points. Turn 6, don't take that too wide. The kink, prototypes should not be passing there. You know, if you get a prototype trying to pass in the kink, you're going to have a bad day. As I'm sure we'll find that out in the next 21 hours or so. But I mean, it's just it's really makes Daytona just a great track to watch a race at too.
It really does. By the way, it is now time for our first Ask Us Anything segment here on RaceSpot TV. So,
oh no!
So long as it's clean. We're not going to answer anything about sizes of things or preferences and specific things, but...
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Lester. But ask us anything. If you've got a question that you'd like to ask us here on RaceSpot TV, now is your chance to do so. For the next 47 minutes here on RaceSpot TV, we'll be taking your questions. Cam will be looking at the YouTube feed, and he will be passing them on to us. And we'll have myself, Rachel, Lester, and also me looking at them. We have also actually got EJ Rourke here as well for a chat from Timmy Hill Motorsports. And hi, EJ.
How are you?
I'm not too bad. How you doing?
Doing pretty good.
Now, you've been in the car. You've been out of the car again. Take us through your stint.
Well, the plan was for me to run 2 stints, but right now I'm only going to do 1. The car was very, very slick after about 10 minutes left to go in the stint, so Timmy Hill took it back over. He brought it in about 4th place, and I gave it back to him in 6th, so only lost 2 spots, not too bad, but hopefully we can bring this BMW in a podium position at the end.
Well, you're currently running in P6, as you're currently 2.1 seconds behind Simo Lappinen in that number 27 car. You've been involved in some good battles pretty much all day long, but this field is starting to get a little bit more spread out. Is that going to be an advantage to you, do you think, now?
I do a lot better when I'm by myself. I can just kind of pace myself and, remember it's a 24-hour race, and there's no sense in going hard every lap. So, of course, when it spreads out for me, I'm more comfortable and less likely to make a mistake.
Well, still 20 hours, 45 minutes. What's the primary objective from here on in for the next 6 hours?
Well, of course, we always would love to win, but finishing this race would be a huge feat in itself. You know, with guys like Timmy Hill, Dylan Duvall, David Comstock, Adam Gilland, and myself, the 5-car team. Hopefully we'll bring it home at the end and finish the car clean and one, and without any damage.
Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Mr. EJ Rourke here in the number 8 Timmy Hill Motorsports car. And, well, they have got themselves quite a lot of coverage here today, Lester, because they've been in battles pretty much all race long.
I've been keeping an eye on the Timmy Hill car. EJ, you still with us, are you?
Yes, sir.
Can I just ask a question? What does EJ stand for?
Edward James.
Okay, cool. Just a little question that would have been bugging me for a while.
Yeah, sure.
So, yeah. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Well, 7 times per second right now between themselves and the NWSS Moonshine team. We'll hope to get a word, actually, from one of those drivers in the immediate future as well, as they continue to battle for P number 5 on the racetrack. But we're getting ourselves to a historic moment here in the first ever iRacing.com Daytona 24 hours. For the first time, the battle for the race lead is about to hit 1 minute, Rachel.
We are indeed, Will, and it's finally coming up to quite a point now, so yeah, only another many hours to go.
Oh, come on, Rachel, you love endurance racing.
Absolutely love endurance racing.
But Cam, say the gap is currently 59.583 seconds down into the bus stop chicane for Commander Simsport. Well, I talked about this broadcast about tradition, but to have tradition, you need to be the first. In Commander Simsport right now, they are looking as though they're going to get one of the first big milestones in iRacing 24-hour endurance history, being that first team and an official iRacing broadcast 24-hour race to break that 1 minute gap barrier.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be there's gonna be a lot of firsts. if we're playing that game, no, that Koanda car looking very good at doing what they do best. Maitre De Jong doing a very good job as Koanda looks to keep the prototype title in all 24-hour events, as we've only really had 2 24-hour events with prototypes, and the first one was won by that car you see right there, Koanda SimSport. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys manage it, but I do have to break in with some very unfortunate news. The staph infection car has wrecked itself. It is, well, heavily damaged. So,
who's behind the wheel of that car?
I believe it was it Bobbitt? I had it. I believe it was, maybe it was Shannon.
Well, whoever it is basically going to be on, I think, unpaid suspension for
unpaid, yes.
Yeah, for the next 2 weeks or so, at least. By the way, Jonas Akurian now just coming out of pit road. In fact, on pit road. So now he's going to be taking over the command of that number 1 Radicals online machine. So they can see Jonas Akurian, who's punched his ticket to the 2015 iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. Behind the wheel, that's our third driver in that Radicals online car, as Richard de Jong has indeed broken that 1 minute mark. Gonna have a chat now with the driver the team manager even, for the team currently scored in 2nd place overall, and that is Yoni Backman from Glacier Racing. Now Yoni, you guys are currently sat in P number 2. You've been kind of like battling with the Radicals online team for the last hour, 2 hours or so, but the crime just kind of gotten away from you for the time being. How do you think this race is going to pan out for the next few hours?
Pacing, I guess. Currently, guys are working on it with the tire pressures, since they noticed that at the end of the stints they seem to suffer a little bit of a corner entry understeer. So a little bit of a testing phase still going on, but I have high hopes that Emil currently is able to maintain the gap to Jonas and to the Radicals car, and I think Koanda is in a different world right now, but yeah, I think P2 is what we're targeting here.
Now, we haven't seen much of Emil at all, really, in broadcast situations, but seems to be doing a very good job battling with that Radicals team. But who else is on your team for this event?
Pretty much, it's pretty much only Riku, Emil, and Alexi. Alexi started the race because Riku was having a hard time getting onto the server in time, or he had a website issue or something. But I actually volunteered like an hour ago. I volunteered to be the 4th guy in case they need like a midnight driver or something, and I actually did my first 24 laps with HPD.
Well, so actually, we did allude to this at the top of the broadcast, that of course the last time we saw you in a 24-hour competition, you were in the Ford GT. Was there a particular reason why you decided to take the LMP car in relation to the GT3 car for this event?
Yeah. None of the three were interested at all in doing the McLaren, so HPD was the only rational option.
Well, as you can see, actually, Emil now coming on towards pit road. Just to get this one out of the way, because Cam Walsh is sat down with his pen right now. How do you pronounce Emil's surname?
Yeah.
It's not.
Shall I say it or shall I type it?
Just say it first,
Both.
then type it.
Anything.
Okay, it's Emil Ritvaniemi.
Oh, well, that's so easy.
Yeah.
Ritvaniemi.
What we need is one of those Google Translate.
You know how to say Niemi, don't you? Because we have several Niemi guys in our TeamSpeak, so you know how to say Niemi, but that's pretty much a straightforward name to say.
Ritvaniemi?
Yeah.
Okay, alright.
Yeah. The slower you say it, the more correctly you're gonna get it.
Ritvaniemi, okay. Alright. Oh, they're in the pits right now, though.
They are. And they've just completed their service, 32.3 seconds, back out onto the racetrack. So, Yannick, just before we let you go, anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, Coca-Cola.
Okay, there we are. Glacier Racing, powered by Coca-Cola here in the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours. Yoni, talk to you again a little bit later on.
Wait.
Cool, we shall talk to you in a bit. Got a couple of questions. First one, Rachel, do we all use iRacing? What cars and series do we run? Now, I'll start here in the fact that I generally only get the time to run about 4 races a year. many people know me for being an IndyCar driver. However, actually last year I did actually start getting into GT racing just a little bit more. I do love the Riley these days. Would love to get back into driving the Riley. It's an incredibly tough car though. But for me, it's generally either the IndyCar or the Riley these days. Also, dabbled in the BMW, but kind of got bored of it a little bit too quickly. Did a couple of races at Watkins Glen. Incredible fun, then got a little bit bored. Cam, for you, I kind of know the answer, but I'm going to allow you to say it.
Well, I'm a big racer in the Lotus 79's Classics Team Championship. Of course, we're kind of a small community. As the Coanda Sim Sport car comes into the pits, another great pit entry by that Coanda car. Absolutely blazing coming in. Both him and Radicals have great installs into pit lane. We'll see if Mitchell DeJong stays in the car. But as he gets his service, he pulls into and he misses his pit stall. He has to back it up, put it in reverse. As that is just got to be a little embarrassing there for a pro driver to be doing that. Car goes up, looks like he's staying in it. I race mostly the Lotus 79. It's the 1978 Formula One car built by Lotus, and most of its fast and good drivers, people that we really like, is currently racing in the third place CTC racing car, currently piloted by Gernot Fritsche. He's kind of a great ambassador for our series. If you ever want to look at the videos there, we do have some, but okay, we'll get to that. I also raced the Ford GT3 because I hate myself a little bit, you know. But so those are the two cars I race, and we do have a question here for Cars and Series for the Noobs to start with.
Oh, we've not even finished yet. First of all, Justin Lindsay now behind the wheel of the Coanda Sim Sports car. We've got Tommy Toe.
Did get out.
Yeah, as it's Tommy Toe just pitting there in the TBKlight.com car. And then Cressmer onto pit road in the Pure Racing Team LMP car. Rachel, I shall allow you to answer the question because of the fact that, you know, Cam was so rude as Tom Van Der Voort getting behind the wheel of the PRT car.
Oh, we expect Cam to be a little rude, that or burn popcorn. Pretty complex for me, I suppose. I race IndyCar largely on the road, although spreading into the oval side. I race trucks and nationwide cars, or Xfinity as they're called this season, on the ovals. Got my first 2 wins in the truck series this season at Charlotte, so quite proud of that. Basically, I like open wheels and downforce, so Star Mazda, IndyCar, Formula One, and for some reason NASCAR, so that's my answer.
And of course, Lester, you don't run on iRacing. However, having seen 3.5 hours of this event, would you be more enticed to do so now?
Yeah, well, absolutely, yeah. Please don't sort of hate me. I know I'm a bit of a noob to iRacing, but I did watch this event last week in almost in its entirety. I got about 18 hours worth of running in preparation for our own event, and so that was pretty good. But overall, I am a single-seater type of guy. Again, please don't hate me for that. But yeah, Formula One, anything really, IndyCar, anything with single-seater type of thing. I'd love to get out there on track.
Got a couple of other questions. Here's it going to be. First one is I completely lost it here. Cars and Series for a newbie to start in. Well, for those of you who are new to iRacing, there's a license system which will come into play. Just as we're doing this, we are having a look at Timmy Hill and Simo Lipponen battling still for position, as actually Timmy has been able to get himself ahead of Simo for the time being in that NWSS Moonshine car. Now, there is a license system in play. There's 2, one for road, one for oval. You start your journey in the Mazda MX-5s for the road side, and then in the so it's the street stock for the oval. Then also you've got the progression into the Legends car, which is basically like a very, very small kind of NASCAR-ish style event thing car. Then your options are, your options then vary dramatically from that one. On oval, you've got yourself 2 routes. Either go open wheel, USAC style, by going to things like the sprint car, the Indy car, or you do the progression of, for example, into the late models, into the trucks, into the Xfinity cars, into the Cup cars. As far as road racing goes, well, it's kind of a lot more varied. You've got the option of single seater, which it'll be Skip Barber into Star Mazda, into IndyCar, into Williams. Although I always say that actually the IndyCar and the Williams are very, you know, you don't really go one into the other. You kind of do either or you've got GT kind of downforce cars, GT cars, or occasionally you've got other little bits and pieces as well. As far as which is the easiest to go, I think it all kind of depends on, really count, what you want to do. Because the training routes are very good between them. I would say that, you know, certain series are more fun than others, but realistically, it depends on whichever route you want to take, that you choose that one. Because it's a lot easier to progress from car to car, for example, in open wheel, through the Skippy, into the Star Mazda, into either the IndyCar or the F1 car, rather than go GT, then try and flick into an IndyCar for the first time.
Well, absolutely, and it's great to have all of these options just kind of open up before you. Now, is one of the big criticisms, I guess, is the finances of it. But ultimately, you can build yourself into it, and you start, off with the free content, your MX-5, your Legends Coupe, or and you can go from there and get into like the Skip Barber. That's pretty much a mainstay for a lot of new drivers. We were just talking between Joni Bachman, Rachel Whitford, and myself. The Skip Barber is an absolutely fantastic car for any new people. With iRacing, if you're not familiar with it, does have its own membership forums that you can't get unless you're subscribed. And on those forums, you have such a great resources. Everyone's exchanging setups and information.
The IndyCar forum?
Yeah, well, it's the neighbors to the north of the Lotus 79. If you go one thread up, that's the IndyCar forum. No, that's just. Oh, yeah, shots fired.
Although, just to be fair, though, I did actually completely forget, and there is obviously the historic route as well, with the Lotus 49 and the 79. Although, again, it's one of those things that it's not linear, really. It's one of those things that they are kind of separate to everything else, really. You progress through maybe the Skip Barber, and then you'd go and you'd focus on that car. And I believe it's Martin Kreshman just smacked the wall in the Mad Cow Racing Team car. We just showed a replay a moment ago. Another driver spinning it around. That was the new Sim Sport car just a moment ago. But as we've been talking, we've had 2 spins. This one is a lot more hard into the tyre barriers. There's the Mad Cow Racing Team car, losing it in turn 1, almost hitting the attenuator, slamming it rear into the tyres. And, well, that is going to be him having to get a little bit of repairs to his car. So Mad Cow Racing not doing very well right now. But, Araxioni, any further thoughts on the kind of what you should do as a training tool to move yourself up question?
Training tool, like,
car-wise.
Every time we have every time we have the newcomers in Club Finland TeamSpeak, for instance, I usually go the same routine with everyone. It's basically like the rookie cars are a good place to start with. They basically are not like race cars. They're actually like road cars put on the racing surface, but it still teaches you like the proper throttle control, car turning abilities, but it's still very forgiving because of the ABS, etc. But then when you move up from there, I always say to everyone that you should always buy the Skip Barber, no matter if you choose the tin top cars or the open wheelers, because the Skip Barber simply just teaches you car handling basics so well, because you can start with a super easy setup, which naturally is not fast because the rear end is not loose, so the car would rotate well, but it still teaches you how to control the car, and then the car is very easy to set up. It only basically has 2 things to set up: the tire pressures and the rear anti-roll bars. So once you get comfortable with the car, with the understeer set up, then go step by step, increase the ARP values and get faster. So I definitely recommend it to everyone starting iRacing.
Couple of more questions, by the way. You can see Vortex Sim Racing, HPD onto pit road, and Tom Volodin behind the wheel of that car as he's out and away in 32.1 seconds. Would we ever hold an iRacing pub quiz? Well, yes. We have had plans to do it previously as a little bit of a slide there from Vortex Sim Racing. We'd, of course, first of all need to get to a pub. And then also design a quiz. Although it might be worth actually, Yoni, because Club Finland probably do it better than any other team I know, or any other club that I know. You guys, of course, have a Club Finland meetup where you kind of have little challenges in there. I remember one involving a blindfold and having to, take us through.
You really want to go there?
Yes.
Pushing a real car blindfolded?
Yes.
No. But yeah, usually we have these hot lap challenges, we call them. It started off with 2012 December with, I think it was the Silver Crown on North Course, Oran Park, I think it was. Then we...
Hey, well, it's so great to have you here in Finland.
Yeah, shout outs to Jonas Ukarinen. Yeah, but then the next one was slightly crappier one. We tried to actually push a Mazda with a V8 supercar, and that actually turned up. We used so much time for it that we actually ran out of time because we had to go to a pub. But last time, if some of you had to look at the stream, we had proper. Everyone knew the car which we would drive coming to the meeting, but nobody knew the track. So everyone was on a fresh ground, and we used baseline Corvette C6R at Summit Point Jefferson course, and everyone had to do 3 laps, and Rico Alatello actually won that one. But it was very close. The top 5 runners were within half a second.
As we see. Go on.
Yeah, and the upcoming meetup in April, we are having the RWD rough car. But I'm the only one who knows the track we're going to race in. But
yeah,
I'm not going to attend naturally because I'm the host.
You said RWD, Ruth, there you are. That's all you need to say. Final question for the time being. We'll get a couple more in a moment. Will be, how do I do my hair? Well, my dreadlocks have taken a total of 6 years to get sorted out. Probably actually a little bit more. Because I've had them since about 2007 now. I started growing them out. But it's a long, complicated process. A lot of pain involved, special shampoos, special combing mechanisms, that sort of stuff. You can find it in my book coming out soon. David Williams, the Vortex Sim Racing driver, is still battling, sorry, not Vortex Sim Racing, that's a pure racing team car, battling for P number 5 and 6 on the racetrack. Now that TNT racing car, Leicester, it's kind of coming back through the field a little bit now.
It's good to see, yes, it's far too early to predict. I mean, at this stage, almost anyone can win anything at the moment. I haven't been watching on the live timing on RaceSpot.tv/timing that Justin Lindsay's stint after Mr. De Jong earlier on is not as quick, and as a result, Glacier racing car of Emil has been slowly reducing the gap down to 46 seconds now.
Yeah, last time by 137.069 for Emil and a 138.0 for Justin Lindsay. Now, this is part and parcel of endurance racing, Rachel. We know how good Mitchell de Jong is. However, he's not the only driver in that team. This is a team effort. Now, for Lindsay, his job is to get the car to the end of this stint, on the next stint, do his fair share, hand it on to someone else. We know how good Cronk is. I'm not going to say that Lindsay is the slowest driver out of the lot, but we know he's not got as much of top-level prototype experience. It doesn't matter, though. You've just got to make sure you don't crash the car.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, we're heading into that graveyard shift where it's about keeping that track position. It's about logging your laps, doing the fuel runs. We see a prototype running off the track, actually. That's the TBKLight.com Team A car, the number 42, getting right off in the International Horseshoe Wheel.
We'll have a look at that one then on RaceSpot TV's replay. As you can see then, here we can see Tommy Toe. That was actually down at the second horseshoe, I think. No, the first one, going very off the wide there. The number 42 car does avoid the tyre barriers. As yeah, it was actually at the second horseshoe on that run down in towards turn at number 6. So there you can see TBKLight.com Team A car having himself a little bit of an issue after qualifying well, actually. In this event, you can see the fact that he's currently up still 2 places from where he started from. Started 11th, now running in the 9th spot on the racetrack. Any more questions for us yet, Cam?
Well, I mean, they've just been talking about different cars on the service, about how many cars we do have in iRacing. I think it's about like 25, maybe 30. We haven't really specified on the oval because, of course, we all love our road racing. Me being the lone American here, I feel it is my direct duty. Well, on the oval side, well, we've got a lot of different cars. You have your as you've gone over briefly.
This is how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. You've got yourself lots of NASCARs, you've got an Indy car, and that's about it. And also you've got the sprint car. You've got the wheeling cars, and you've got the sprint car and the silver car.
Yes.
Simple as
that. Hey, Will. Yeah. I just want to make a last point on the whole cars for newbies subject.
Nice.
There's something I found out recently. Oh, come on. There's something I found out recently, and I was shocked to find it out. I started driving the V8 Supercar, the Australian monster. It's loose on throttle, on brake, turning left and right. It's about the only place it's secure is its pit box. And I got to the point where I could complete laps and actually finish a race at Bathurst recently, which has been one of my goals in iRacing. And I was testing the Mazda MX-5 in a session the other night with a friend, and found I was 3 seconds faster than I had previously been, just because the V8 had taught me such fine, precise throttle and brake control that I was dancing this MX-5 around Okayama Short. It completely changed my iRacing. Yes, it's a nasty, evil, sadistic monster, but it's amazing, and it will teach you such throttle control you won't even believe it. V8 Supercar, that's the shortcut to being fast.
So, ladies and gentlemen, drive the V8 Supercar and the skip bobber. That's all you need to do. So we've got ourselves Jiggy Lard and Stephanie Shudaron right now going side by side down towards turn 1. You've got yourself this driver of your GT Temple Racing, York Wasmus, on pit road, making themselves a pit stop. And the gap between Justin Lindsay and Emil, I'm going to say that properly after the break, I promise. But Emil is currently scored, Ritz Van Niemi is currently scored in the second place, 43 seconds now behind your race leader. Yes, Cam.
Well, as just a very quick thing, speaking about the V8 Supercar, we are going to be doing the Bathurst 1000. We were talking about how we were doing all the different races everywhere. I'm very excited to do the Bathurst 1000 with the new car of the futures for V8 Supercars. That's a new release from iRacing. So that's really going to be really exciting. But, I mean, speaking of that, we all start here at RaceSpot TV on the 24 Hours of Daytona.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, we've got plenty of racing coming your way, including the 4 Road Warrior endurance races. They are the 24 Hours of Daytona, the 12 Hours of Sebring, the iRacing.com Petit Le Mans, and also the the Bathurst 1000. Also the 2015 iRacing.com Indianapolis 500, as well as apparently we've got McLaren without a hood. We'll come back and figure that one out in just one moment's time. But there you are, ladies and gentlemen, RaceSpot TV 2015. We're going to step aside for just one moment. We'll be right back after these messages. You are watching RaceSpot TV. We're going to go side by side.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun, but there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the superstar point in the turn. And now the 93, 39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's been the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start-finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go. As you love it,
here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around, the 5 gets around. Big jump for first place.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV. As here you can see that a couple of people currently scored on pit road. They include, well, the Johan Anderson, who's just got behind the wheel of his car. Although actually, he just slowed down coming up pit road to allow someone else to go past him. So that's a crazy one there for that number 82 machine. I'm not sure if he didn't get his car into gear or something there, Cam, but he's just lost the race lead because of it.
Yeah, well, you know, you just have that issue right there, that Core Motorsports car jumping ahead of, I believe maybe he had a miscommunication, didn't think his pit stop was done, but nope, he's back on track and up and going. That Falcon GP now having to catch up that Core Motorsports car, who now is piloted by Sebastian Smits, taking over for Niels Koch, who, going all the way back, he's going to be the third driver in that car, Sebastian, so Core Motorsports now in the lead in GT.
Got Tom Jones on pit road right now, yes, in the Evolution Racing Australia car. There you can see him right about now, making himself a pit stop in that number 99 car as he gets another service. A little bit of damage to the front end of that race car, but it's still continuing along on the racetrack. As you've now also got Stefan Schuderin in the Team Charlie blue car, making himself a pit stop. So another round of pit stops are taking place right about now. Of course, though, the biggest pit time we have seen pretty much all day long is this one. 29 minutes and 28 seconds for Direct Clutch Motorsports. So they got themselves some damage repaired there, Lester.
Yeah, there's been action all throughout the eventful race so far, including a side-by-side ding-dong happening right now for P4 between GoGo Japan and Ryosuke Iwasaki, and TNT Racing 1's David Williams as well. And don't discount Vortex Sim Racing. A three-way scrap for P4.
Yeah, you can actually see Jonas Nakurian at the front of this gaggle of train. However, they are classified as one lap ahead of this battle. As you can see at Risku right now, the gap is about half a turn per second between GoGo Japan and TNTRacing.com. We did get asked a couple of other questions. First one was, what was our favourite food? Well, of course, anyone who watches the Neo Endurance series will know that it is basically Pizza City every time we go on air. But generally it's a toss-up between that, a very good burger, or lamb biryani with onion bhajis for me, really, Lester.
Okay, that's that question answered then, Will.
As actually, we just had David Williams cut the chicane. So
Oh,
that's
that,
going to cost
yeah.
us quite a bit of time. So we're actually going to get ourselves another look at that one. As we'll just ride on board and we'll start our tape right about here as he's working himself onto the banking. And, well, that is actually cost him a couple... he didn't get a slowdown by the looks of it, actually. So we'll slow it down. We'll have a look. Because he did take quite a bit of curb on that one there, Cam.
Well, I think what happened is that he took the rest of the bus stop so slowly that any penalty he must have gotten was immediately given back, especially going around that heavily damaged dairy car of Mad Cow Racing. So, just a kind of a lucky thing. Good thing nobody was there. If somebody was there on the bus stop, Will, that would have been a very bad time for David A. Williams.
It would have been. There would have been people crying over spilled milk and everything. But the gap in your battle for the overall...
That's such a bad joke.
I know.
That
Your battle in the
is
overall race lead, by the way, is now down to 30.4 seconds on the racetrack between Coanda Simsport HPD and Glacier Racing. The thing is, we did hear, Rachel, that there's only going to be 3 drivers in the Glacier Racing car. I think there's going to be 4 drivers in Coanda Simsport because we haven't seen anything from Martin Piatella. We know that generally he does run in this LMP program.
Yeah, he does indeed. Marty Piatella is one of the faster guys that they have there at Coanda, and certainly not new to the Honda Performance Development ARX01 car. So definitely expecting to see him at some point pop into that thing and blasting out some super fast laps like we saw at Spa.
So you can see the gap actually now is sub 30 seconds. The important thing is though, and we just noticed that it is now actually Core Motorsports ahead because of that signal of the pit stop. The gap is currently 3.9 seconds on the racetrack as Timmy Hill's on pit road, done into the vault behind the car. Yes, Cam.
All right, well, remember how I said don't try and pass people in the kink?
Yeah.
Well, the Vortex Sim Racing HPD, who was in 6th position at the time, has now caked it into the wall. Here, just a lap ago, he ended up hitting the Arctic Circle racing car, exiting the kink in his HPD, went out and hit the retaining wall, doing quite a lot of damage to both the rear and the front of that car. That car absolutely destroyed, Will.
Yep, so we're trying to get ourselves another look at it. There we are then. That number 181 car outside of the corner, slamming it sideways into the guardrail. Got ourselves another couple of looks at that one. That is why you do not run side by side for the kink unless you've got complete co-opetition between your drivers. And here we can see then another look. Vortex Sim Racing's Antoine Volodin on board of that car. We ride with him. Through the kink he comes and he just looks to the outside. And the thing is, it was a very late move to the outside. And actually having a look at it, it's just after the kink actually, Cam. But that number 181 car kind of already started to get himself set.
He was already on the brakes to take the turn even. That roof was already on the brakes and that HPD just kind of... I don't know if maybe he was planning across and let the HPD go on the inside. That roof having damage might... that might be a very tight a turn for that one.
But we're going to get ourselves one more look at that one. We'll slow it down as he works himself through the kink. Show it to you in slow motion. It's right about here. You can see that Vortex Sim Racing car looks to the outside at the last second. You can see already that 181 car is already on the brakes. Racing incident there, Rachel?
Yeah, quite likely a racing incident there, Will. Unfortunate coming together, these things will happen. Bit of miscommunication potentially from the drivers.
As you can see, we've got ourselves Martin Creamer has currently scored on pit road in the Mad Cow racing car as well. So he's making himself a pit stop, but also the Vortex Sim Racing HPD car has now been on pit road. We're close to 2.5 minutes. Kind of Sim Sports then still leading the way as we're getting close to 4 hours of our coverage scored here complete on RaceSpot TV. Down at the pack, you've got yourselves Sharp Motorsports. They're starting themselves a battle with Stefan Schudewin, and that is a battle between the Sharp Motorsports and the Team Charlie Blue cars, Lester.
Yeah, lots happening all over the track at the moment, including one of the clashes that I've been watching as well, midfield in the GT battle for what 10th place it would be. Yeah, Shark, Team Charlie Blue, and the Window Lickers all seemingly together on track at the moment.
As you can see, the gap between Sharp Motorsport and Team Charlie Blue is about 8 tenths of a second. But just behind as well, you've got JD Lard in the Treble 2 car. Of course, we've seen JD Lard quite a bit here today in that machine as it works himself down towards the start-finish line. Wham! And that Window Lickers cars will come down in towards turn number 1 once again. Currently scored in top 8. By the way, is that animals on the top of that lid there?
I'm not sure.
I think it is, Will.
Yeah, there we are. We'll zoom it in, and actually it's people, and it's actual people there, and I believe that might well be a donkey as well. So there you are. Just the attention to detail, Rachel. Some of these people put
I don't think it's past the watershed yet, Will.
No, so we'll talk about that in a bit.
Whose
more
car is
later
this?
on. It's the Window Lickers car, and you've got people
Window
at the top of
Lickers
the car. By the way, Risky Urasake, David Williams, they've still been battling for position. As they continue their journeys on the racetrack as well.
There is.
Risky Urasake, well, it's coming up as if he is very close behind David Williams right now. We have got a couple of issues with our timing and scoring for one of these drivers right now, but David Williams now 3.2 seconds actually behind Risky Urasake. So he has fallen back actually recently, less than that battle for P number 4 on the racetrack.
Yeah, it's just started to settle down a little bit from its earlier eventful kerfuffle on track, but at the very, very front of the race at the moment, gap has gone from 1 minute, remember, down to 22 seconds between Coanda and Glacier.
And, well, this is what we talked about a little bit earlier on, Rachel. Now, Justin Lindsay, who's probably going to do 2 stints in this, he'll need to do, I think, about 3 stints overall in order to get himself what we call the fair share of racing. We don't know whether there is a 4th driver or not in that Commander Sim Sports car yet. We do expect Piatello in there. But Lindsay does seem to be losing quite a bit of time. 2 seconds that last lap.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's obviously a strategic game these guys will play. You want your fastest driver to qualify. Perhaps with the way the splitting systems are working, you want the highest I-rating guy to actually start. But you've also got your different drivers who are perhaps a little more consistent, but perhaps a little bit slower. Guys who can run the pace and the distance, happy to do a longer stint. You want the fast guys at the end, or depending on how you're finishing, you know, if you're 2 minutes ahead of the next competition, a consistent guy for the end. So the teams will have picked out and worked out who their drivers are and what they can do, and will have assigned them stints that are basically most appropriate for their abilities and their talents. Every driver has a specific role here today.
It is. So there you can see then. Gap now, it's just about 21 seconds we've just been riding on board then with that Commander Sim Sports car. However, we have got a new race leader in your GT class. He's been a race leader now for just a couple of laps as he works himself down towards the bus stop chicane once again. And he's actually pulling away Sebastian Schmitz right now over that Falcon GP car of Johan Anderson. Anderson, of course, a little bit slow coming out of pit road. That actually did allow the Core Motorsports car to come out ahead. There you can see the Vitec number 33 car working himself now on the exit of the bus stop chicane, as they can see him. And there you can see Johan Anderson just working himself now out of the chicane himself. But we will ride a lap on board now with that Core Motorsports car, your new race leader in your GT3 class. We'll be right back after this. So then, ladies and gentlemen, that's a lap then on board of the Core Motorsports car, leading the way in the GT class. And here are your times for each of the classes. You get the intervals to work themselves past the start, finish line. But it looks like that Lindsay's responded just a little bit right now. One of the things to pay attention to, of course, as well, Cam, is they are a couple of laps behind on pit sequence compared to the others. Maybe Lindsay's actually also just been trying to get some of that fuel mileage back.
Well, I mean, that is something to think. They did pit very early for an HPD. They came out just ahead, though. They leapfrog just because of the less fuel. But right now, that Coanda car used to... we jinxed it. It almost had a minute gap. For the closest it ever got on my screen was 59 seconds. It did? Closest it ever got for me was 59. And now it's back down to 21 seconds. And, of course, that Radicals car, even with that little bit of rear-end damage from that whoopsie-doodle from that Porsche roof liveried car, had a run-in on the rear end there, that Brumo's livery, what I meant there. And so now that Radicals, Glacier, and Coanda is still a 3-horse race.
Go Japan making a 50.3 second stop. It's a little bit long getting new driver Okada into that number 13 car. So they are back out and away, but a slow pit stop for them. That will pull them back down the order as they traverse back onto the racetrack once again, working themselves through the International Horseshoe. And there you can see there your top 6 on each of the classes, but got ourselves just a little bit of battle going on still between Shark Motorsports continuing their battle with Team Charlie Blue. And ladies and gentlemen, now 4 hours into the iRacing.com Daytona 24 hours. So then they can see side-by-side racing between these two drivers as they come down in towards turn number 1. Close racing has been the order of the day all race long, as we're now 4 hours into today's event. Justin Lindsay, in this last stint, he has gone a total of 30 seconds slower than Emil Ritvani, and all of a sudden we are back to a 3-horse race between Coanda Simsport, Glacier Racing, and the Radicals Online team as they work themselves through the bus stop chicane once again. In your GT field, the last hour has seen some big changes in there as well, because now it is Core Motorsports leading and pulling out a gap over Falcon GP in your battle for the race lead. It is currently a 2-horse race in that class, because third place of Alexandra Martini, well, they are a full minute almost behind second place in that Brazil Power Team car. Although they are at a full GT, that means we estimate they're going to have to make 2 pit stops less over the course of today's event. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, you can keep in contact with us all race long on Twitter. Use the hashtag RaceSpot TV. So you follow us at RaceSpot TV. Use the hashtag iRacing24H. We'd love to get all your thoughts, comments, etc. over the course of this event. Track temperature is 78 degrees Fahrenheit. Race relative humidity 55%. The sky is partially cloudy here at Daytona Beach, Florida, and it is a wind speed of about 3 kilometers an hour. So then, it's just a little before 5:30 in the United Kingdom. It means it is just gone midday, 22 minutes past 12 on the East Coast at Daytona Beach, Florida, as we continue our coverage of the 24 hours of Daytona here on iRacing.com. Our coverage is powered by ANDWERNDESIGN, and you can view live timing and scoring RaceSpot.tv/timing throughout the course of this event. I've got ourselves one more Twitter question, and that one is, would you support a 24 hours of Oxford? That one is from @VictorMOSTV. Cam, why not?
But, well, you know, hey, it's actually a double feature event, so it's 48 hours. The first 24 is at Oxford, and then the survivors from that go to Bristol in the IndyCar. It's a great double header all weekend long. I think that's really going to be just a great race for everybody.
And don't forget, of course, ladies and gentlemen, the next time we are back on air with endurance racing as part of our partnership with iRacing will be on March 28th for the 12 hours of Sebring. The entire race will be, of course, here only on RaceSpot TV. Let's get back to the action now, as the gap is now down in the battle for the overall race lead to 19 seconds, just gone under 19 seconds as well. Just having a look at the lap times, actually, and it looks as though that the driver of Johan Anderson has finally started to stem the bleeding, Lester. His last lap time only 0.2 of a second slower than Sebastian Schmitz.
It's really interesting to see, Will, on the timings on RaceSpot.tv/timing. We do have a fantastic timing screen on there. You can get a great overview of exactly what everybody's doing in pretty much real time, almost. I've noticed that Team Charlie Blue has got past their opponents who they were racing with just a moment ago. Who was that? Shark Motorsport. So Team Charlie Blue, they're back together racing side by side again. That's for a total of P9 in the GT class.
Yeah, and there you can see the gap between those two drivers, just 0.4 of a second on the racetrack, as we're now, into what is our 5th hour of coverage here on RaceSpot TV. Don't forget, we're actually doing, Rachel, two different races here today. You and I are going to make a trip over a little bit later on. We finish our coverage here in, about 4 hours' time. We head over to Daytona Beach, away from Daytona Beach, to cover the Skip Barber 2K Cup. We'll be back in the morning. Got plenty of people over the course of this event going to cover what we like to call the evening shift, because I don't like the graveyard shift that much. But a great weekend of action, of course, here once again. And, well, we've actually got Alexandro Martini on pit road right now in that Brazil Power Team car.
Yes, we do. He's down to the pits for tyres, fuel service. We've got a great weekend of racing. Well, new driver as well. Got a great weekend of racing here at RaceSpot TV. Of course, yeah, Skippy 2K Cup tonight for some action-packed top open-wheel racing in probably one of the best cars in iRacing. And, of course, the RaceSpot After Dark show tonight with some interesting coverage, and back with us for the breakfast show in the morning. So it's going to be a packed weekend.
Yeah, there you can see then Alberto and Pellegrini behind the wheel of that number 7 Brazil Power Team car now, as they are falling down the timing and scoring. Now, Cam, as far as these 4 GTs go, how important do you think those extra 2 pit stops are going to be? Because he was about 1 pit stop back, or about half a pit stop back, with 4 hours of this race scored complete. Can realistically one of these drivers go to victory road, or are these 2 top-tier GT cars just too fast?
Well, Will, I'm just not too sure. A lot of people are trying to crunch the numbers, but ultimately we've still got 20 full hours of racing ahead of us here, as that Ford GT does power itself through pit lane. Of course, that beautiful sounding Ford engine, of course, the successful American manufacturer. As they get back underway, of course, they won the real Daytona 24, the Ford power anyways. Now, it's just going to be difficult trying to get the fuel mileage in with the pit stops. I mean, yes, they are using less fuel, but they are also having a much heavier fuel tank. These guys are carrying a couple more gallons than everyone else because of the fuel consumption. It's just, it's going to be different maths. Lots of maths involved. So smart maths people, you don't have to race in order to be good here at iRacing. You just, need to be smart and good and be on a good team where they allow you to do those things.
As we've got Nakurian onto pit road, let's see if there's going to be a driver change for them, as the Vortex team are still on pit road as well. Now, actually, another interesting point there, Cam, is that we will go back to last week, of course. Scott Dixon bringing that Ganassi team car home. And actually, I have to say, I have been a Scott Dixon fan for years. I've always been a Ganassi fan in IndyCar. I think, really, that is the performance that showed to the world just how incredible Scott Dixon is. But, timing. We found out last week just how important timing can be as well. And it can be a matter of minutes. At the end of the race, how hard do you think it will be for some of these crew chiefs to actually figure out whether everyone's done exactly what they needed to have done?
Well, for me, it's almost a simple thing. I mean, obviously, maybe not necessarily in real life, but I can't imagine that it's that hard to just set up a quick web page or something like that and have like a punch clock and just have something figure out timing. We've had issues both in our sim racing, as the other Ford GT just comes out, Jonathan Fuller at the wheel of the New World Sim Sport car as he gets underway, comes through the quick little chicane, exiting pit lane, comes out ahead of a prototype, and he'll get underway. And actually right behind the Brazil Ford GT, so both of these Ford GTs running together. But it's just, for me, it shouldn't be that hard to account. Just have like a little punch clock when somebody punches in and punches out, and have a computer calculate it. We've had issues online sim racing in both the Neo Endurance and Gathering of Tweakers, as well as real life with the, as we said it earlier, the Daytona prototype car of the Wayne Taylor Racing. They had issues with timing. It's just, it should not be that difficult, and yet here we are.
TNT Racing.
That's all I had to say about that.
We thought you
no,
were finished.
I was finished, and then nobody said anything.
There we go. TNTRacing.com, number 1, 1.2 seconds ahead of the Pure Racing Team LMP car right now, Lester. Good scrap going on here. Good scrap still going on in your GT field between Igor Cox battling with Stefan Schuderwin, and also Alberto Pellegrini and Jonathan Fuller with 2 Ford GTs battling close together.
They are indeed, yeah, 0.7 between them at the moment in the Brazil Power team. Interestingly, though, Brazil, that car has been in the pits quite a lot more times than their other cars around them. I don't know if there's been some sort of earlier incident or they're on a different strategy at this point in time. Don't know really, do we? Also, as well, just looking ahead. If there's anything happening, do interrupt me, Will. Also in the prototype class as well, about 1 second between TNT Racing and Pure Racing Team fight for 4th place. And also, what happened to Go Japan? They were in 4th place earlier. They pitted. Okay, well,
pit stop strategy to everyone else, and in fact, it looks as though that they might be on a strategy in such a way that they're going to have to do an extra pit stop. The way it seems, Lester.
It looked like it was a long pit stop because they're now at least about
no,
58
they actually
seconds.
had an issue. They had an issue getting Acciaro into the car, which is the reason why for that one, because it was a 50.3 second stop for them. It did take a while to get Ariska out of the car and Acciaro into it. So that is part of the reason. Again, 20 seconds, well, we know what 20 seconds is in endurance racing. It's not a lot, but momentum is a big thing in endurance racing.
I suppose, yeah. I've never done an endurance race myself. I wouldn't
pretend. I've never done one. Don't tell anyone.
Yeah.
Good fun. It's good fun.
It might be good fun at the start, like this time, but I don't know. Maybe after like 20
you don't want to do
hours.
the graveyard shift, I suppose. And that's actually one of those things as well. Is Rachel, you need people when you think about teams. You talked about having the best driver for the beginning, qualifying, and the end. You need the driver who can actually deal with doing a 4-hour stint by themselves in the middle of the night, be it their time or internationally, as actually the Commander SimSport car gets bolts there down in turn number 1 as he's it's a Team Shardy car actually and the Sharp Motorsports car battling together. But Rachel, you need someone actually in the car at night who can just turn laps out, and rather than being fast per se, it's just consistently quick.
Yeah, that's definitely true. You've got to be able to have a mental discipline as a driver doing that sort of role. You may not see another car on the track for your entire stint, but you've got to be able to just tune that out. You've got to be able to focus lap after lap, and that's very hard to do when it's repetitive. You're likely to put a foot wrong, make a mistake because you're not quite concentrating, drift off, think about something else. It's definitely a discipline these guys need to have, and it is the bread and butter of endurance racing. But these are some of the best people doing it. We expect to see no mistakes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Riku Adatalo to get into the Glacier Racing number 41 car as he's back out and away onto the racetrack. So, after Emil's had himself a couple of stints, it's now time for Riku to have a go. And, well, he is streaming this race as well on twitch.tv on Atulu Streams. And anyone who knows Dan Blake is actually commentating a little bit later on. Famous for calling Riku Adatalo Ricky Atulu. And he's kind of taken that one as the longest running joke in sim racing camp.
Well, it's a joke, I don't know. So, Riku Alatalo there, he'll be getting in that car. Very good to see him do that in that Glacier Racing car. Of course, that pink helmet. Well, that pink seems to be his color, actually. For those of you who don't know, Glacier Racing, of course, a consortium of many very good drivers. They all have their own separate cars, mostly racing the Ford GT2 car on the service. And they accent the blue. As you can see now, it's blue. That's their standard color. Their drivers will actually pick their own color. Well, it's a purple. And Rico Altella, well, he has the pink car. And they always put on a good show. And hopefully Rico can put on another good show here.
Williams just spinning his car there down in turn number 1. We saw it live. We're going to get ourselves another look at it. But, well, David Williams...
didn't hit the wall.
Did he hit the wall or did he just touch it?
Nope.
He just missed it.
Didn't hit it at all. Didn't hit it at all.
Here we
No,
are.
didn't hit it at all.
Super slow-mo time for David Williams as he comes down in towards turn number 1 and Cam. Very, very lucky there for Williams.
Oh, very, very lucky. I just saw their Alberto Pellegrini there. If you go onto the roll bar with him, he's taking turn 1 perfectly fine. And then all of a sudden a prototype backs right across the track right in front of him. Very frightening there for Alberto Pellegrini, but everything worked out, and I think everybody gets to just get to carry on.
Yep, so then let's have a look then. Pellegrini through turn number 1. Oh, whoa, David Williams appeared. Pellegrini in the Brazil Power Team car, however, able to carry on. That's one of the things, actually, Rachel, we've not seen too many issues in this race too much with drivers having incidents. I mean, compared to the fact that we are 4 hours into this event right now, attrition has been incredibly low.
Well, I think we can safely say the same for the 24-hour Spa that RaceSpot TV ran earlier in, I think it was October. You didn't see that much going wrong in the, shall we say, first 10 hours. Most of the incidents started to happen later in the race. Of course, that was different because it was 3 car classes rather than 2 in this one. But well, obviously 3 different classes lapping each other. There's a lot more passing going on than with just 2. But you tend to see it when fatigue starts to kick in. Well, you see it when drivers start to just make mistakes and forget and not quite give enough room or go too deep somewhere. They've switched their brain over to log laps mode, not expecting another car to be there, and they brake too late. We don't see it when people are alert. We see it when people start to lose out, when people are tired, when they're hungry, when they're thinking about the end of their stint. So yes, it's low now, and I hope it will be for the rest of the race, but I expect it may change later.
Yes, and well, we did see, Rachel, I think it was hour 16 was the death hour in the 24 hours of Spa, which is the big one. And as this field gets more and more spread out, as by the way, Williams is actually now on pit road, getting himself fresh set of boots back out and away in 32.2 seconds. As Steve Hawkins is on pit road as well in the TBKLight.com Team A car. He's been in there for quite a while, actually, so we'll see whether he stays in that car. But Rachel, we should try and figure out what I was going to say. Yeah, as this field gets more and more spread out, as Hawkins comes back out on lane 32.4 seconds, you run to that clock by yourself. You're not running really against other people. And it's that whole kind of idea, you've got to keep your own personal concentration, just hitting your marks. Because you're not necessarily going to be racing anyone. You're just racing, maybe a bit of a clock, and that's about it.
Yeah, exactly, and something we definitely saw at Spa was the incident count actually clocked up at the end in the final 2 hours. Drivers had been pretty content to log laps throughout the mid part of the race, just making the time. You saw a lot of patience with people passing lap traffic, and drivers were able to give up a 10th here, a 10th there. In the final couple of hours, when it's go time, and you really have to start moving because you've got a number to beat and you've got track position to gain, people are a little less patient. People realise they've got to get past this lap traffic much faster. Maybe a damaged car or two, or just being a bit slow. People will get impatient and make mistakes because they'll be trying to just go for those numbers.
Team Charlie Blue and Sharp Motorsport still battling for P6 in your GT class there. These two, I swear, there is just a little piece of rope between the two of these cars.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. I've been watching them for the past 10 laps or so. It is just like they're attached, like you say, you stole the line, with a piece of rope. But yeah, I don't think they're pushing to the absolute limit. I think they're more sort of poking each other at this stage. But yes, like you say, they are fighting for P6 in the GT class, and I've also been keeping an eye on the gap at the front as well. Coander's lead down to less than 10 seconds now.
Indeed, we'll talk about that one in just 1 minute's time. Got another tweet. This one's kind of simple there, Cam. Go Japan, go Japan, go Japan, go Japan.
Hey, there you go. We can understand it, and yes, of course, this Go Japan car. Very great to see them up here in a top split. Great racing internationally, and so they're all the way up. They're in 7th position, having been trading positions with the TNTRacing.com #1 car. So hopefully they'll be able to continue racing there. Just had a question: does iRacing have Daytona prototypes? No, we do, yes. But just it's very dated. Not today. Very dated. Hopefully in the future we will. But I'm just noticing Justin Lindsay, 137.6, 137.1, 137. You go back 137.6, and Rico Alatalo just ran a 135.7. Wow. This gap is going to be closed in less than 2 laps, 3 laps at this rate. I can do math. And it's just Justin Lindsay's either got they just had a pit stop too, so he's going to be in the car for some time, I believe.
I know what you're going to say. He needs to put the hammer down. Actually, no, he doesn't. He needs to.
They're in different races. They're in different races. But I just well, he's not going to be in the lead very long then. And they did just pit though, right? It was
they did.
2 laps ago. Okay, all right. I knew I wasn't crazy. But yeah, I mean, it's just everyone has different marks to hit, but it's just right now, Justin. Well, if he can just keep doing consistent laps, there's nothing, never a problem with that. But it's just he's just going quite well. He's not doing too bad. So we'll see what develops.
And to go back to the Daytona prototype as well, yeah, there is indeed a Riley Daytona prototype on the iRacing.com service. Not being run here today. It is, to say, a little bit out of date by now, but there is word to get I think it's a Corvette DP that they are bringing soon, which will basically be Will Vincent driving again, because I love Corvette and I love Daytona prototype cars. I prefer them to these artificial beasts known as the Le Mans prototype cars, and I do want to see a Ford Daytona prototype, because then I can paint it in Ganassi colours and I'll be a very happy guy.
Well, I mean, it's the Riley is a Pontiac base, so that tells you how old it is. But no, I mean, it's good to see we have this P2 car. This is, of course, the HPD ARX 02 Bravo. And, it's good to see these open tops, but everyone is, just to talk about, our real prototype developments, as Coanda has to go around that damaged direct clutch car on the outside of that international hairpin. They're almost having an incident like the previous prototype did. But he's actually coming up in quite a lot of traffic here, too. I think this will definitely close up Riku, as he's got that McLaren and 2 BMWs to pass. Of course, these are the 2 BMWs who have been fighting lap after lap there, the Shark Motorsport and the Team Charlie blue car, but he should be able to clear him before the bus stop.
Yeah, he's going to get past 1, past 2, past 3, bada bing, bada boom, done. So, actually, a little bit of a lifesaver there, because Alatalo, he's probably going to have to catch these guys in the infield next time around, because we know that they are generally going 10 seconds a lap faster. There you can see Alatalo coming into view right now. This could possibly just be another lap then, Rachel, before the point that Alatalo is going to catch up to the rear, because he's going to catch those guys, I think, down at the horseshoe, possibly into the kink.
Yeah, that's entirely possible, and, well, not exactly one of the better places to catch somebody, but you can certainly make it happen. If I was Rico, I'd probably sit behind them until you exit out of that final corner onto NASCAR 1 and make the move on the banking with the toe, because it's much easier, cleaner and safer for everybody at this stage of the race. Giving up a few tenths to make that pass is probably the safer option.
Yep, there you can see then the gap is 6.1 seconds, and here is
Riku got him.
So we'll keep an eye out.
This is the worst time to get it.
1 down into the international horseshoe. There you can see, actually, they're almost going too wide ahead of him here, so he's going to have to stay in line. This is the worst thing you want. No, don't go 3 wide into the kink. He's going to go 3 wide into the kink there.
He's going to make it work.
Somehow. Alatalo, wow. And he only lost 2 tenths of a second in the process. Incredible stuff there by Alatalo, Cam.
Yeah, well, that's about the way to do it. You want to get on the inside of the kink, just because those cars had to kind of break out a little bit. Holy mackerel. So Andy comes up with turn 6. He has to go around the car with a cone on it. The of course, Pass Left Racing there, who we haven't really been able to talk about that coned roof car. But no, Riku Alatalo making it work, and he is not letting this traffic slow him down, as he's even closed that gap even through that infield section.
Yeah, there you can see 3 wide on the approach to the kink. It's something that only the very brave does. But you do have to say, Lester, both of those drivers did give a very good sense of heads-up driving there. They got out of the way. They didn't want to try and force an issue. And you always have this thing, you know, prototype drivers complain GT drivers don't do enough to help them. GT drivers talk about the fact that you have, you know, people just pushing too hard, pushing them out of the way. Very good, you know, collaborative people, just letting people have bits of the racetrack there.
I've already seen some very bad examples of driving early on in this race from some of the GT people with some of the prototypes trying to get past. Like you say, Will, it's generally the bad drivers are usually at the back of the race. But that was a really interesting lap as well, the previous lap between Alatalo and Lindsay. I wonder what will happen once they actually get together on track. Will Alatalo's racing instincts kick in? He's clearly faster. Maybe he might just think, I'll stick it up the inside, try and get past, and just shoot off with the lead of the race. Wonder what will happen.
Yeah, and Alatalo, they can see replays and getting some more traffic complete as well. But Alatalo, yeah, and the thing is as well, he can actually save fuel, which will be an interesting thing as well. You see, working himself past a lot of drivers there, right where he needed to. Gap is now 4.8 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step aside for just 1 moment. We're going to ride it along board, though, as we go side by side with Rico Alatalo. You won't miss a thing. We'll be right back.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93, 39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race for the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go. As you love it,
here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around, the 5 gets around. Big jump for first place.
They can see the gap, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to interrupt it because they can see Commander Simsports just 4 tenths of a second back. Here you can see Anatalo going side by side, battle for the race lead. Anatalo to the inside. Anatalo goes to the point there. And well, Riku Anatalo now leads this race. So, well, Cam, it was going to be a matter of when. At some point, with the traffic that last lap, it did look as though that Anatalo was actually falling back. But he gained 2 seconds there. Because of that, Justin Lindsay had a 1 minute 40 lap time that last time by. We're going to get ourselves a replay of that one for you.
Yes, a little bit of traffic there for Justin Lindsay and Riku Alatello pressing his way through the infield section, not even passing on the straight with that with the draft there. He just managed to muscle his way through in the infield before the kink. So now our new race leader, Glacier Racing number 41, Riku Alatello.
So there you can see Glacier Racing. They have led 1 lap so far in today's event, but they are now classified as your overall race leader here in the 24 Hours of Daytona on RaceSpot TV. And actually, you can see at this point, actually, it was all going well. And Lindsay, I think he just pushed very wide down in turn number 1, under pressure, very, very wide there. Big wiggle for him. And that's what really set that entire thing up, Lester.
Yeah, exactly what I predicted would happen, did happen, and he went for it, and he took the lead. So well done to the Glacier Racing boys. And Lindsay, well, you have to sort of question when a driver's been leading for so long, and he inherited quite a significant lead, let's not forget, and he's now lost the lead. So you have to be questioning his mindset at this moment.
Just
as
an important piece of news there, actually. Just heard from Yanni Bachman, actually, that Justin Lindsay got a corner cut penalty for cutting the chicane, and that's why he lost the 2 seconds.
So there we are then. So Justin Lindsay under pressure. And that's the thing here, Rachel. Pressure is such an important part of endurance racing. And we know that Alatalo and Emil just before him were catching at a rate of up to a second a lap. But all of a sudden now, Commander Simsports down into 2nd place for the first time, really, in today's event. The net time, they came through the field, and they have worked themselves up through the field from starting P number 12, but now they are back down in 2nd spot. And the case is going to be whether the other drivers, be it Martin Clunke, or anyone else in that car, really. Of course, we had Mitchell de Jong earlier in there as well. We expect Mighty Piatelli to come into this run a little bit later on, whether or not they can do anything to get that lead back.
Oh, they're going to absolutely have to, and obviously they bring some faster drivers in to try and rectify that, but it just depends on how well Justin Lindsay can hold on to the back of that Glacier Racing car, which seems to be slipping away as we speak.
Yeah, let's go back though to have a look in your GT fields. We've got ourselves a little battle shaping up right now between the GT Temple Racing car and the recovering Mad Cow Racing machine. Now, of course, we did see the Mad Cow Racing team in a little bit of bother a little bit earlier on in today's event, but they are trying to recover back through the field, although they did 7 tenths of a second slower that last time by compared to the GT Temple team, Cam.
Yes, Mad Cow Racing was doing very well up until a massive lockup entering turn 1. That car locked up way early, potentially. There were some adjustments that the previous driver had made, and those adjustments didn't translate very well to the current driver. So that's a possibility. Don't know if that happened, but ultimately, car spun out, caked it right into the rear end outside retaining tire barrier in turn 1, and now he's been just trundling along ever since. One of the many cars trundling along right now. You got many walking wounded, if we could take a minute, but obviously on-track action will dictate whether we can actually talk about them or not. But
let's try and talk about them. Off you go, Cam.
All right, off I go. Great. So the most wounded in down. Oh boy, this is quite the list. As we go down, the earliest retirements that we have for GT right now is Team SKC, who didn't actually make it to the track. Super Sport Racing, they crashed very early on. And then Arctic Circle Racing, who had an incident with that HPD that we saw. They are no longer on track. Now, the lowest running on-track car, 46 laps down, Rene Curnola in the Podium Assault car. They are running around. They're doing okay laps, but, you know, they had to have that car repaired. So that definitely took time, followed by with the Velocidaddy Endurance Team Daytona 24 roof car. That got heavily damaged. And then you've got the ORSRL Endurance, who had been doing very well to begin with, but ultimately having some massive front-end damage on that car. And one of the cars that we really liked early on that just cut off the nose of the Glacier Racing prototype is the number 76 Direct Clutch Motorsports car. They had been having a great run. Ultimately, though, he spun it around and absolutely nailed a barrier earlier on, so he's 33 laps down. You head up to just ahead of him as they actually clips the Glacier Racing car. The Glacier Racing prototype of Rico Alatalo just made contact coming off of turn 6 with that damaged car. I believe the pilot, they're apologizing on the radio there, but Rico Alatalo not going to be happy about that. Now Coanda's car is catching right up. I have to see here. I don't believe it's done any damage at all to that Glacier Racing car, but you never know. Very dangerous moment getting through that traffic. Yeah, they'll have to get around that. Coanda SimSport now right behind them.
Yeah, 0.4 of a second the gap is right now between these two cars. Just going to get ourselves one more look. We'll slow it down right about here. They can see then that Team GT car. Well, just coming into the corner, you can see Alatalo going for a gap. And there you can see contact right about there. Glacier Racing might have just got away with that. It's actually a wheel to side panel impact there. So it was the wheel that got the brunt of the impact, not anything else. But Glacier Racing able to carry on. The gap, though, is 0.6 of a second. And what that does mean now, actually, is that they're back into play as far as the draft goes.
Yeah, they're able to draft off of one another as they just come through one of these wounded traffic. Actually, that roof, catching out that roof at the worst time possible. Coanda. I'm talking about the Coanda car that was catching right behind. He caught out that ORL roof car, and now he has to make his way through the BMW. Both cars getting held up by traffic. So this time they'll both getting onto the apron perfectly fine there, and he still managed that Coanda to be remotely behind, but he got absolutely caught out by a damaged roof car in the kink, which, as we said, you can't take that too wide.
So they can see then the overspeed was not much for the Coanda HBD car. Got Ryan Walker from the Mad Cape Racing Team car. Here they are running, I believe, in the 4th split of today's event as we continue to ride it along board with the Coanda SimSports car. So hello, Mr. Ryan Walker.
Hello, Will. Hello, guys. Good job in the broadcast so far.
Yeah, it's been alright. It's been alright. We've not ruined it yet, so you know. But how's your race been going so far for you guys?
Yeah, it's been going pretty well so far. We're sitting in P5 at the moment, and we're not too far away from P3 at the moment in class. So yeah, it's been a good race so far. We never got it. Never had a chance to get anyone to qualify the car during the week, so we had to start from the back in class. But we've been slowly working our way through the pack, and we're up to P5 at the moment. So yeah, it's been going well so far.
You can see, by the way, the Core Motorsports car is on pit road making itself some service right now. So it's going to be a 54.2 second stop, and it's back out and away onto the racetrack. You've also got poor Nicholas Cooper in the window lickers car, which, by the way, did a very interesting entrance onto pit road, shall we say. They can see it's about 30-degree angle to where it should be, so it's going to cost it a bit of time.
Well, hey.
But as far as the next couple of hours go for you guys, what's the plan, what's the story, and how much of this race have you got planned out as far as drivers go, and how much are you going to play it depending on driver performance a little bit later on?
Ooh. This is actually...
Yeah, the plan at the moment is for basically drive as long as possible. Basically, I think the plan at the moment is basically do double stunts, and when it comes to the night running, they let the American guys do some of the driving at night time, and then when it comes to the morning hours, they will hand back over to the European guys. But it basically just depends on who's available to drive and when. But yeah, my plan at the moment for me is get something to eat and something to drink, and then get back in the car and probably say 2 or 3 hours and basically do some night running, which I'm looking forward to.
Running in the night time then for Ryan Walker. Well, good luck. Anyone you want to give a shout out to in that Mad Cape Racing team car?
I'd like to give a thank to Michelle Dion, Javier Di Carvalho, Chad Simpson as well, and anyone else I've missed who's been helping with testing this week to get the car set up. They've done a great job, and I hope we can make it to the finish and hopefully get a top 3 result. But to make it to the finish is the main aim, and if we do that, then happy days.
We did see, but we've got actually Justin Lindsay trying to do all forms of manoeuvres to get himself past some slower traffic. That's a Vortex car he's trying to pass right now. He was actually at the start of this lap just 0.7 of a second behind Rico Editalo. He's now fallen back 2 seconds in the space of this one lap. So Justin Lindsay in that kind of SimSport HPD car, after getting himself right back into the game after Editalo's brief incident, now is again 2.4 seconds behind your overall race leader. We did see it, Cam, on RaceSpot TV replay, but that Vroom car, I'm going to call it, the window lickers.
Well, we kind of have a bigger issue.
Me.
I'm sorry. The Vortex Sim Racing car had been flipped into the air and is now missing its rear calling. I think it's a little more important than a whoopsie-doodle on pit lane.
Well, we'll try and find ourselves a replay of that one. Just trying to figure out which one car this
Turn
is.
1, car number 108.
What car is it? 108. So there we are. Antoine, there you can see, well, he's got no back cover right now at all. And that car is, for the time being, I'm going to have to say, Cam, toast.
Yeah, if you look at turn 1, very strange. The car, he gets halfway through turn 1, and it's like the power cuts out. The power cut out on the HPD. He got it refired and tried to get off of the lane, and causing massive drama. So if you guys can get that up on the replay there.
It's on the replay, and they actually starts moving again, and then gets flipped upside down and around. Well, that Vortex car was in the wars a little bit earlier on. We'll get ourselves another couple of looks at it, but, well, Vortex car is, well, for the time being, pretty much done in this race.
Oh, absolutely got to be done. I mean, that's rear wheel damage, rear spoiler damage. I mean, I feel bad for the Podium Assault car and the, who is that? The Evolution Racing Australian car that he pulled out and got clipped out in front of. Very unfortunate for those two guys.
Yeah, we'll get ourselves one more look at it then. There you can see the Vortex Sim Racing H. It looks as though the power cut up on it, gets it refired, and then, well, it just comes across, and there we are. Doesn't realise. Into the wall. No rear engine cover on that one at all, as the Radicals car is now right behind Justin Lindsay. So the gap here, Lester, is only about, in fact, your entire 3 cars have come back together. We have got a 3-horse race once again. Nakurian, 6.4 seconds behind your overall race lead, and he's only, get this, 1.5 seconds now behind Justin Lindsay in that kind of sim sports car.
Thank you, back markers. Yes, you've opened up the race for us. 6.2 cover the top 3 in this race somehow, because it looked like Alatalo was about to just run away with it. But as we saw earlier with Lindsay got a little bit excited. He thought he could keep up with Alatalo before that incident with a back marker where he almost had a big shunt into the back of him. But yeah, I predict we'll see another on-track kerfuffle shortly with the Radicals attempting to take P2, but they are due in for a pit stop sooner than the other two, I think.
Yeah, and we're not far away from another round of pit stops here. There's about 2 to 3 laps separating these teams as far as pit sequences go. There you can see the Radicals on line car down to 7 tenths per second. He will have the draft this time around as well, and we'll show you just how much that is going to be. You can see already going faster as they work themselves out of NASCAR turn 2. The short run now down towards the bus stop chicane. Now, get yourself the overspeed here. It's already about 4 or 5 kilometers an hour down in towards the bus stop chicane. Come break just before the 100-meter board. You can see running through the corner, gaining a couple of tenths per second. Those tyres are shot to pieces there on Justin Lindsay, because here you can see round the outside, here comes Jonas Nakurian trying to get himself past Justin Lindsay, and well, Lindsay's tyres are shot to pieces, Rachel.
Yeah, they are. Lindsay, he's suffering so badly on those tyres. He's had a few slips and moments with that car, and it's costing him dearly, Will. He's in real trouble.
Although here you can see Nakurian have to get back into the toe, kind of pulled out of it a little bit too early, and that now means that he still scored 0.4 of a second there behind Justin Lindsay. Justin Lindsay runs wide. Here comes Nakurian. He'll be on the outside as they run it down into the international horseshoe, almost making contact side by side. Oh, Nakurian! Nakurian goes off the racetrack there. Just avoids the tyre barrier. That is incredible, Cam. Just avoiding the tyre barrier.
He kept that thing right off the wall. Car got super loose, eating that dirt off the inside there, as that is dirt, not pavement. As Jonas Nakarian found out, he managed to keep that thing off of that wall. If he reacted or overreacted, that car would have been spinning into that barrier. Very good driving from that Radicals Online pilot. He's now going to have to recover, and he's now got an entire gap to catch up once again with that Coanda Sim Sport car.
But those tyres, Cam, on that Coanda car, I don't know if they didn't take tyres last time by what they're doing, but Lindsay's car looks like it's shot to pieces right now.
Oh, maybe they're trying to double stint tire to see what they can do later on in the race. As we do remember, we are only just about to close out the 5th hour here out of a 24-hour race. Maybe they want to experiment and find out, hey, what can we do on a fuel stop run? If we on fuel as the Coanda car goes way up high, I almost think he might have brushed the wall there, but I don't think he did. Justin Lindsay there might have brushed up that wall a little. Hold on a second there, I was a little behind there. But they might just be trying to find out how far they can go on a tire run, whether they can double stint tires, and what they can do for fuel. So this could just be an experimenting run here with Justin Lindsay.
Yeah, as you can see, the gap back down to 1.4 seconds last time by. A 1:37.808 there for Justin Lindsay. Works himself past the start-finish line again. Does himself a 1:38.881 down to the inside of the Shark team car. As 1:40.107 there for Jonas Nakurian in the Radicals Online car. Gap back down to 1 second. However, Nakurian is going to have traffic to deal with as they work themselves down into the international horseshoe. Nakurian looks down to the inside of the number 12 car, makes that pass complete, going along board with Jonas Nakurian. Gap out from just 9 tenths of a second. Now, Rachel, what happened that last time by is Nakurian got such a good run out of the bus stop chicane, he couldn't actually get any of the overspeed from the draft because he was alongside Lindsay. Basically, as soon as they got into NASCAR turn 3, if he can get himself that overspeed, it'll be an easy pass. He just needs to time it a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. You just got to get yourself in that position and give up maybe a lap or so. Make sure you've got that track position right, and when you do, it's almost impossible to defend against that sort of move. Trying to work your way past them as it stands is just going to cost them both tyres.
As we go back along board then with the Radical car, 4GT, a little bit slower ahead on the racetrack. They breeze past them. Overspeed as they work themselves down into the bus stop chicane, about 4 kilometers an hour. Gap is about half a second as they come down into the corner. Nakurian a little bit early on the brakes, getting himself good momentum on the exit of the corner, blipping the throttle nicely. 3 tenths per second, slow exit there for Coanda once again. Back onto the bank and they come. There is lap traffic ahead of them. So they're going to have to time your move here if you're Nakurian. They both move out to the outside line as they work themselves down towards the start-finish line once again. Overspeed of about 5 kilometers an hour. Will Nakurian try and make the pass? Actually, they're about the same now. They are side by side, so they work themselves back down in towards turn number 1 once again, and it will be Kawanda still ahead. But we know that Kawanda's pushed very wide there in turn number 1 recently a couple of times. This is the corner, of course, but Nakurian went off just a couple of laps ago, right behind again. As they go have a look down to the outside as they come down into the International Horseshoe. Nothing that he can find right here. This is the battle for P2 on the racetrack, getting himself a much better run, though. Out of the Horseshoe, they'll be side by side as they work themselves down into the kink, and Nakurian falls back into line. Wise there. There's the BMW just ahead of them on the racetrack. Whilst this is all going on, Rico Alatalo has now got the gap up to 8.3 seconds over Justin Lindsay as that BMW car. It's going to be critical because here you can see that Rico Alatalo, that Jonas Nakurian got bolted there. So he has to wait another corner. We go back and on board of him as they work themselves down onto the banking once again. Very high line coming out of turn 6 there for Nakurian. Gap is still at about 0.5 of a second as they come back onto the banking. But this is a great battle going on right now for P number 2 and 3 on the racetrack, Cam.
Yeah, we're doing a very good job here with these guys. Very smart, that Radicals Online car, number 1. He's just keeping, he's backing out of the things that he needs to back out of. He might be in the back of that head, or maybe in his ear over the radio. Hey, remember, 24 hours. We got, 19 hours to go here, all right?
He's got it this time,
right now
surely.
Oh yeah, he's got to have it. That Radicals Online car has got to be able to get that pass done before turn 1. If they don't come upon any left cars that go around, 2 cars there, that CTC and the Brazil car, he's on the inside. He should have the preferred line going into turn 1, Will.
Yeah, this is easy for him now. He just needs to slow that car down. Jonas Nakurian on the outside. Justin Lindsay tries to hold on, pushes very wide, but Jonas Nakurian now up into P number 2 on the racetrack, and Lindsay lost himself 1.2 seconds by going wide there as well. Now, I want to show a replay of this, and I want to take it stage by stage here, because what happened was they came out of the banking, and then you can see lap traffic ahead of them. Now, the issue is that Lindsay's been defending that inside line. Nakurian's been trying the outside. Now, we'll go along board with Nakurian here, and we'll slow it down here. You see, at this particular point, Nakurian goes immediately free wide, coming down into the corner on the exit of NASCAR turn number 4. That means that he has the inside line down into the next corner. He didn't hang about at all there, Lester. He was like, well, this is my only chance to get the inside line. He knows his car works on the inside. He knows that Lindsay struggles on the outside line. Brilliant track placement there by Nakurian.
Yeah, Nakurian had very good had placement there as he set that pass up very well coming out through the bus stop. It was just a matter of time, really, that Radicals Online car was going to be getting ahead of that Kawanda SimSport car. That's on that clubbed out tires.
Yep, so we'll get ourselves one more look at this, and then it happens right here. So we'll slow it down once again. There you can see that Nakurian just moves himself into the middle of the racetrack. Now, Lindsay didn't cover the middle, actually. What he could have done, Rachel, is just stayed alongside, kind of get that side draft, and still force Nakurian to take that outside line. He didn't, but maybe he was just thinking big picture there, because he knew that it was something that was pending at any particular moment. Whilst that's all been going on, Alatalo has now got himself a 9-second advantage over that Radicals Online car. He's now back up into P2.
Yeah, he is, well, and it was bound to happen. What Kawanda are doing, I do not know. This could be a fuel strategy, it could be destroyed tyres, but if you are doing an alternate strategy like that, why are you defending against a car coming past you? There are only 3 cars in the lead lap. If things stay the way they are, there's a very good chance you'll all be on the podium. Of course, they all want to win, but if you've decided to reset into this contingency strategy, why are you fighting?
Well, yeah, so you can see then, we've got ourselves 19 hours and 8 minutes to go as we have ourselves the Go-Go Japan car of Akira Osada out of the car, and Yoichi Watanabe into that number 13 Go-Go Japan car as they make themselves another pit stop. Now, of course, Lester, what generally happens is the Go-Go Japan car comes in, 3 laps later, we see everyone else come in.
Yeah, they have been the trend setters, I suppose, in terms of pit stops. They seem to be level now with everybody else, all from about 4th to about 8th place. In that they've all done roughly about 5 to 6 stops each. So those early sort of question marks over whether teams were doing the right things, coming in sooner, going lighter on fuel perhaps, just starting to work itself out. We'll see a lot more of this though, these different sort of micro strategies within a bigger strategy perhaps.
Here we can see the New World SimSport Moonshine car on pit road, getting itself another service. Anti-Pajada behind the wheel of that machine as it will be back out onto the racetrack in 55.7 second stop. A pass left racing, chasing Cats on pit road, just completing his service. They can see getting himself some tyres. 44.3 seconds he's been on pit road so far. Renz Brokeman also making a pit stop for the Coanda SimSports car. You can see front of your picture there, just ahead of the pass left racing car. Back out and away, 56.3 seconds there for the pass left racing car. And Renz Brokeman just completing his service right now in the Coanda SimSport BMW. Just coming up to 50 seconds for his pit stop time. Most of these pit stops taking about 55 seconds for your GT class. Of course, though, we do expect Riccardo Tallo onto pit road in a couple of laps time. And actually, like last time, Brian, I do have to say that Jonas Nakurian was 7 tenths of a second faster there, Cam, than what Riccardo Tallo was able to do.
Well, I was going to say, when I had the chance to, that even after he passed, like the same lap that he passed, he took a couple of tenths of seconds out of that Glacier racing car, who is absolutely just running on his own pace. He's just trying to get his way through traffic. He's not being aggressive through the traffic anymore, which is good to see from Riku. So, you know, it's just going to be up to Jonas Nukarianen to see if he can't get that gap back up. It's 8.4 seconds. Here we have the three big dogs, the three big teams, really, in pretty much all of the road racing here on iRacing. I mean, you could put TNT Racing into that group as well, and maybe a couple of other teams. But you know, when I think of big teams on the road and F1 and prototypes, it's really Glacier, Radicals, and Coanda. And you know, these guys are within 12 seconds of each other after fighting for 5 hours here.
Yep, we are closing out our 5th hour of coverage here on RaceSpot TV. We are joined once again though by JD Lard from Window Lickers we're joined by JD Lard in the Window Lickers number 222 car, and they can see it coming down into the Boss Stop chicane once again, and 3, 2, 1, wham, as it comes down into the corner. Hello, Mr. JD Lard, and how are things going for you here today in the iRacing.com Daytona 24 hours?
We're doing a lot better now that we got out of the car. I was up since 11 a.m. yesterday, finishing up the design on this car, a couple other things, and decided, you know what, I'll help Harry Weidlitz, who started the car, out, and then I'll hop in for a couple of stints, and yeah, about 24 hours later, I'm like, what did I do? So I'm glad I got out of that car.
Well, you designed the car. Please take us through the design principles for it.
I don't know exactly how to explain. You have to ask Jordan Hightower, but he just basically another guy that's kind of getting in our car, Chad Coleman, said something one night, and it was just blam, and it just stuck. And instead of just joking around with it, it's like, let's make it a car, let's make it something. And next thing you know, Jordan said, let's do this, let's do this. And next thing you know, blam! There's the BMW right there with the green wheels and all the sparkly crap on it. And it's digging.
How much alcohol was involved?
Yeah, Mr. Ladd, I was just about to ask, from an artist's perspective, how many drugs were you on when you painted that?
It depends. Well, now my phone's exploding. Thanks. Everybody wants to know what drugs I'm on. But not really anything. I mean, Rockstar energy drink and Speed energy drink, like, there are cans in my trash can right now. I've been down on energy drinks like for the past day and a half, so that probably is affecting my brain right now.
Yeah, we just got the red pen out there. Can you please take us through what is on the top of the car as far as the kind of like driver pictures are?
Yeah, that's everybody that's kind of planned to drive the car except for one. I'm the dead deer. Well, it's a live deer, but that's got an arrow through its head. Cooper, which is the second from the right. Harry, who started the car, is on the far right. Alan's second from the left. Chad's floating in the middle somewhere. It's just, we joked around. It's just like, let's put everybody's faces on the car. Oh, well, God. So, all right, there they are.
and plenty of unicorn dust there as well, sponsored by Hofax. Because after all, if you're going to get a car, make sure you get it with Hofax, not Carfax, because who would trust a little fox anyway? So 5 hours into this event, plans for the next 5 hours.
To not wreck the car.
Good idea.
I had a couple of close encounters, just me brain fading with a couple HBDs and acting like an idiot around a couple of GT cars that we were in contention for position, and that's why we're a little bit further back. But just to keep the car on the track, we ran the Roar before the 24 about 2 weeks ago, and that was the main goal, and we had a shot to win it, except we had a couple of things get in the way. Car ran out of gas once, guy got in the car 1 lap before a pit stop and fell out, so that cost just 2.5 minutes. The main goal is just to keep the car on the racetrack and not get those 2.5 minute tows. We'll take slowdowns through the bus stop because we can get rid of those fairly quickly. It's just keep the car on the racetrack and don't bring it back on a Mercer truck.
Well, before we let you go, by the way, we have just had the Radicals team pit, and they came back out in 31.3 seconds. Before we let you go, like to give a shout out to anyone?
Just like to give a shout out to everybody on the other TeamSpeak. I know Tanner's over there right now. Alan spotting for Cooper, who's driving. Harry, any fans of the Flam Team Window Liquors Mobile. All the sponsors on the car: Anderson Surfboards, Aquatech, Glassing, Langford Farms, Spirited by Brad, Hofax, Flam. Just everybody, including my mom, who's coughing her brains out behind me because she's impressed with that I drove 3 stints.
Well, hello, JD Lard's mum, and welcome to RaceSpot TV, and thank you very much, JD. Window Liquors number 222 car, currently circulating on track. 20th overall as Riku Alatalo working himself through the International Horseshoe. Justin Lindsay scored in 2nd place. Matt Backham, as you just said, made himself a pit stop, now classified 3rd place in class. As ladies and gentlemen, we now close off our 5th hour of coverage here in the iRacing.com Daytona 24 hours, and it's been an hour which has seen a lot of changes in your prototype class. Rico Alatalo is now your race leader, 18.5 seconds over Justin Lindsay, who at one point when he took over the command of the car had a 1 minute advantage over the field, as they therefore fallen about a net of 80 seconds during his stint. Radicals online, coming onto pit road just a couple of laps before Alatalo, which has been kind of the case all day long. You can see Alatalo there working himself down towards the the bus stop chicane once again, as they can see. Tick it over as we now start our 6th hour of coverage. As far as your GT field goes, well, it's still this guy leading. It's Sebastian Schmidt in the Core Motorsports car. He's actually now been able to pull out a 45-second advantage over Falcon GP's Mikkel Henner now behind the wheel of that machine. So it's all been changed in the last couple of hours as we now kick off hour number 6 of our coverage, and Alatalo is on to pit road. Don't forget, live timing and scoring is available. Head over to racespot.tv/time and keep in contact with us all race long. Follow us on Twitter at RaceSpot TV. Use the hashtag iRacing24 to get in contact with us, and we'll read out some of the best tweets throughout the course of this broadcast. Will Alatalo stay in the car? Will someone else get in? We'll find out in about 15 seconds time, as Justin Lindsay does temporarily go back to the race lead. Set himself a last lap time though 4 seconds slower than what Matt Backham was able to do, as it does look as though that Alatalo might well be triple stinting this car. We'll have a chat in just a couple of moments time from Eunice Lucurian, who has been piloting the Radicals car for the last couple of laps. Also have a chat as well with Joshua Chin, as you can see, Rico Alatalo completing his service then in that Glacier Racing car in 32.8 seconds, bringing it back out onto the racetrack, onto that very tight pit exit, running on the inside of turn number 1 and 2. Mind out for those yellow clips of doom as you bring it back out onto the racetrack. But we'll have a quick word then with Matt Backham's car teammate, which is Eunice Lucurian. And well, Eunice, you had yourselves a very good stint there, able to get yourself provisionally to the race lead almost. And of course you had that battle all race long with Anderson Sport and Glacier Racing, and it's once again become a 3-horse race. Great little scrap going on with Lindsay. Almost had yourself erasing an incident though on the exit of turn number 3.
Yeah, hello guys. The first and second stint I had, they were really basically just driving my own race, and then I noticed on the second stint that I was closing in Justin, and I was able to overtake him. So yeah, we'll see how we can continue from here.
Just very quickly, we have actually got Commander Simsports now into pit road, so we'll keep an eye out to see who will get into that car, if anyone. Justin Lindsay has done 2 stints in that one. We haven't heard yet from, for example, Marty Piazzella. We do expect him potentially to get into that car. As you can see, 13-second stop so far for Lindsay, filling it up with race fuel, getting himself some tyres as well. Will he stay in the car? Will someone else get into that car as Glacier Racing go back to the race lead? By the way, Matt Backham is just behind. It's Justin Lindsay will get out of the car. Martin Kroenke going to get back in behind the wheel of that number 11 car. But here you can see then, 32.2 second stop for him as the New World Simsports car is on pit road as well. There you can see Joel Guez behind the wheel of that one, although it's a little bit beaten up right now. It's actually the Vortex Sim Racing car. I do take that one back. A lot of these cars running red, white and black paint schemes makes our lives a little bit confusing. But, Jonas, we saw that you guys led in the early game, then fell back a little bit. You kind of brought that car back into play. What's the aim now for the next kind of like 5-6 hours as we head ourselves into the night time? And is there anyone else still to come in that Radicals car, or is it just now you guys?
Oh, obviously we have the great American drivers who will work during the night for us Europeans, and I think all of us, I think 5 or 6, all of us, I think we can have a good race from now on.
Well, before we let you go, because you are again also radical enough, who would like to give a shout out to?
Well, of course, the whole Radicals team working on HPD and GT3, and yeah, it's great to work with those people, and will be exciting to see can we win this one.
And it is so great to talk to you on TeamSpeak.
Yeah, it's so nice to talk with you as well.
Jonas Nakurian then for the Radicals Online Steel Series Simulate car, as they're currently just 1.4 seconds behind your overall race leader. Also joined by Joshua Chin. Hi Chin, how you doing?
Hello, I am doing good today. You?
Now, are you running in the ROX Banshee car?
No, I am running in the New World SimSport car,
there we
the
are.
4GT.
There we are. So there we are. Well, no, it's not my fault. It's his fault. He has so many team affiliations. It confuses me. But while that New World SimSport GT car has kind of been in and amongst everything really today, as we actually see it there. Currently scored 3rd place in class. However, it's on a very different pit strategy to pretty much everyone else in its class because of the fact that they can go 4 laps longer, 5 laps longer per stint.
Yeah, it's really nice. We've got that fuel advantage, and I think it's going to cut down at least 1 stop. It might be 2 or 3. I haven't really done the math yet, but it's a really fun car to drive, and I wasn't planning on driving it this weekend, but the prototype team I was with, our car wrecked in the first hour, so well, here I am.
Here you are. And, well, of course, we're so used to seeing you in things like the IndyCar, for example. We've seen you driving GT cars before. We've seen you driving prototype cars before. How long are you likely going to be running for today?
I really have no idea. I think it'll at least be about 2 hours sometime during the night, but I'm not entirely sure how long I'm running for.
Well, you're going to stick on and talk to us, or are you just going to disappear off?
I think I'll stay here a little bit longer. I don't have to leave for Daytona for a little bit more, so.
Okay. Well, there you can see the Pure Racing Team LMP car. Lars Conrad getting into that car. As David Williams is also out of his number 37 car. And we'll see who gets into that one. Samuel Clark getting into the TNT Racing car. 32 seconds flat there for Lars Conrad. Samuel Clark completing his service as well. It'll be roughly about a 32-second stop for him. That is what these prototype drivers have been doing pretty much all race long. As tick-tock, there we are. Any moment now, he should be going. 37.1 seconds out and away. Jonathan Fuller making a pit stop as well. It looks as though he might well be staying in the car there, Rachel.
Yes, he will. But it looks like a 2nd or 3rd stint for him there. So Obviously, looking at a long game, maybe fewer drivers on that team, so they're splitting it up differently. Or it could just be he's going pretty well with them.
Yep, so there you can see pit stop time up to 41 seconds. We expect about a minute's pit stop for these Ford GT40s. Why is it a GT40, Cam?
Why is it a GT40? It's not a GT40, Will.
It's a GT44.
It's a GT44. It's 44 inches tall because tall people like me can't get in the darn thing, so we had to make it a little bit higher, but that's okay. I wonder what the new Ford GT is going to be. Maybe 46.
Or
wow. 450, the GT 450, coming to you soon. Oh, Jonathan Fuller almost pancaking that tire barrier exiting pit lane. That was very ropey. That would be very embarrassing to clip the grass and end your race at the pit exit. Of course, we did say pit exit, very difficult. One of the prototypes, the RLCS racing car, who is now back on track, had a massive shunt into that tire barrier earlier, which was very rough for him.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves Paolo Martins there in the Phoenix Motorsports car, just making himself a pit stop, and he'll be completing his service in just a couple of moments' time. However, we've got ourselves now just under 19 hours to go, and that was a yawn from someone. It's either Cam or Rachel, which means it's time for us to get ourselves another cup of coffee. We'll be back after these messages. You're watching Race... Is that something you wanted to say?
There is, seeing as the Glacier Racing Riku Altalo just totally drove the Coanda BMW off the track and they murdered every single cone going into the bike section of the International Horseshoe. But no, we can go to commercial. It was not me.
That's okay. We'll show a replay of that one very quickly because we can. There we can see there, Riku Altalo driving along, turning the corner, gas pedal. There we are, gas pedal. Driving along. There you can see BMW coming down into the kink, and well, what's gonna happen here? Shall we find out? There we are, cone demolition. Incredible stuff there. As the Ferrari car. Yes.
I think that's the high score for the amount of cones killed in one swipe.
Yes.
We'll try and beat that Trout.
Yeah,
anyways,
PTSD from the Indy cones and that now.
Yeah. So yes, please rest in peace, Orange Cones. If anyone, by the way, is on Twitter, please go and follow it. I'm sure it would love to hear about all the antics taking place here in the iRacing.com Daytona 24 hours. We will step aside for just a couple of moments. We'll be back after this. You're watching RaceSpot TV.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch going into turn 2. And now the 93, 39, the 30 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kimmy Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
as the 11,
here we go.
The 11, the 1 gets around, the 5 gets around. Big jump.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just interrupt this one there and just show you a quick incident that happened on the racetrack here. Involved Renz Broekman in the number 18 car. And, well, Josh Like Commander BMW, we don't see Commander generally involved, and we don't see Renz Brokeman involved in incidents very often.
Yeah, that's shocking, and even more of the circumstances. It looked like Renz was trying to get out of the way of his team HPD and just caught a little too much of the grass in that little S section and spun. That's really unlikely of Renz to do.
There we can see then replay. You can see just about here through the S as he comes, and bam, into the wall, very hard into the wall as well. Now, of course, that Commander car had been coming back through the field after it had themselves a tough start to this race, some technical issues earlier on cam, but now, again, it's going to have to come onto pit road, and again, it's going to have to find a way of getting itself repaired and get back through the field again.
I think this is a little different than the first time. They had issues. They ended up going a lap down. They have gone back on pace their lap, and oh my goodness, this is well, you know, I know we keep trying to be like the realistic Rolex 24 here, guys, but teammate cars taking each other out. Now, of course, there was no contact between the two, but kind of like the Porsches there. Nobody, somebody got out of the way there, and it just didn't end well. And so that BMW, minus a hood, is now trundling its way back to pit road. That is going to be very dramatic. Or did they go for another lap? Yep, he's just going out on another lap. He's not even going to bring it into pit lane.
Just a thought, actually. Maybe, and I obviously can't confirm this, but perhaps a little bit of tension going on with Commander at the moment, that they desperately wanted to gain some positions with their prototype car, their HPD. So maybe come on, you've got to get out of the way of him so you can get past and gain up on the Radicals and Glacier cars.
I think
it seemed pretty lazy.
I think it was just miscommunication, simple as that. As they can see, Renz Brokeman's car, of course, so Rachel, because it's front on impact, it's not as bad as if you were to slam on side on, but he's going to be losing quite a bit of time. We'll have to keep an eye out on his next lap to try and figure out how slowly he is going.
And lucky no engine damage.
Yeah, very lucky. But we will step aside once again, ladies and gentlemen, for just one moment. Now we've shown you that incident, we'll be back after this. Sorry. Yay! Well then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to RaceSpot TV. We're about 5 hours and 15 minutes scored complete then of the inaugural iRacing.com Daytona 24 hours. I'm going to step aside for just one moment to get some food inside of me. So, going to hand it over to the rest of the kids. Over to you, Cam.
And, oh, no, the commentary is dead. We're sitting here right now. We've got 3 horses all coming in. Glacier Racing, Radicals Online, Coanda. Well, guys, so far we've got Core Motorsports, Falcon GP, and New World Sim Sports, McLaren of all things, up in the top 3 in GT. Rachel, how have you been seeing? We're just closing in on 5 hours and 20 minutes, 5 hours, 17 minutes. How are you taking the race so far? Everything going good?
Yeah, well, I'm keeping an eye on the Timmy Hill Motorsports car, that number 8 BMW. They're up to 4th place in the GT class, behind the New World Sim Sports Moonshine entry. Of course, Falcon GP, the team that led most of the race so far in this class, down to 2nd place behind Core Motorsports. They are, well, yeah, they've lost a little bit so far. They're about half a lap back at this stage. So maybe drivers not at the same speed running within these different teams. We're seeing definite separation occurring now.
Yeah, and of course that's currently Falcon GP car piloted by Micah Holland. This is his first stint overall. Of course, they've had 4. So this is the 5th driver that they've had in the Falcon GP car, as that roof car having performed very well. The fastest, of course, being piloted by Kei Kushubi, who was the first driver between the 5. So perhaps maybe he is coming in soon, and that car will regain some speed, as it is quite undamaged. Now, Lester, this GT battles all the way through the back of the field here. Is that Shark car still racing with who were they racing with before?
Team Charlie.
Yeah, they're still at it?
Yes, 0.4 seconds was the gap last time round. 0.6, usually about half a second, and it looks like they are still attached by the same piece of rope. They don't want to either of them give an inch, it seems, because they're still either pushing themselves forward or squabbling amongst each other. I'd love to see some proper attempt. It's like they're not even attempting to sort of overtake each other. They're just sort of taking it steady. They're definitely, I think, at this stage, in a rhythm. Let's say.
I almost wonder if that Shark Racing car, if he just tucks up behind, if they can possibly, with some other saving, maybe save a lap of fuel.
Oh, that's highly likely, of course. This stage in the race, positions don't mean very much, and staying behind that Team Charlie Blue racing car means they are definitely saving fuel. They can lift off on those straights, they can save a little bit going into the corners, and it's just that extra little benefit for perhaps both of them. Maybe we'll see that position change in a few laps and they'll return the favour, but right now it's just a matter of logging laps.
Yes, and I'm going to head back up to the front of the field there, the Glacier Racing car, Riku Alatalo. He just, last lap, he posted a 137.6. Mac Backham posted a 136.7, so almost a full second faster. Now, that could be traffic related, but that Radicals Online car just 3.5 seconds back. If he keeps this pace up within the next lap or two, he's going to be within draft range of that Glacier Racing car, and then he's going to have to make a decision. Do they want to pass that Glacier Racing car, or maybe they want to stay behind and see what they can do?
Well, yeah, of course, the Glacier Racing car at the moment, they are doing pretty well, but Radicals, they, I think, want to lead this race. They were, of course, on the pole to start with. They led the majority of the laps, so I can see them wanting to be back in position just for the sake of it.
Now, and so it seems right now that they've got a relatively open space ahead of them. They've got to get past that roof car, the Club 100 Racing Brumo's colored car, which looked very nice at the beginning of the race, quite secondhand now. But after that, there's really not much ahead that should be posing them any problems. So they've got a relatively clean track, and so it's pretty much going to be able to see as Renz Broekman now has a hood back on that Coanda SimSport BMW, as I saw him out of the corner of my eye looking at that Radicals car. So he's back on track, and he's actually posting lap times that was very similar to what he was doing before. So that Coanda SimSport car perhaps having lost a lap, but most certainly not out of this race, Lester.
Yeah, absolutely. The lap on the last time round for that Commander BMW was comparable to the leaders of the GT. So at this stage, really, it's all about sort of just keeping out of trouble, really, which that Commander BMW did not do. How long did he spend in the pits? Was it at least 5 minutes? I think.
I was looking.
About a minute.
Yeah, about a minute in the pits.
Really? I thought it was longer.
Look here. The whole lap as it was, he did a 1:53 the lap before, which was him damaged and getting in.
When he was
or
in
no, he stayed out
place,
for 2 laps, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He stayed out. So he went from a 1:46. He did about 2 minutes per lap after that. So probably 15 seconds, 30. So he probably spent maybe a minute and 30, minute 45 overall. Not too bad at all, especially for what he did to the car, as it wrapped itself around that Armco there. But hey, he's back on track, and they've got yet another lap to make up.
They have indeed, and just an update on the GT3 race, of course. Core Motorsports leading the way after passing Falcon GP about an hour ago. The current standings for the top 10 there are Core Motorsports, followed by Falcon GP in second. New World Sim Sports Moonshine in third, Timmy Hill Motorsports and Charlie Blue rounding out your top 5, followed by Shark Motorsports, CTC Racing number 1, New World Sim Sport, Movano Thrustmaster X Team and the Window Lickers rounding out your top 10. GT3 race pretty exciting so far, guys. I'd say it's probably been the most exciting race out of the two. Of course, much bigger field than the prototypes, but we've had some action and drama, haven't we?
It has been a developing race, as we did see the RLCS car of Ryan Littlemore going into the pits and coming out about 23 seconds. But this GT3 battle, it's really been through the battle between Core and Falcon GP, which is off right now. Timmy Hill Motorsports kind of hanging around, as well as CTC. And then, of course, Team Charlie Blue and Shark Motorsport. I mean, we've got quite a few battles all the way going through the fields. And, of course, we have a couple of retirements. But, ultimately, I think everyone's fairly okay. Quite a bit of damage spread out between these cars, especially for only 5 hours and some change in. But, hopefully everyone's kind of got everything out of the way, and we're just going to start pounding these hours out.
Well, of course, obviously the first laps and hours are the busiest, with traffic being the closest in this field. At the moment, though, Timmy Hill Motorsports are, they're currently 1 lap down from the race leaders in this session, but they are also coming up on a car, I believe, ahead of them. Core Motorsports, of course, up 5 positions from where they started in class, 5th in starting, now leading. Falcon GP are up 3. And the Timmy Hill Motorsports team, though, started 19th, and they are currently running 6 positions up from their starting position. So some pretty big moves at the front of that GT class. So definitely some speed evolving there, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, just been having a look at again the Shark Motorsports car of Igor Kops. And the Charlie Blues Steve Bates behind that car at the moment. Very, very close. Looks like they have decided to do some racing after all, but no change in the positions yet.
Yeah, I definitely think the Shark Motorsport car is just kind of sitting there behind him now and just kind of waiting it out, maybe see how the pit shots work out. They might be on a different cycle, but just kind of sitting here and waiting. It's probably not a bad idea, but still quite a long time left in the race.
Yep, there is indeed. Just got Cam Stark here from RLCS Racing. Cam, how's your race been for you guys today?
It's been alright. I mean, I wasn't here for the first bit. I saw Ryan had a bit of an incident at the bus stop on lap 4, which set us back, unfortunately. So we've been on the back foot from the start, so we've just been looking to keep it clean. My first stint was good, I just kept out of trouble. Then as soon as I pitted and come out of the pit to start my second stint, I got stuck in the pit exit wall in the tyre barrier.
Not a good race for you guys so far. Of course, you had some incidents earlier, a few spin-arounds with Sahil at the wheel, and you're clawing your way back. You've actually one of the highest placed of the cars with incidents in that prototype field. 14 laps down from the race leaders. Do you guys expect to be able to recover anything during the night?
I mean, as long as we keep it consistent and out of trouble, and maybe if others make mistakes, then we can hope for the best and hopefully move up a few positions. But I think our aim now is just to keep it consistent, as I say, and just to hope for the best now till the rest of the race.
You guys, obviously you've had problems and you're going to be making changes to your plan you started this race with. Tell me, do you have contingency plans in place for this situation? Do you know who's going to be taking over? Have you changed your driver lineup and the schedule for drivers coming in later?
The driver lineup stayed basically the same due to obviously the times the Europeans can't race, which is really late at night or early in the morning. So we've had to get the Americans on our team to do those stints. So basically the driver lineup stayed the same, but pretty confident with the drivers we got to do some good times and carry on what we're doing right now.
Well, thanks for your time there, Cam. Anybody you'd like to thank?
Just the whole guys in the team, because obviously Ryan and I just set out to get this race going for just us two, and then we got 4 other guys to join the team with us. So always appreciate those guys coming on board and just having a good time with it.
Well, awesome. Thanks for coming in and talking to us, Cam. That's Cam Walsh from RLCS Racing. They are currently running in 9th place in the Prototype HPD ARX class. Thank you, Cam.
They are. I'm back.
Cheers. You're back?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, I only get a couple of minutes. Come on. As we continue to see this ongoing battle between, I say battle, work, between the Sharp Motorsports car and number 12 machine, and just ahead on the Team Charlie Blue car, currently being driven by Steve Bate. Got ourselves another Twitter to read out. These guys actually like us, so they get a little bit of airtime. It is at IMBA_racing at RaceSpot TV. You guys are truly like at Radio Le Mans. Very good stream broadcast of at iRacing 24 hates Daytona. Hashtag iRacing 24. Thanks for pushing our passion anytime. And don't forget, of course, you will be able to see us once again for the second one of our Road Warrior events. That's March 28th for the 12 Hours of Sebring. Only here on RaceSpot TV, as we continue our coverage, as it's now 5.5 hours of this race scored complete. And, well, we've got actually Sergio Paramo on pit road right about now, and he's in that CTC racing car. There you can see him on pit road getting out, and Klaus Peterson getting into that car, Lester.
Absolutely, yes. Changes happening in and out of the pits. And can I just say, Will, it's been almost 5.5 hours, as you I think you just said, of this race so far. It doesn't feel like it, really, does it? It doesn't feel like it's been sort of I think our race is a lot more entertaining than last week's race that happened so far, I believe.
Well, we don't go to commercial every 10 seconds.
There is that, yes.
Yeah.
It's pretty close, though.
Yeah. We're going for 15 seconds. Now, it's that thing, actually, that this race has been entertaining. I think what it is, the fact that you've got yourself, still 15 seconds separating your lead pack of drivers less. And, of course, we should have had ourselves an amazing last 15 minutes of the Rolex Daytona 24. And we were, I say robbed, I mean robbed. As much as I am a huge Ganassi fan, as huge as, Scott Dixon is one of my favourite drivers of all time. In fact, he's probably my favourite current driver of all time, because what he's done for that Ganassi organisation is just incredible. But you always want to see your favourite driver winning a race, not being kind of gifted a race because people don't know how to use stopwatches.
Well, that's your opinion. That I don't really have any favourite drivers. I'm a Mr. Neutral, personally. But I just noticed that the lap numbers have just ticked over 200 as well. So that's a small landmark there, I suppose.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, actually, ladies and gentlemen, if you are on Twitter, time to do another one of our little competitions. We'll run it out throughout the course of this event. If you're a statistician, you might be able to get close, but how many laps do you think will be run in this, the top split of the iRacing.com Daytona 24 hours? Tweet us at RaceSpot TV, use the hashtag iRacing24, let us know how many laps it's going to be. I might even give you a prize out of my own back pocket if you get the number exactly correct. I'll give you $24. Why not?
What's that, like £12?
About £18. Hey, come on, it's better than nothing.
You could get a curry with that.
You could. In fact, Hungry House have got himself a half-price promo code at the moment to get yourself a lot of curry.
Does it come with naan breads?
Go on, Rachel. Are you ready?
Na 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 na.
As the only American here right now, I am so entirely confused.
Yes. We had that one on commercial, and we didn't get it in originally because we didn't get the cue point right. But there we are, ladies and gentlemen. CTC Racing come back out onto the racetrack. They are 1.2 seconds ahead of Tom Jones in the Evolution Racing Australia car as they come back down in towards turn number 1, Rachel.
Yes, they are, and turn 1. Probably one of the hardest corners on this circuit after potentially 7. But short shoot through to the quick flick left and right of the little chicane, running down into the horseshoe, of course. So probably the most interesting part of the lap here is the first part, in my opinion.
Yep, as you can see, that gap is now down to 2 tenths of a second as the Evolution Racing Australia car looking down, thinking about coming into the second one of the horseshoes, down to the inside, and well, is he going to make that pass stick? The answer to that one is going to be yes. Nice little pass there, Chin.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a cheeky move. I don't know if I would have done that myself, but I think the Evolution Racing car, I went in there knowing that C2C kind of had the prerogative to either give it up or just kind of get wrecked, and they decided, okay, it's still 18 hours left, let's give them the spot.
It's kind of like the Ayrton Senna type of movement there, Lester. I'm going to come down to the corner, you either turn into me or you give me the position. Which 5.5 hours into a race, 9 times out of 10, you're going to give them the position.
Well, once you no longer go for a gap and all that sort of stuff, then you're no longer a sim racing driver.
Well, yeah.
Probably the worst quote ever posted on iRacing.com.
No,
because way too many people believe it.
No. I think, and ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to get involved in this conversation, as the 222 car is on pit road, poor Nicholas Cooper behind the wheel of that one in the window lickers number 222 car. Wham! I think the worst one is if you're not first. If you're not first, you're last.
Go hard or go home.
God bless Ricky Bobby.
Yeah, that wasn't Ricky Bobby. That was
Bobby Ricky.
No. That was for Days of Thunder, wasn't it, Chin?
Yes, I think it was.
Yes. So
either way, it's a terrible quote and shouldn't actually be used, but
yes.
Well.
As you can see, pit stop is completing then for the window lickers, 41.6 seconds for the time being. Gonna have a chat in just 1 moment's time with David Williams in the TNT racing car as we continue our coverage here on RaceSpot TV. Don't forget, live timing and scoring is available. Head over to racespot.tv/timing. Check out the links on our YouTube feed as well. We will at some point, by the way, move to our second part of our coverage on YouTube. We're going to try and eke this one out as long as we possibly can. If some of you might be aware, Rachel and I have another event to cover at 10 o'clock. So we're going to leave here about 9:30, hand it over to Hugo DeWee. So we're about 2 hours away from that one. If we can get ourselves to that point on this feed, we will do our very best to do so. We'll just hit the 6-hour mark, and of course, YouTube can only record it for 8 hours before we lose our backup recording. So we'll pay attention to that one. But David Williams, TNT Racing. You've got Samuel Clark behind the wheel of that machine now. But overall, not a bad start to your guys' event. You're currently sat in P4 in the prototype class. However, you are scored lap down or so to your race leader.
Yeah, hi, Will. Thanks for having me. I want to give a quick shout out to AIM Sports and Allenberg Racing Schools and the TNT Racing team. Yeah, we've pretty much gone on the plan that survival is the key here over all else. So we're all kind of just taking it easy. We don't have the pace to keep up with Mitchell DeJong anyway and those ridiculously fast alien guys. So we're just trying to keep our car clean and bring it home safe. And I think if we do that, we may find some of the guys in front of us have bad luck somewhere down the road and find ourselves on the podium.
Well, of course, you guys have had kind of a resurgence the last year or so. We talked about it quite extensively on our coverage of the iRacing.com Pro Series of Road Racing. But Samuel Clark, for example, behind the wheel of that number 37 car right now, punched his ticket into the 2015 iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. You're going to be there. And, well, it's kind of, a very kind of nice turnaround for you guys. Take us through the kind of team dynamics that's taken place in the last 18 months.
Well, it really started about, like I said, about 18 months ago or so now. And Mark Ursel, who's our team captain, he picked me and Ben up simultaneously. And we made some progressions there, and then as we kind of settled in with the TNT racing team, we brought in a couple of new guys, and we brought in Daniel Bida and Samuel Clark, and now we just picked up Riley Preston and Oscar Morgan. Morhan, I think I pronounced his last name wrong, sorry. So we've really picked up a lot of great talent and developed the talent we have, and then there's always been some really good drivers that just don't compete in the Formula 1. Like, Robert Tinsley's always been really fast in the HPDs, really clean, really fast, always consistent. Mark's always been really good in the Star Mazda. We got a couple of other guys that have been great in the Star Mazda. So we've always had talent. It's just not been in where it's being displayed on broadcast. And I think this time we kind of stepped up in the last couple of months. We're like, we need to get TNT Racing name out there, and we need to put our face in front of people, let people know what we're doing and how good we actually are.
Just to let you know, by the way, 2015 then hold for TNT Racing. We've got 2 cars in today's field. We saw you in the RaceSpot TV 24 Hours of Spa a little bit earlier this year. We're seeing you in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. Anything else for you guys on the horizon? Me and James, we're racing this Pack 4 League that's televised by a competitor. I won't say their name. Go on, say it. You're allowed to say it.
It's a Global Sim Racing channel. They're also on YouTube, and they're displaying it. That Pack 4 League offers some really good racing. We're actually doing ovals and road courses there. And, me and James are involved in that league. It's the West, Northwest, California, and, somebody else. Texas went up this season. I think their first race is February 28th. So we'll see some nice TNT representation in that arena. And then, Bobby, Robert Tinsley, we all call him Bobby, but Robert Tinsley, he's going to continue his efforts in the HPD, and he's been throwing around the idea of possibly moving up to the FW31 to bring on a pro license. We got Mark Ursel, Riley Preston, and Oscar Morgan right now in the midst of battling for their pro license, so we may see another 2 or 3 guys in the pro series coming up next time. So we're definitely improving the quality of everything we're putting out, and we're helping each other out, and we're making sure that if a guy doesn't know something, we all trying to work together and bring everybody up to the same level.
Well, very quickly, if you would like to watch the Pack 4 Championship, you can head over to www.globalsimracingchannel.com. The race is also streamed on YouTube as well. And before we let you go, anyone else you'd like to give a shout out to at all there, David?
Just one last shout out to AIM Sports. Go check them out, guys. If you need telemetry devices for your karts or real cars, go check them out at aimsports.com. Tell Josh the TNT Racing team sent you. Allenberg Racing Schools, you can check them out at allenbergracingschools.com. We've actually got 2 of our guys heading there February to take a course, so they're going to have some first-hand experience, and we've had some other guys go check that out. So that's an awesome bucket list thing if you want to do some real racing. Actually put yourself in the seat of a Formula style car.
Thank you very much.
And of course, check us out. I'm sorry. And check us out at tnt-racing.com. You can check all of our live feeds, see who's actually broadcasting, see who's streaming. Keep up with us and find out. You can find us on Facebook as well.
No worries,
thank you guys.
Hopefully talk to you a little bit soon. We're going to get a chat with you again later on.
I hope so, Will. We kind of got it scheduled laid out now. I think Lindsay, he wants to do an Ironman. I don't know if you guys know, but Benjamin Lindsay's actually a F-16 pilot by trade, so he's used to sitting in the seat for a long time. So he wants to give his hand at doing an Ironman stint of about 5 or 6 hours at the end of the race. So depending on how he feels, I may or may not jump in to give him some relief. But other than that, I think they got the schedule covered.
Well, actually, TNT 1 just passing TNT 2 there as they continue their journeys on the racetrack. Thank you very much, David Williams from the TNTRacing.com #1 entry. We'll have a chat to a couple more people in just a little bit, as we have had a couple of pit stops going along. This driver is once again leading Core Motorsports in the number 33 car, continuing to lead in class, gaps with himself, and the NWSS Moonshine car now 47.7 seconds on the racetrack. But we have seen there that the Falcon GP car putting back into 3rd place, which I do believe, Lester, is currently in the 3rd position, making another pit stop.
Yes, for a short time, Falcon was in the lead before pitting. And currently, like you say, Core back in the lead of the GT class.
And the gap between the NWS Moonshine team and Falcon GP currently scored at 11.6 seconds on the racetrack right now, as another lap will be scored complete then for the teams and drivers here in the iRacing.com Daytona 24 hours. Do keep in contact with us all race long on Twitter. We've got ourselves another tweet to show you. This one is from what seems to be a very excited at JGoldstar1_TV. Putting on the helmet now, I'm ready to reel this thing at CRTBMW, hashtag iRacing24, hashtag iRacing Daytona 24. Because apparently, Josh, people like starting up new hashtag trends.
Well, you always got to be on the cutting edge and always making those new hashtags. Just to go back to what David was talking about earlier with TNT, it is incredible to see as someone who used to race for them in the 3 years from when I was originally on there to now, how far they progressed. When I was on there 3 years ago, we were only doing Star Mazda, and eventually one of our members, Troy, eventually branched out to the HPD and the F1 car, got in the Pro Series but couldn't make it because of time, and now it's to the point where this team has become a force to be reckoned with, especially in the F1 car.
You can see Go Japan on pit road with Wanatobe doing another stint, 30 seconds exactly as he heads back out onto the racetrack. And Adam Gilliland getting behind the wheel of the Timmy Hill Motorsports car. We talked about him a little bit later on. He's now into the car to get himself a stint under his belt, Rachel.
Yes, he will. Of course, driver swaps are definitely coming up in this window at the moment, so should see a few more coming in. Of course, Tim Holgate is looking like he's going to be hopping into one of the cars soon also.
Tim Holgate? You mean the current leader of the 16th Street Racing League, which you can see right here on RaceSpot TV?
You can indeed.
There we are. Although you can't see him this Sunday because, of course, Super Bowl weekend. Josh, is anyone stupid enough to counter-schedule against the Super Bowl? The answer's there no, because Chin's actually just left us for a moment. Yes, Lester?
Just noticing the battle for the lead is hotting up in the prototypes. Glacier has got a 7-second breather over the Radicals, who is coming under increasing pressure from the Coanda SimSports car. Just 2 seconds between the two of them, fighting for second place at the moment.
Yep, as they can see, any gaps between your top three drivers. And of course, Rachel, actually, this is one thing that we talked about before we went on air today about competition within sim racing. And I do have to say, you know, we are RaceSpot TV. We protect our brand and we look after our brand and we, you know, try and pump out our brand. But I think what we've seen in the last year or so has been kind of incredible within the sim racing community. People like Global Sim Racing Channel, for example, British Sim Racing. We've recently had a couple of new names come to the scene as well, coming alongside some of the stalwarts of PSR TV, of course, who really was the original home for sim racing broadcast on the iRacing.com service. Really are now about 6, maybe 7 top quality broadcasters. Each of us kind of do our own thing. We try not to step on each other's toes too much, but it's always good to see, you know, pretty much every day there's something going on that people can just sit down, grab a beer. By the way, I finally completed that bottle of Budweiser I opened 2.5 hours ago, and relax.
Well, you're absolutely right, Will. And it's exciting to be part of this revolution in esports. Of course, esports getting its biggest boost in its entire life recently, with Counter-Strike Global Offensive making it into the X Games. So I wonder how far it'll be before sim racing follows suit, before major networks pick up sim racing broadcasting, because it's potentially cheaper for them than the rights to Major League Racing series, and the action is just as good, if not better at times. Esports and gaming in general are picking up momentum and acceptance in the real world. Let's just call it that for the sake of it. And I think that's a brilliant thing, because these cyber athletes, which they are, train just as hard as the real drivers, have to go through the exact amount of mental stresses, and it's amazing to see what they do. And all these groups on iRacing.com and other racing sim services, it's amazing to see the quality of the broadcasting that's pumped out by these guys. And you know, it just, where is it going to go? Where will sim racing be in a year, 2 years, 5 years? Hopefully RaceSpot TV will be syndicated by ESPN.
Who knows? Well, actually, it's a good point because, of course, the NASCAR Peak Antifreeze series, powered by iRacing.com, is simulcast on the web, at least, with the New England Motorsports Network. New England Sports Network, sorry, I'll just cancel that now. And also, of course, on MRM, the Motorsports Radio Network. Coverage of the 2013, so 2012 I think it was, 2012, 2013 even, iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, they aired on Motors TV in the United Kingdom. And also, you know, if you look at certain racetracks, the 2012 Grand Am Shootout at the Brickyard streamed live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. A couple of plans in the works to potentially get that situation happening again. And Lester, there was a good piece actually by the BBC recently, kind of the run up to that whole X Games Counter-Strike thing, that it really has kind of shown that people used to see games as a kind of hobby, distractants maybe. People never used to take it seriously, but all of a sudden actually people are seeing the educational, there is an educational value to racing these days, and you see it, for example, not only in people, you know, using it as a method of stimulating their mind, but also as that training tool that iRacing came about as originally. You have people like iRacing who have real life races, have had for many years, people like Mitchell de Jong, who we saw a little bit earlier on in the Commander team running in the X Games, and other teams, for example, with drivers who's running things like GT Academy or Atzi Kirchhoff, for example, who got himself a Formula 3 ride due to his sim racing prowess.
I was at the Autosport show a couple of weeks ago at the start of January, and I was really privileged and lucky enough to interview for a radio station Jan Mardenborough, and everybody knows just the name Jan Mardenborough now because of where he's come from and what he's done before. He's now you only have to say the name Jan Mardenborough and everyone already knows that he came from sim racing in the sim racing background, and he's aiming still to get to Formula 1. That would be incredible. Also, as well, like Rachel mentioned about cyber athletes, and I had a little chuckle to myself about that because it's still, I suppose, like you said, Will, it's still like an education for some people, really. But even doing what we're doing, commentating as well, I know people, we both know people who have been
Yep, so we'll come back, we'll see, we'll just view that one. Carry on your point there. We'll just have a look at this pit stop, but carry on, Lester.
Yeah, no, we both know people, Will, who have started out commentating on sim racing series on the, you know, in the various clubs and the various websites and stuff, who are now professional motor racing commentators. So on both sides, really, drivers, commentators. That it's an entire industry. It is growing, and it's fantastic to see. And it's for this weekend anyway. For me, it's fantastic to be a part of it, and I'm quite privileged and proud to be part of the inaugural Daytona 24-hour of iRacing.
Yeah, as you can see, Alexia Loma just getting into that Glacier Racing car. So Martin Kroenke does overtake the lead for the time being. That's Alexia Loma getting back in then to that Glacier Racing machine as we're about to close off 6 hours. And you're right, we're going to actually try and get Liam Jenkins on the phone in the next hour or so. Many people will know Liam Jenkins for the fact that he won the 2014 Autosport International Motors TV commentary competition. But you think about that, Lester. Including myself, I think 4 of the 5 commentators were actually sim racing commentators. Myself was involved, I can't remember the name of one of them. Scott Woodruss was involved, Liam Jenkins was involved. And it's one of these things actually that I do sim racing commentary because I wouldn't be able to, you know, get into what's a very closed off industry in real life. In the same way that motor racing as itself is a very closed off industry. But the skills that I myself are learning, people like Liam, people like Scott learn, it does translate, and it actually creates very good opportunities. We've actually got the number 6 machine, the past Earth racing car, again on pit road.
It is a testament to just how good technology is now, that your skills on a sim like this can be transferred and developed into real life, just like our co-commentating friends. They can be heard on various British racetracks and motor racing radio stations all over the world now.
Yep, as they can see, 55.6 second pit stop there for the past left racing team as they come back out onto towards the racetrack once again. Whilst we're here as well, we have actually got Mr. Andy Warner here, and he's going to probably hate me right now for having a chat with him. But Andy Warner is, of course, the owner and guy behind ANDWERNDESIGN, the guy basically responsible for all of these sexy graphics that you can see on today's broadcast. And hey, Andy, welcome to RaceSpot TV.
Hello, I'm a little bit surprised being on air right now. I'm not prepared, actually, to be interviewed right now, but okay.
Well, you know me by now, so yeah. Just by the way, ladies and gentlemen, Martin Kroenke is still leading. He's leading now again. 44 seconds to gap between himself and Alexi Aloma. We'll probably see him on pit road in the next lap or so as a rider on board of him. But Andy, very quickly, of course, you are the guy, the genius behind the graphics that we are seeing on screen today, as indeed Coan is on pit road this time by. So we'll stick it with this one. Take us through the design principles that you went through for this graphical overlay and also the promotional campaign to go with it.
Ooh, hard to say which principles I followed. I mean, first of all, it's just about giving it all a clean look, clean and professional looking design for RaceSpot, and I was of course looking around and what's American or European TV channels do in terms of sport or motorsport overlay, and I think we kind of came up with a mixture between what's typical for North American TV overlay and typical for European, like Formula One overlay, and I think we kind of created I would say a balance between the two of that.
Martin Kroenke, by the way, 31.5 seconds back out on the racetrack. He stays behind the wheel of the car. You've got Mario Bertolotti behind the Movano Thrustmaster X-Team car as he does himself another stint. And of course, this is kind of I'd say a refinement, say 2.0 version of the overlay that you designed for RaceSpot TV about 8 months ago now. So the design, the method by which you went about the nuances, I remember the font being the big one as well, and actually information showing on the screen. How much research goes into actually creating a product that works, especially, again, we talk about the differences between television and esports. On an esports profile, of course, you have people watching this event, for example, on a mobile phone, people watching in low quality resolutions because of internet connections. How much of that has to come into play when you come up with design for graphics overlay for motor racing?
I'm surprised to hear that people watch this on their mobile phone. I mean, does that really happen? I don't know.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Well, haven't thought of that, to be honest. Well, yeah, talking about typography or so, it's, I mean, the old one was maybe a little bit too big because we have some candidates who have very long names or teams with very long names, like the one you're showing right now. Oh, not anymore. That's kind of the process we're going through, and what else can I say about it?
Well, thanks very much for having a chat to us, Andy. You're not driving today, are you? Or are you?
No, nobody asked me.
No. Of course, you did represent Coan SimSport in the 24 Hours of Spa here on RaceSpot TV. I presume you're cheering those guys on as they're 2.7 seconds now behind the overall race leader of Alexi Aloma.
Oh, they're still not leading. What's wrong with them?
I have no idea. They need more doji.
Oh, probably. Well, I just joined 2 minutes ago, so I don't know what status is. So I mean, yeah, I'll look at the live timing and everything, and we'll check what's wrong with the team, and maybe I have to shout at them a little bit because I mean, the race is 6 hours old, and Coanda is still not leading. I'm a bit confused right now. I mean, what happened?
Well, you know what this means, Rachel, don't you?
What does it mean, Will?
It means it's time for a 6-hour recap here on RaceSpot TV. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, about to close off our 6th hour of coverage of the iRacing.com Daytona 24 Hours, powered by ANDWERNDESIGN. Alexi Aloma back behind the wheel of the Glacier Racing car. He did lead a part earlier on in this race. Glacier Racing started in the 2nd position, are currently leading, but once again being closed down by Coan SimSport. Now, Commander have led a total of 108 laps in today's event. We've had 50 laps led by Alexi Aloma and 59 laps led by Matt Backham and that Radicals Online organisation. Now, a little bit earlier on, we had ourselves Justin Lindsay, who basically lost 80 seconds overall in the space of 2 stints after a great series of racing by Mitchell de Jong. Mitchell de Jong getting himself to the 1 minute mark ahead of his competition, but then Justin Lindsay, slow for whatever reason, basically lost that race lead, and the Radicals car came back into play as well, with Jonas Nakurian behind the wheel of that car, basically meaning that after 6 hours of racing, we have just 6.7 seconds separating your top 3 drivers in the prototype class. Over in the GT class, it is this team leading the way as they come down in towards turn number 1. It's the Core Motorsports car of Danny Guiza, who, ever since inheriting the race lead about 2 hours ago now, has been able to put a 71-second advantage over Falcon GP, who led the early stage of this event by some considerable margin. Falcon GP currently scored in 2nd place ahead of the New World Sim Sports car. And, well, the New World Sim Sports car, they started down in the field there with Jonathan Fuller. You'll notice that one was to show that graphic on your screen. At one point, they were in 15th as low as that. They've gained 24 spots in the course of today's event. And it's interesting to note that these 4 GTs can go a lot longer on fuel than everyone else. It's about 5 laps per tank, which will mean come about hour 10, hour 11, these guys will have a pit stop in hand, and that is when they will really come into play. So then, to run through your top 10 in each of the classes, it's currently Glacier Racing leading the way from Commander Simsport, but actually will turn back to this battle, as you can see there, your top 10 of your C1 class on your screen, because Martin Kroenke is now right up amongst the rear. There are your top 10 in the C2 class, but we'll go ahead and we'll ride along board then with the driver of Martin Kroenke. He's going to get himself a good run as they work themselves back into the banking. Martin Kroenke will be looking to the inside as they work themselves through that banking. 6 hours of this event scored complete, and Coanda Simsport go back to the race lead there, Lester.
It was on the cards, and it's still extremely close. Who will blink? Will anybody make a mistake on this current lap? Extremely close. Brilliant maneuver. It was over before it had even sort of begun, really. But yeah, now they've got to negotiate the traffic.
Yeah, as they can see, Alexi Aloma is not far behind, just about 0.4 of a second, as they work themselves through NASCAR turn number 3 and 4. There we are, 6 hours of this event scored complete, and here we come back down in towards turn number 1. Once again, there you can see Martin Kroenke. Zoom that camera out. There you can see Alexi Aloma as well. Down in towards that first corner we go. We'll get ourselves another look at this one then. And it all kind of started through the International Horseshoe, all the way down actually. We'll just get ourselves a look at this one more time. As really, it all started through sector number 1. Right along board then, a Commander Simsport HPD car of Martin Kroenke. You can see he's closing up through the kink there. Seems to be those tyres working a little bit better for the Commander car at this stage of the event. Working themselves then out of the second horseshoe, that run down towards the third of the horseshoes, just before you come down onto the banking. We'll go back on board then with Commander Simsport, because you see, right about here, that Glacier Racing car just steps out a little bit, and that is exactly all that he needed, Rachel, to get down to the inside. Martin Kroenke back to the point. It'll be interesting to see now whether or not he can pull out an advantage, because we haven't really seen Kroenke leading a race. We saw him in stint number 1 and 2 really coming through the field.
We did indeed, and I've just been talking to Nick Thiessen actually. He's saying his pit stop counter on the live timing is showing as 10 stops for Radicals, 8 for Coanda, which might suggest that Justin Lindsay, with his 80-second loss over his stint, was a mega strategy gamble fuel saving exercise, turning down the fuel mode on that car, which could be a completely off-the-wall strategy here.
Well, we've seen it before, though. We've never actually seen it come to fruition. But we know that they have tried to do this before, Rachel, in rounds number 2 and 3 of the Neo Endurance Series. We never actually got to see what would happen, because each time it's been a one-on-one fight, it kind of disappeared from ourselves. That gap now up to 1.3 seconds, and actually Aloma having a lot of traffic to deal with this time by losing himself 1 second alone there in turn number 1 and 2. That gap is just increased dramatically up to 2 He's just on 1.5 seconds there, Rachel, in the space of 2 corners.
Yeah, that definitely suggests that they've turned up the wick now and they're going for it. Yeah, the only thing I can think of explaining is that it was a fuel-saving exercise from them. They gave up a couple of positions and some early track position with the fuel-saving mode, which has possibly thrown them onto a completely different and advantageous strategy. Well, it's going to be interesting to see, of course. We're not far into this race. We're just over a quarter of the way in. So it's a little early to say, but if it pays off, it could be the move of the race.
Yeah, to just give an update, by the way, it is the same numbers Tops are getting from Andre Borchers, so it is maybe just a slight issue of our timing and scoring speeds. Just over 6 hours then of the iRacing.com 24 hours of Daytona scored complete here on RaceSpot TV. We'll be back in a moment's time. We'll have a chat again with Joshua Chin before he gets into his car. Also a chat with Tommy Toe and Riku Alataulo. We'll be back after these messages. You are watching RaceSpot TV. We'll just actually interrupt that one, ladies and gentlemen. Just before we go to commercial, we're just going to show you a quick replay just as we went away. Of course, you did see it on side by side. We'll get another look at it. This is Jonathan Fuller in the New World Sim Sports car, and he was having a battle, actually. And there's a huge gaggle of cars around him, but we'll ride it along board with Jonathan Fuller. And Chin, well, looks as though that little bit of contact down towards turn number 1, and Fuller is still going, however.
Yeah, he did. Well, no one hit him, but he just got a little bit too far to the outside and tried cutting it back with the brakes still on, and the car snapped around. And thankfully, got missed by the Evolution Racing car. He spun as well, trying to miss him, but not what I want to see a little while before getting the. Well, still a while to get in the car, but.
You know what it was? It was RaceSpot TV and a global sim racing channel car. Competitors trying to go side by side in more than one sense of the word. And we had a second spin that happened simultaneously there. That was a number 99 car. So we'll just get another look in that one as well. And that was Brendan O'Brien in the Evolution Racing Australia car. And kind of 2 there down in towards turn number 1. So let's get ourselves one more quick look at that one as they come down. They can see past start finish line down in towards turn 1. You can see any moment now you're going to have the spin. And sympathy spin there, Rachel, for the Evolution Racing Australia car. So often you see that.
Yeah, well, when someone's got themselves out of shape, it's very easy for you to see them doing it and, well, react, and that usually ends up with, bit of a miscommunication there, Will, as Coanda coming up behind the car of New World Simsport, that 43. New World Simsport coming up to give Coanda the low line there, and both of them going right when one of them should have gone left. That was nearly Coanda in the wall.
Yep, so we'll get ourselves one more quick look at that one. Here you can see then Coanda, number 11 car, as we work themselves out of NASCAR turn number 3 and 4. We ride it along board then with Martin Kroenke, and there you can see as he looks to the outside, they both go to the outside, slamming on the brakes there was Coanda Simsports' Martin Kroenke. That one, well, it could have been catastrophic, Lester.
Could have been, but yeah, luckily no real major dramas. He's still out in front by just under 5 seconds, and the gap between the top 3 just increasing now, perhaps because of traffic, but the top 3 covered by 13 seconds.
Yep, so then we'll just get ourselves one more quick look at this one. You can see as they work themselves towards start finish line, right about there, all the way up to the outside there for the Coanda Simsports car, but able to get away with it. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back after these messages. You're watching RaceSpot TV.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93, 39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race for the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go. As you love it, here we go. You love it. The 0-1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big choke.
Six hours, 15 minutes into the inaugural iRacing.com Daytona 24 Hours at Daytona, powered by ANDWERNDESIGN, exclusively live here on RaceSpot TV. Thank you very much for being part of our coverage, and ladies and gentlemen, if you are checking out iRacing for the first time, then, well, we've got yourselves a wonderful little promo code. Get yourselves 3 months of iRacing all free content, plus Daytona International Speedway, plus the Gen 6 Chevrolet, plus the GT2 and the GT3 Ford GT, all, Rachel, for $10 for 3 months. What's going on?
That's incredible, Will. Absolutely amazing deal there from iRacing.com. Of course, all you need to take part in this race. Oh, wait. Yes, of course, it's already been going on for a week or two, but it also gives you the Gen 6 car, the Chevrolet SS, and Daytona International Speedway, just in time for Speed Weeks and the return of NASCAR.
Yeah, and of course, you've seen a promotion coming soon is the iRacing.com Daytona 500, one of the craziest events of the year. And anyone who remembers a couple of years back on Glacier TV will remember a side-by-side photo finish for the win, one driver going backwards, incredible stuff. So there you are, use the promo code that you see on your screen to get all of that for just $10. Buy it! There you are. I think we've done all we can to sell that one. If you don't want to buy it, then, you know, not much more we can do. I've got a couple of people here to have a chat with. We're going to start with Tommy Toe, who is in the TBK.com team A car. And, well, we've got Neil Askold behind the wheel of that machine as he just goes completely off the racetrack. And then kicks up a cone and gets himself a slow down penalty. Hey, Tommy, how you doing?
Good. To be honest, I'm a lot more nervous about this interview than driving my first stint a couple of hours ago.
Why?
I don't know, I got an increased heart rate.
Oh, come on. The thing is, you've been a part of the TBK.com. That's the one. TBK. I've been a member of TBK for all this time and I can't get out. It's been that one beer I've had over the course of the 6 hours. But we'll start it off. How's that TBK-com car been doing today?
It was great. For what it's worth, it was great. The car felt smooth. Of course, I had to deal with traffic. Heck, me, Tony, Neil, Gail Brooks, JP, and myself. I just repeat myself. We worked on this for a week, experimenting setups and practicing and trying to pass traffic. It is, of course, my first enduro ever on any simulation racing, and so far I seem to get a liking. I've only done one stint playing. Yeah, I've only done one stint playing to do more.
Of course, you are also a member of the illustrious TBK-like community, which I am also proud to be a member. Lester, are you a member?
Not yet.
Go and sign up now.
Okay.
You've got to complete a survey thing before you accept it, but that's only to make sure you're not a robot. Our good friend Paul Hadsley is also a TBK member, so shout out to Mr. Paul Hadsley. Yeah, TBK, arguably one of the most entertaining communities in all of racing, Tommy.
Yeah, it sure is. It's we've discussed many forms of motorsport like Formula One, NASCAR, IndyCar, as well as a handful of other series. We do have a dedicated group of people who provide us content. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Basically, about 35 seconds after there's been something that's happened in a race, you will generally be able to find a video of it, because Matt Sell is basically the god of getting us content for that, isn't he?
Oh, he sure is.
But you say we're heading ourselves now, 6 hours into this race. How many more stints are you going to do here today?
I think 2, maybe 3 more stints.
And
that's my brother.
That's okay. Are they all going to be single stints? Are you planning to double stint at all during the race?
That was the plan, but we discovered that double stinting may have an effect on our body, so we decided to keep it at 1 stint. Alright.
Well, before we let you go, anyone who you'd like to give a shout out to at all?
Of course, my teammates. I also want to give a shout out to the Sons of Kojima group who are doing a charity water thing. Look them up on Charity Water. Donate money to help people, help the people in third world countries that need water so badly. So go over there, donate, and Yeah, do that.
No worries, and we'll get that information up on your screen in just a little bit as well. The TBK light car of currently being driven by Neil Ascol. But Tommy Toe, thank you very much for having a chat with us, and go Team TBK Light. Also got Mr. Riku Alatalo here as well on RaceSpot TV. And that Glacier Racing car has currently scored in 2nd place on the racetrack. Alexia Loma currently behind the wheel of that one. But Riku, well, you did yourself some stints. You got your car and your team. Oh, he's going to come back in a moment, so I'm just talking blank to myself. We'll come back to Riku in a couple of moments' time. But, well, Leicester, that gap now, Martin Kroenke starting to slowly build it up again. 8.5 seconds in your prototype race lead. We haven't talked much about your GT field, but just a little bit. But we've still got ourselves a battle going on between CTC Racing and the Movano Frostmaster X team. That gap is mighty close right now as they're on the banking.
Yeah, these are the laps now whereby, even though things are seemingly sort of just settling down, spreading out the field, these are the important laps. These are the important stints whereby you can probably win or put yourself in a good position for a win, really. It's these sort of less of the sort of spectacular sort of laps that we'd like to see for as spectators, but yeah, it's all about being sort of boringly consistent for the drivers, isn't it?
Yeah, as that Movano car actually gets himself past the CTC car. I think what it was there, Rachel, is that Danny Garuza was working himself through some traffic there. The CTC car basically wanted to give him the line, get out of the way, and, well, the Movano team car was like, thank you very much, I'll take that one, and I'll carry on along my way.
Yeah, he did. A bit of a free gift there for him in that position, so definitely one he might remember later.
As you can see then, Danny Garuza in that number 33 Core Motorsports car, who now, by the way, has a gap of 73 seconds between himself and 2nd place, that Falcon GP car, who Leicester led so many laps in the early going, but it's not all over. We see that you can lose a 60-second gap in a couple of hours. Carry on.
I've just seen the Radicals car get pushed offline whilst trying to overtake someone. I think that was down in turn 3 at the Horseshoe. Didn't manage to see who that was. But it's definitely, he's been held up anyway. But he's got a 10-second lead. Sorry, well, you were saying, I forgot your question. But yes, Core Motorsport and Falcon GP seemingly together all the way through this race so far. I think they started next to each other on the grid, and they're still next to each other, racing 1 and 2.
Yeah, so you can see that we'll have another look at the Radicals online car, try and figure out what happened to him. I believe it might have been down at the 3rd Horseshoe, because they're coming up amongst some traffic right about now on our replay. That is the Triple 2 car, who, of course, is going to become famous in the course of today's race. We did get a tweet out from them, by the way. We will try and show it to you again at some point. As you can see, offline, the Steel Series car onto the grass he went. Well, potentially, I think Rachel there, more Matt Backham, being a little bit risky than anything else. So I don't really think there's much. We'll have to have a look from another angle on that one.
Yeah, we will. It's pretty hard to see exactly what happened with that one, Will.
Let's get another look. Down into the corner he comes, and oh, actually no, that Trouble 2 car did start to come across just a little bit, and Matt Backham getting pushed off there, losing himself a bit of time. Currently scored as 11.7 seconds behind Alexia Loma in that battle for the overall, yeah, about 20 seconds now he's behind the overall race lead, but 11.6 seconds behind Alexia Loma in that battle for P number 2, Leicester.
Absolutely, yeah. It's the co-ander Martin Kroenke starting to eke out a bit of a gap. Remember, about 30 minutes ago or so, it was fairly close. The gap between the top 3 was less than 10 seconds. Remember, it's like I said earlier. These are the business end of the as we get into the evening here in the UK, and co-ander pulling out a gap of almost 9 seconds now. Kroenke. Eloma and Backham.
Yep. As now we've also got ourselves Lars Conrad, kind of involved in a bit of a scrap right now for position Now, this is with Paolo Martins. This is for P number 5, P6 on the racetrack. Between Phoenix Motorsports and the Pure Racing team, Rachel. They're about 6 seconds separating those now. They're running P5, P6. They are currently classified at least a lap behind your overall race leader. But they are still having a little scrap, and this one realistically will be for P5, P6 overall as it stands, unless they can start catching up to the rear of that TNT Racing car.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to have to try and work on that. But as things stand, Phoenix and Pure are 2 laps below TNT, or 1 lap below TNT, and 2 laps below the leaders. So really, something's going to have to drastically happen for them to get back onto the lead lap. But catching TNT, that's possible. But still, definitely as it stands, locked out of a podium.
Yep, so they are battling, so for P5, P6 in class right now, as we turn our attention back to GT Battle's kind of got itself all confused right now. We have got Brendan O'Brien, by the way, had himself an incident earlier on. He's had himself a very long pit stop. Currently 41 minutes he's been scored on pit road. The Team Charlie Blue car as well, Lester, doing so well earlier on. Been on pit road for the last 12 minutes now.
Blimey, it'd be interesting to see what the problem is there with that. Don't know why they, because they were having such a good, they were absolutely glued to Shark Motorsport, weren't they?
They were.
Who are in 5th place at the moment in the GT. So they're old friends, currently separated.
Yep, as they can see then, still on pit road is that Team Charlie Blue car. As they can see, Alexi Aluma then working himself along the banking as he comes down in towards turn number 1 once again. Gap that last time by actually, a 135.8 for Martin Kroenke, a 136.6 there for Alexi Loma. So Martin Kroenke is starting to turn that wick up just a little bit in that battle for the overall race lead. We're going to get a couple of chats in the next couple of moments. We'll get one with Ruku Alataulo. Also hopefully get a word with Andy Kay from the Radicals Online organisation as well. Before we do that, however, we did just mention it a moment ago. There you are, the details on screen if you'd like to support the initiative being done there by the TBK Light team and the Sons of Kojima charity fundraiser supporting Charity Water. Visit my.charitywater.org/Sons of Kojima and help these guys out as we run today in the 24 Hours of Daytona. So then, Ruku Alataulo, we're currently having a look at that Glacier Racing number 41 car. And, well, you guys still are in with a very good shot of the race lead. Talked to Uni Backman about 3 hours ago now, and he thought it was all game over because of Mitchell de Jong. But actually, it's looking like Justin Lindsay got behind that car. You guys got yourself back into the action.
Yeah, Justin, for some reason, was a bit off pace, and Emil had an awesome stint and was able to catch, I think, from a mini back to about 10 seconds, and then I finished the job off by getting the pass and running away a bit. But Kroenke is out of our pace. He has an amazing pace, and considering we had me, Alexi and Emil, we decided like a day before the race that okay, we're gonna drive it in the HPD, and we just had some setup put together and had probably an hour of testing each. So considering that, and considering the Radicals and the Koanda are doing the Neo series and they have a lot of experience with the HPD and good baseline setups, we're very happy with it where we are at the moment. But I think unless something happens to Koanda, they are running away with it at the moment.
Well, as you see, we can currently see that you guys are scored in that 2nd place. We've been having a battle as well with the Radicals Online institution. They've currently got Matt Backen behind the wheel of that car. Currently 13.6, 14 seconds behind them. But of course, when you guys were catching up to the rear of the Koanda car, it did get all very bunched up for about half an hour or so. Are you still worried about those drivers being able to potentially take P2 away from you guys?
Yeah, of course. The Radicals also have really good pace, and they seem to have a bit more top speed on the straight. So we are obviously a bit concerned about how fast they are and if they're gonna catch us. But it seems like at the start of the stint our setup is not that good, but towards the end when the tires are wearing, we are actually quite equal, even to Koanda. So we're just hoping that we can keep Radicals behind us. I mean, there's still like 17 hours to go, so like anything can still happen, of course.
Well, before we let you go, well, actually 2 questions before we let you go. How much longer are you going to be driving today? It looks like it's only going to be a 3-car team. We did hear that Yoni Batman said that he might do a couple of stints. You're going to let him, or is it just going to be you 3?
Yoni, he doesn't really drive the HPD, and he's not a fan of the high downforce cars, so he's just our backup just in case we need a driver. So at the moment it looks like it's just gonna be me, Alexi, and Emil. So even combined, it's gonna be 8 hours each. So I think with a fair share. But I think Emil might be a bit busy, so he might not run quite as much. So it's gonna be like probably around 9 hours for me and Alexi in the car. So it's gonna be a lot of racing
And
still to go for us.
How long till you before, get back behind the wheel?
We don't. I don't really know. I mean, we don't really have a plan. We just went racing, and then on the fly, we just decide who's here at the moment, and if the driver who is on the wheel can still drive, or I think Alexi is maybe gonna do one more stint, and then he wants to go and watch the Counter-Strike tournament that's going on in Finland right now. He wants to watch it, the final. So I think he wants to watch that. So I think I might have to hop in soon.
GC Tempo Racing, by the way, scored on pit road, making themselves pit stop, just overshooting their box a little bit. Thank you very much, Riku. Anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Shout out to Emil for giving us a setup and a bit for the awesome stint catching Koanda, and big thanks to Alexi also for driving with us, and Joni for doing some spotting work for us and being there as reserve, and shout out to twitch.tv/Atulu for our onboard. That's ATULU. There you'll see our onboard, and when I'm driving you'll see the actual driving. So that's all that's my self-plug right there.
There you are.
That's all. Thank you very much.
Ricky, the show reminder there for Glacier Racing. That number 41 car currently scored in second place. The Pure Racing team car coming back out onto the racetrack. 31.4 second stop for them. Gonna get a chat as well then with team principal for the Radicals Steel Series organisation. That is Mr. Andy Kane. You guys currently scored in third place on the racetrack.
Nice to see everyone. Yeah, we're still in third, but it's, as Ricky said, it's a long way to go, so we'll just plod on as we are.
Well, you guys have led laps. You've led a total of 59 laps in state event. That's the second most of everyone. However, there did seem to be a point when yourselves and Glacier Racing were right behind Commander in that battle for the race lead. Seems to me that it's kind of eats itself out a little bit once again, but do you anticipate that with each of these drivers having to do multiple stints here today, that you can get yourself back into this race?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, Martin has an incredible pace in this car. He has incredible pace in every car, so the longer stints that he does, he's going to put it out there for Coanda, but I think we've got a good chance of overall of clawing it back. I don't see why not. We've run with Coanda in the Neo series, and we do really well with ourselves. We had some silly mistakes, to be honest, but we're up there. So 17 hours to go. Anything could happen. I mean, look what happened with Miguel Martin with the 100 Club car in turn 1. I mean, that could have happened to and ruined our race. It could still happen to any of the other cars. So until that happens, just guns blazing, keep going.
Now, to talk about that incident, was there been any damage reported on that number 1 car?
No, I think none at all. It didn't even give us an incident, so really lucky.
Well, of course, this is the start, really, for the 2015 campaign. Of course, you had a couple of drivers in the 2014-15 iRacing.com Pro Series of Road Racing, but for all intents and purposes, your season starts right about now. You've got drivers, of course, running in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, drivers, of course, running in the Neo Endurance Series, and I presume also in the Road Warrior Series as well. Just what is in store for the Radicals Online organisation, which really has gone through a couple of changes in the last 2 years or so.
Yeah, we've always been, right from the word go, we've always been an organisation that's about community. So we have people of all abilities in our team, right from the cream of the crop and right down to people like myself and others as well who just race for fun, who aren't the quickest. And like in this event, we've got another team racing in the GT3, currently sat in the pits with I think a 19-minute damage to repair. So it caters for all. What we like to do is allow different teams or different elements of the team to work with the quicker guys as well. So in the Neo or the Master of Endurance, we sort of bring people together, which helps other people improve as well. And likewise, with the DWC, that's purely about our best drivers putting it together and seeing where we can do, and that's going to take place this year with Miguel Martin included as well. But Neo, we should do really well. I mean, take Paul Ilbring, he's won in this car 6 series. So he's in essence a 6 times world champion in this particular car. I don't see why we can't continue just doing loads of endurance events and see where we end up.
Well, before we let you go, anyone you'd like to give a shout out to, sponsors, fans, friends, family, etc.?
Yeah, big shout out to Steel Series and Simulache who've supported us and still support us. Also to everyone in the team that's doing a great job and those that are watching. And of course to you guys. If it wasn't for you guys, it wouldn't be streamed and we wouldn't all be able to have fun watching it. And you do a great job.
Cheers, Andy. Andy Kay there from the Radicals Online organisation, currently scored in P3 on the racetrack in Leicester. It's interesting to hear a couple of different stories there, by the way. We've also got Marcel Wieners on pit road right now, getting out of the car, Rob Straightman's getting into that Falcon GP car, so a driver change going on over there. But it's interesting to hear kind of 2 different things from Radical, one from Radicals and one from Glacier, over what their overall chances of the race are. And we have to think back about how much time Justin Lindsay lost in his car in his stint. We talked about it earlier on before we got distracted. You can lose 60 seconds pretty easily in this event. You know, if you have an incident, it can change the dynamics of this race. Any one of these 3 teams, be it Coranda, be it Glacier, be it Radicals, still have the team, the talent, the ability to go to iRacing.com victory lane.
Yeah, it could go sort of either way, really, from any of these 3 top teams. I don't want to discount TNT Racing 1. They could, in theory, do it as well. Yeah, I was having a look just while we had Andy on there about Mr. Lindsay's lap times on his double stint that he did, where he lost quite a considerable margin and ended up, I think, 3rd overall at the end of his stint, and it wasn't sort of erratic any of the lap times. He was doing consistent times, I think, but clearly they were not times that were faster than the other 2 who overtook him. So that's me trying to be kind, obviously.
Yeah, and of course, Rachel, is that people forget as well that you've got to come up with a setup that works well for 3, 4, in some cases 5 different drivers. As by the way, we've got Suzuki and Taraka now behind the wheel of the Go-Go Japan car. And there's got to be a compromise made. In some of those setups, people can adapt better to than others. And some people just basically want to make sure they don't bin the race car. Not going to be able to push, naturally, they don't want to push at 100% because they are not as sure about their ability in their race car.
Well, that's absolutely true, and if you look at real-world race drivers, you have the likes of Alain Prost, who is very calculating and very smooth, and you have the likes of Jacques Villeneuve, who is a bit of a dive bomber. He would throw the car into the corner on the brakes, brake really hard, and demand a lot from the brakes. So you've got very different styles amongst the top ends of motorsport in the real world. Why can that not be the same in sim racing? And you can't expect an entire team to have the same driving style. When it comes to endurance racing, there's going to be compromise, and some people may not feel as confident with that different setup. Maybe that's what happened with Ben Lindsay. He maybe just wanted to look after it, as you said, bring it home for one of the guys who can drive that setup fast, and that seems to be happening right now.
Yeah, as you can see there, 55.3 second stop for Shark Motorsports as they come back out onto the racetrack. Adam Gilliland, by the way, right now is right behind Rob Traderman. Of course, so there is a pit stop difference between these 2 drivers. As you can see, Timmy Hall Motorsports in 4th place, Falcon GP in 3rd right now. Rob Traderman's just recently getting behind the wheel of that car. Adam Gilliland's been in there about 45 minutes now, as we have just completed, what is this now, 6.5 hours of this race scored complete. It's always difficult to work backwards, Lester, because I've got a countdown clock in here, you've got a kind of count up clock, and I get more confused than you guys.
Yeah, I'm guessing by like hour 16 or 20, I won't have a clue what's going on or where or what time day it is or anything like that, but yeah, just enjoy it for what it is at the moment. It's just sort of starting to settle down now, and people really getting in their rhythms, or some people starting to feel tired maybe. I mean, as a driver, maybe we can chat to a driver and just sort of ask, is this roughly the time where you do start to feel sort of tired, where your eyes start to go, or I don't know what happens as a driver. I've not done a 24-hour race before, so.
Well, I'm not speaking as a driver who's done 24-hour races, but a driver who's done 3.5-hour races, which in some cases here is longer than some of the stints these guys are pulling. You've got to discipline yourself in a way that you have to eat and drink properly before the race starts, because you're going to be sat in that one place for a while. And this is probably quite a taboo subject, but we're human, we need the toilet. And last time I ran the Indy 500, I had to purposely make sure I was drinking non-caffeinated drinks before the race, and during it I had a bottle of water and a can of energy drink. Now I'd drink the water sparingly throughout the race until perhaps the last half hour, when I could take the energy drink, get the energy boost,
chug it,
and realise that it would, the functions would work in time for it to be over by that point. But there's a lot to think about in your own body with regards to racing this length of time, because if you do feel the need to go to the loo, it distracts you, and it really distracts you to a level where you will make mistakes, and you have to basically be very, very disciplined about how you yourself are functioning for one of these races. You have to be calm, relaxed, not have a headache. Any little thing push you off. Yeah, exactly. And it's, be the right temperature even. If you're too hot or too cold, it will cause you to make changes.
I actually can attest to that particular one, because I ran in the old version of this event, the iRacing.com 2.4 Hours of Daytona, and I ran in one which basically started at 1 o'clock in the morning UK time. Which, by the way, Anthony Oselli is now behind the wheels of that Radicals Online car, so he's taken over and is, I believe, the fourth, maybe fifth different driver behind the wheel of that machine. As we just hit the top of the hour, it is now 8 o'clock in the United Kingdom. It is now 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Daytona Beach, Florida, as we've got 17 hours and 20 minutes of this event left to go. But I can attest to that. It was frighteningly cold that day, and it's one of those things that, it goes back to the athlete conversation. Yes, you're not going to be going to, run a marathon or etc., but you're using your arm muscles and your feet muscles quite a bit, Lester, and that essentially means that if you are cold, you are going to be more tense. They're not going to work as naturally, as fluidly as you would want it to. And actually, it's one of those things that comes into real driving as well. You can actually notice someone, if they're freezing cold, it's kind of more jagged on the steering wheel.
Definitely. I get that when I'm actually driving an actual car. If you're cold, you sort of, like you say, you tense up a little bit. You're not feeling 100% comfortable. And in performance racing, whether it with a karting or in real life racing, or even, like you say, in sim racing, it probably all has an effect.
Yep, there you can see Timmy Hill Motorsports, Adam Gilliland still behind the wheel of that car. They're currently scored in P5 on the racetrack. They'll probably be where they come out as they're about to complete their service. They've got themselves about a minute advantage over Mario Bellatoli. In fact, no, Bellatoli is in fact going to go past there. So just as I say that, Bellatoli just moves down in towards turn number 1. Timmy Hill Motorsports, Adam Gilliland back out onto the racetrack. 17 hours and 18 seconds of this event. 18 minutes even of this event to go. Gonna get another chat then with Phoenix Motorsports, and it's been a while since we've had a chat to Joris Thielen, as he is currently scored in the 5th position on the racetrack. Ollie Martin's behind the wheel of the car. Hello once again there, Joris.
Hey, yeah, we're doing good. So we're climbing a bit in the rankings, so we're doing good. Nothing to complain about. So
started P6. Been as low as 11th here today, now back up inside the top 5. Good gap to yourself in the PRT car as it stands right now. Got a little bit of work to catch up though to the rear of that TNT racing car. Do you think that one will be possible throughout the course of this event?
Well, there's more than 17 hours left, so we have lots of time to do that. I think the hardest hours are ahead of us with the night shifts, so we'll see where we'll stand tomorrow morning.
Now, of course, we were just talking about there some of the difficulties that these drivers face, both with mental fatigue, physical fatigue, but also the time of day that you guys are racing at. How much of that came into your calculations for who's going to run X number of stints, when they're going to run it, how long, if they're going to single stint, double stint it? How much of that came into play when you were trying to figure out who was going to be running when?
Yeah, you want to be as fresh as possible in the car, of course, so we are limiting our stints to 2 stints maximum per driver, so they have about 6 hours of rest before they can get into the car again. And also for spotting, we have wall, so we have you have a change of spotter during the whole race.
And as I say, still got 17 hours of this event to go. How much of your plans are set in stone, and how much of it, is going to kind of be fluid through the last part of the event?
Yeah, we're gonna see it when we are at the 3-hour mark, and after that we can improvise if needed. So we are gonna just get to the 3-hour mark, so 3 hours remaining of course, and then we'll see. You never know what's gonna happen.
Phoenix Motorsports currently sat in 5th place in the prototype class as they continue their journey. Done 243 laps in today's event so far. Very quickly, it's one that we didn't get to show you properly earlier on. Have ourselves a tweet, which basically I'm going to have to read out a ton of hashtags. But before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, coming up on March 28th, it is the 12 Hours of Sebring here only on RaceSpot TV.
Leader in well.
As your race leader, Martin Kroenke, does make his journey down on towards pit road, as you can see him coming onto pit road right about now. But the 12 Hours of Sebring, coming up on March 28th, only here on RaceSpot TV. So we will come back to that tweet once again in a moment, because here you can see Collider Simsports then. Will Martin Kroenke stay in the car as he's done, I think, a double stint right now. So we'll just keep an eye out. Of course, we know about the fact that we had Mitchell de Jong just do a couple of blistering stints earlier on, and in fact Kroenke is coming out the car and de Jong coming back in the car now, Rachel. Time to see some flying laps once again.
He is indeed. See how long he gets either way.
31.9 seconds for him then. So here you can see him come back out onto the racetrack. 31.9 second stop for him. We'll get that tweet in, I promise. There we are. Here we go. This is from @JDR Graphics, @RaceSpot TV, hashtag #Trophy1, hashtag FHWAM, WHAM, hashtag iRacing24, hashtag Team Window Lucas, hashtag Rocking on Rockstar, hashtag Crikey Mate, hashtag A Dingle Ate My Baby, hashtag Josh Chin. There's a hashtag and a half there, Lester.
Dingo ate your baby.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what that one meant. I'm not even sure.
I think it's an Australian reference, I think.
Yeah. We'll come back to that one in just a little bit. We're going to step aside for just one moment. After these messages, we're going to have a chat with Joe Peak, driving in the number 14 GSRC/Turn 2 car. But we'll be back after a couple of messages. We'll go side by side. You're watching RaceSpot TV. Stick with us.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93, 39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go. As you love it,
here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around, the 5 gets around. Big jump.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to continuing coverage of the iRacing.com 24 Hours at Daytona here on RaceSpot TV as we close out hour number 7 of coverage. Is it hour 6 or 7? Lester, help me out.
7.
7, there we are. Hour 7 of coverage here on RaceSpot TV. Wilmington along with Lester and Rachel here. Gonna have a chat with Joe Peak, who is driving in the GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports car, as these guys currently scored down in 18th place in class. And hi Joe.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm not too bad, yourself?
Probably a little bit more rested than you, I think, at this point.
Well, yeah, you know, Still got another 3 hours to go before I can go to bed. But currently you guys have scored down in 18th place. Kevin Brown currently behind the wheel of your car. Currently scored 16 laps down to your race leader. So actually, is that right? But it's really a
sounds
case.
correct.
Yeah, it is. I presume it's the case now of making sure you bring that car home, rather than being able to go for victory or many meaningful points, so to say.
Yeah, we ran into some trouble in the first hour. Kevin was actually in the car and just went into the bus stop a little hot and had to get some damage repaired. But, I mean, thankfully we were just only a few miles per hour down on top end and the car's handling fine, so just rifling off laps and picking people off as they make mistakes.
And you are actually, I'm just having a look at my timing and scoring. That one isn't correct, I don't think. You are actually closing up to the rear of someone. But you are currently scored, say, 1 lap ahead of the Evolution Racing Australia car as well. Of course, they had themselves some issues in the recent going. But, of course, going off actually there, down in turn number 6 on the racetrack. But it's still a long race, still plenty of action to go. How many stints are you guys like for yourself like you're doing today, and how well have you planned out how much you guys are going to run individually?
Pretty much everybody's doing 6 stints, and for our stint, well, I should say 6 stints of 2, because we're each doing 2 stints, and then and now I'm getting to see on YouTube now Kevin going off. So yeah, we're doing a stint, pit stop, stint, and then we swap drivers. And then we have it all mapped out, and we thought when Kevin had his trouble, like, that would screw everything up. And then when we looked at the time, he came out of his stop just about the same time that he would have normally come out of his stop. So it's all according to plan in a way.
Well, yeah. Of course, plenty of action coming along in the Global Sim Racing channel in 2015 as well. Plenty of action, I presume, for the Turn 2 Motorsports car. Take us through the plans for 2015.
Oh, sorry. I got caught up for a second. Can you say that again?
Yeah, I was going to say plenty of action looking forward to for Global Sim Racing channel and also for the GSRC / Turn 2 Motorsports. Take us through what is planned for both parties throughout the course of this year.
Turn 2 is kind of a loose collective of just a bunch of friends that race together, so no real super plans on that. GSRC, I don't know if you do you want me to talk about our channel on here?
Yes.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. We've got a number of series that we're broadcasting this year. ASRS, MX5 World Tour, as usual. They're one of our longest running series that we've broadcast. Also, Continental Endurance Sports Car Series will be back this year for another year long, and they're doing driver swaps for the first time. So we're pretty excited for that.
Is it still powered by Safeguard Racing?
It is indeed, actually. Yeah, you guys were the first ones to do CES, so.
Well, not RaceSpot, it was Glacier, back in the very early days.
That's true, yes.
Which actually then led to Global Sim Racing channel starting, so on and so forth, etc. I still remember part of the promo. The Continental Endurance Sports Car Series is brought to you by Safeguard Racing, your home for headrest, safety nets and harnesses, drive fast, and be safe with Safeguard Racing. Along the lines of that.
I can't remember what I ate yesterday. That's impressive.
But before we let you go, anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Definitely want to give a shout out to some of our spotters who've been working hard behind the scenes. Sean Ambrose is kind of our main guy there who's been crew chiefing. So, Sean, you're doing an awesome job, and stick with it. He's going to probably take a break soon. And also, obviously, to my parents. I'm not sure if my dad's watching, but hey, back at home in Cincinnati.
Well, have a great race. Joe Peak there representing the Global Sim Racing channel / Turn 2 Motorsports car as they come back down into turn 1. Currently scored 18th place in class. Rachel, we talked about this on commercial. The CTC car, we saw it on pit road. We're not quite sure what happened to it, but it is currently on pit road, and it's not the well, it was on pit road, not the happiest car we've ever seen.
No, it's not. They had an off and ended up deciding to remodel the front end of that BMW with the safer barrier, and I've just been told by the team manager they have 18 minutes of repairs, so a few laps going down.
Yep, it's currently been 23 minutes they scored on pit road. As you can see there, we'll just in case you can't see it, we'll show the damage on the car. But basically, Rachel, it is the entirety of the front end which is kind of torn apart on that one. It does look as though that the left front wheel is kind of caved out as well. And we do talk about, you know, if you do get yourself front end damage, then it's not too bad. But it does look as though there's some toe issues on that thing, which kind of makes it a little bit more difficult for these drivers to deal with.
Definitely. You can never fully repair anything, and as much as the new systems mean that the cars will be able to be repaired far more than they used to be, of course, taking a long time to do so, not everything will always be quite right, especially when a new driver comes in. They don't quite know what it's going to be handling like, and it's a few laps of testing and feeling and seeing what it does.
Yep, so there we are then. That is the CTC car. Update on Super Bowl picks as well. Well, you don't watch the Super Bowl, do you, Rachel?
I don't, but I do tend to tune in things like the Super Bowl. I think my picks definitely be on the Seahawks, defending champions, and I kind of like Seattle.
Leicester?
I actually know very little about the thing there, about the what is it, the game of football. Yes, that the London Silly Nannies. I'm backing for this for this year.
Just actually an update on that. It looks as though the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to extend their deal to play a game at Wembley Stadium up until 2020, and it is the aim of the National Football League to get an NFL franchise in London by 2020. So put that one as you will. Myself, well, I'm an Indianapolis Colts fan, which means that regardless over the malarkey going over a deflate game, which by the way, you know, the Colts would have lost that game anyway. They've always sucked against the Patriots, both in the Manning era and also in the Andrew Luck era. So, you know, it was a game that was going to be lost. And if we're ever going to go to the Super Bowl, as Chuck Pagano says, we've got to find a way of beating the New England Patriots. But I simply cannot support the Patriots. They're our biggest rivals, and to support them will be sacrilege. Therefore, go Hawks. And if they win, Starbucks, please give free coffee out this year in the UK, as well as you did in America last year, because it'd be rather nice. So there we are. Super Bowl picks, Mitchell de Jong. Well, we saw this last time he was in the car, just absolutely flying. Last time by for him, 1.2 seconds a lap faster than Glacier Racing's Alexi Aloma there, Lester.
Yeah, he's being caught by Anthony Rosselli in the Radicals, excuse me, who's in third place at the moment. 8.2 seconds is the gap, and Mitchell de Jong doing a stunning job again out in front. No, almost 30 seconds the gap.
That's incredible stuff. And there you can see Glacier Racing car, the gap to the race lead, 28.1 seconds right now. As we turn our attention back then to the Radicals online car, there you can see him working himself onto the banking, Rachel. 36 seconds behind your race leader. Now that isn't too bad. And the thing is, Anthony Rosselli, most people who watch GT Racing will know that it is basically, Rosselli is just an absolute beast in these type of cars. He is incredibly fast, and he might well be one of the dark horses in today's event.
He could well be, Will, and of course looking at the timings of the last laps from these guys, Mitchell de Jong, of course, incredibly fast as he is doing, last lap was 1 minute 36.190. Glacier with Alexi Aloma was a 1:36.5. Radicals Online coming in with a 36.8, so currently slower than the other two, but not by much. Of course, last car on the lead lap, but there's still some time to go, and of course, Anthony Rosselli is only just into this car for about 10-12 laps, so plenty more where this came from.
Having a look from the rear, the Movano Frostmaster X-Team car, as it currently battles with the Co-Anderson Court BMW car, who, let's not forget, Lester, had huge impacts with the wall after he was trying to basically get out of the way of his own teammate. This was actually down at this section of the racetrack right about here. He has come through the field for the second time here today. He currently scored down in the 9th place on the racetrack. Last time by, a little bit slower than Bertolli, but Movano are no slouches at all. Good little scrap developing though for P8, P9 on the racetrack in your GT class.
Yeah, 1.4 seconds is the gap, as you say, and there was just a couple of moments ago, actually, there was an incident, a minor incident with the Brazil power team in P6 in the GT, getting in the way of the Pure Racing team in the prototypes. It was Allmansberger trying to make his way through. He's 11 seconds behind Martins, trying to make up that gap. And I think he looked like he almost tapped the back of him as he was having his own fight with the guy in front, Bertolotti.
Yep, as you can see there, the Brazil Power Team car of Eduardo Prado currently scored P6 on the racetrack. Well, as we kick in another hour, this is now number 8 now of our coverage here on RaceSpot TV. It's time for us to start running through your field, powered by ANDWERNDESIGN, and we are going to start then, Rachel, with the driver who is leading the way overall. We'll start by running through your top 5 in each of the classes. And we start with co-anda Simsports, Mitchell de Jong behind the wheel of that car. In his second stint, last time he was behind the car, the driver who won the 2014-15 iRacing.com Pro Series of Road Racing, which is basically mind-blowingly, staggeringly amazing.
It was indeed, and of course in second place we have Alexei Aloma for Glacier Racing in his second stint after starting for Glacier. He's back on after quite a long stint again, possibly 2 stops. And third place, of course, we have Radicals Online, Anthony Rosselli. He's doing his first stint for them. And fourth place, TNT Racing.com's number 1 car, Benjamin Lindsay, in the driving seat. Fifth place is Phoenix Motorsports with Andre Martins.
As you can see there, the Glacier is actually, we're having a look now actually at the number 1 car of the Radicals Online thing. But Lester, it's been an incredible battle here today between these 3 cars. And to go back to have a look at Mitchell de Jong, he set the fastest lap of this race, I believe, so far. His fastest lap of the race has been a 1:34.797. In fact, the only driver to get into the 1:34s all race long. That car is up 11 spots from where it started.
Is the entire team, really. You have to pay credit to them. They have been absolutely incredible so far in this race. Over 7 hours completed, or almost 7 hours, whichever. And Mitchell de Jong, I guess now we've seen a lot of driver changes. We've seen almost all the drivers in all the teams, and we've got a fair idea of who and which drivers are the strongest in each team. Mitchell de Jong is leading, and he's, like you say, he's got the fastest lap so far. He's doing brilliantly.
He is.
We're going to stop you. We have an incident on track. Brenton O'Brien in the Evolution Racing Australia roof car, number 99, is in serious trouble. He's limping back to the pits.
Yep, so we'll get ourselves a quick replay of that one then, as we'll have a look on our instant replay and try and figure out what's happened to him, as we'll have a look. He's already going slowly by this point, so we'll rewind our camera perhaps a little bit more, try and figure out what happened to him, as we'll get a look
fuel.
then. Pardon?
Could be fuel, because yes, he's coming to a stop. He didn't actually hit anything for a lap and a half before it, and judging by the fact he is basically now limping at about 13 miles an hour, I think he's run out of juice and he's not going to make it back to the pits well.
Yep, more Fosters needed then for the Evolution Racing. I'm going to get myself in so much trouble for saying
Yes,
that.
you are.
More Crown Lager required for the Evolution Racing Australia car. Also Bundaberg rum, one of the best drinks ever invented in the universe. But here's a replay then of the Evolution Racing Australia car. As you'll notice, we'll just listen to the engine note of it then, as it works itself onto the banking. Of course, this is where you use the most fuel when you are going full steam ahead. And right, but actually no, he blows an engine. Shifting up a gear, it blows the engine up, Rachel.
Oh wow, I didn't even hear that well. So good spot there. Yes, they've blown their engine, shifting down I think, because it was going through the bus stop actually. So they have made a bit of a boo-boo.
Yep, so we'll get ourselves another look at that, and then onto the banking he comes, and there you can see smoke pouring out from the rear of it, and that was actually just as it's being passed by your class leader, that number 99 car. Well, it's had some damage along the way, Lester, and it's one of those things that these cars, you know, damage, what you can see and what you can't see are 2 different things, and sometimes what is going on under the hood, you got a ding, looks like your car's okay, things like oil temperature, water temperature, because of the fact that the car's compressed, there's a lot more heat circulating around there, not enough cooling the way these cars are designed to be. Essentially, something's going to give.
Yeah, it is an endurance race for a reason, because it literally does push every element in these cars to the very, very limit, or it should do. It's designed to do anyway. And I think only the driver and the team really know what's going on in the car at any one moment, and sometimes we only get to see the aftermath of it, like the car just pulling up dramatically or bursting into flames or whatever happens.
I do have to correct myself, by the way. It was Martin Kroenke who set that 1 minute 34 for Commander Simsport. Let's go back then and continue running through the field, powered by ANDWERNDESIGN. And turn our attention to the driver who is now 30 seconds behind your race leader in the prototype class. It is Glacier Racing's Alexia Loma. Now, Rachel, just 3 drivers in this team, but we do know from the 24 Hours of Spa, once again, and times that we've seen them in other competition, that these guys, even if they have to run 8-9 hours overall, they can well do it. Aloma is a workhorse, Adatalo is a workhorse, but actually, the third driver in that team who really has been a special one for me today.
Yeah, oh, certainly. Glacier have they redefined the whole concept of endurance. They have had an incredible run today, and they always seem to. They bring just unbelievable consistency to the track, and they always tend to finish at the front, whether it's a GT car, a high downforce prototype, or a Formula 1 car. Glacier Racing really seem to get it done, and they're always a threat for the win.
Yep, as you can see, the fastest lap time done by that team here today has been a 1 minute 35.608. Last lap time for them, a 1:36.910. That was 2.5 seconds slower than De Jong last time by. And their fastest lap, get this, it's almost a second slower than the fastest lap set by Commander Simsport, Leicester.
Great contrasts all throughout the field. Like I said, the different drivers, different driving styles as well. Just interesting to see who will burn up tyres more doing those fast laps, doing those glory laps perhaps, because it'll be it might even come down to the different driving styles, just like the Rolex Daytona 24 Hours came down to what, less than a couple of seconds, wasn't it?
Yeah, and just very quickly, a shout out to Sam Clark. It's not MS Paint technology, but it is close. It's basically what you see on the NFL. We kind of bring it into RaceSpot TV just for a bit of a laugh. But Glacier Racing started P2, running in the second place right now. Now, team that started on pole position, Rachel, the Radicals Online car, Anthony Rosselli behind the wheel of that machine. They are closing up now to the rear of Glacier Racing. As the tyres seem to fall away, Glacier do seem to lose more in the latter part of the stint, but the Radicals Online team does look as though that they are consistent throughout the course of a run. Mercurian did an amazing job there. Incredible amount of maturity there by Mercurian, but Rosselli behind the wheel of that car, really continuing the great work done by Ilbrink, by Mercurian, by everyone in that organisation. I think we just lost Rachel, so I'm going to hand it
No,
over
we
to
didn't,
you.
sorry. I was just answering a question from some of our YouTube viewers. What's the question?
Lester, you answer it.
Hi, YouTube.
Sorry.
Hi. What was the question, sorry?
Oh, my! This is what I have to deal with, ladies and gentlemen. 8 hours in, still a lot to go. Radicals Online currently scored in third place. They started P1. Rosselli behind the wheel of that car, catching up to the rear of the Glacier Racing team, but overall, they've all done an incredible, consistent job in this race. Rachel, go!
They have had a really good run so far, of course. Starting on the pole, they're in third. Last car on the lead lap, and they're only 36 seconds back, which 8 hours in is a very short amount of time.
Yep.
But, of course, you know, the Radicals guys, we know they've got the pace to get back to front. They've got an awesome team together so far, and the drivers they've had racing today, Will. Paul Littlebrink, Miguel Martin, and Jonas Nakurian, Mac Backham. They've got some real talent in that car, so I don't expect them to be sitting in third for long.
Yeah, they say they are down 2 places from where they started, but they are still within about 40 seconds of your overall race leader. They are the last car scored on the lead lap, but you think about that in big picture terms. This is a lap of just under 100 seconds here. Benjamin Lindsay is currently scored, I believe, 3 laps down to your overall race leader. It's showing on our timing and scorings in that TNT Racing car. So we did say from about hour 1, Leicester, that we knew that it was going to be a 3-horse race here. But that TNT Racing car still trying to push because it's going to get a gap now over Phoenix Motorsports, which currently stands at about 60 seconds on the racetrack.
Yeah, I've been watching Phoenix off and on for quite some time now, and Pure Racing have been consistently there or thereabouts, roughly about 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, right in the middle of the in the prototype pack along with Phoenix and GoGo Japan as well. People watching out for GoGo Japan team. Just going back to what you was mentioning earlier about cars and teams making up the most places. The NWSS Moonshine team started this race, I believe, in 35th place. They're in 3rd place at the moment in the GT category.
They are. We'll talk about those in a bit more detail in just a moment's time. As you can see there, Andre Martin's running out your top 5 in your prototype class as they continue their journey along the racetrack. Phoenix Motorsports, of course, had a couple of chats to them already today. Over to your GT field then, and Rachel, well, Core Motorsports, they ran 2nd place for quite some time in this event, but the last 3 hours, they have been pushing it along, and they are now dominating. Over 100 seconds now, the gap between themselves and Falcon GP.
Indeed, and I believe at one point Core were fighting. Big contact there. It was a lap down roof car.
Yeah, that was all, mate. That was right in front of your race leader there. So I'm not quite sure who it was. We'll try and get ourselves a look at it. I've got a feeling it might well be James Stevenson. So, no, actually, it's not, but we'll have a look coming down into the bus stop chicane as he was very close. The driver spinning just ahead of them as that is the ORC, number 15 car. The easiest way I could say that one there. There you can see him down at the bus stop chicane. Doing the right thing, just basically stopping, waiting until he gets himself back onto the racetrack. But we'll get another look at that one because that was very close to being taken out the race leader, Lester.
Yes, absolutely. I wasn't eating at all.
That's okay.
I've just noticed that Radicals are 3 seconds behind Glacier at the moment. So, yeah, they're both negotiating traffic, fluctuating times between them, and maybe traffic will again come into play with the lead of this race, perhaps, or for 2nd place anyway.
Yeah, and actually to give you an update, the ORSRL endurance car didn't lose it by himself. It was the number 2 car of Andreas Olmensberger who completely clobbered the rhythm. We're going to get ourselves another look then from Andreas Olmensberger, and this is coming down into the bus stop chicane, and you can see right about now 3, 2, 1 dives down to the inside. Although I think the OSRSL car just came across the PRT car. Multi-class incident. Well, we did say, Lester, that we would get more of these as the race progresses, and I think that's one of the bigger ones we've seen so far this weekend.
Tiredness perhaps coming into play for some people, especially almost certainly as we go into the graveyard shift as well. Some people trying their best to stay awake or stay stimulated or getting as much rest as possible, but yeah, we will see an increase, like you say, of these incidents.
Lester Forbes almost choked on a custard cream. That's never a good thing.
Almost.
As you can see, P2 then in your GT class. It is Falcon GP's Rob Straineman. Well, Rachel, they did leave the early part of this event. They have fallen back. No damage reported on that race car, but they have still got quite a bit of time to catch up, and that's one that we're going to have to keep an eye out on throughout the second half of this race as we get closer and closer to it now. And, well, 101 seconds is the gap, but still, in motorsports, in a 24-hour race, half the race to go, not really that much, is it?
No, at this stage it's nothing. I mean, last time out at Spa, it was a 2-minute gap between the leader and 2nd place at one point, so the timings on the laps at the moment are certainly changeable, shall we say.
Yeah, there you can see then. Just behind, actually, battle for P number 3 is our biggest mover. P2, P3, Falcon GP car, the NWSS, New World Team Sport Moonshine team car. Now, actually, just have a look at the lap times. And last time, by 3 times per second faster, was Simo Leppänen behind the wheel of the New World Team Sports team. We're going to try and get a word with Randy Chenworth in a couple of moments' time, if we indeed can. But let's turn our attention actually to that car because, well, it's been another one of drivers doing incredible stuff, and that New World Sim Sports car running itself in P3 on the racetrack. There we can actually see it, Lester. Well, it's been our biggest mover in your GT field, getting itself up into position, really doing what Commander's done in their prototype class. And we remember talking to Jonathan Fuller earlier, saying, actually no, it's Randy Chenworth actually, he said they didn't want to qualify out front, they wanted to kind of avoid the melee. Although I do wonder perhaps the time that they lost coming through the field might have cost them the chance at the win, even though we know that the 4 GTs very different on their fuel numbers.
Well, anything can still happen yet, and maybe part of the reason why they've made up so many places is because other people have dropped back, had problems, been in the pits, crashed out, been disconnected, anything really. But they are where they are, and they're in third right now. And our old friends Timmy Hill Motorsports with Adam Gilliland is just 7.1 seconds behind the Moonshine team at the moment.
Yeah, so we still got ourselves a nice little battle going on in that class, and as you have a look then on board with the Timmy Hill Motorsports car, Adam Gilliland. Of course, we talked to both Gilliland and Timmy Hill himself a little bit earlier on in this webcast, Rachel. And, well, it's very close between these drivers. Actually having a look, last time by, only 3 tenths of a second separating them on the racetrack. And I have to say as well, it's been so good to talk to a number of drivers throughout the course of this event, whilst they've been on breaks, coming into the car, just coming out of the car. Thankfully, we've not had any F-bombs yet.
We haven't, and well, let's not put the commentator's curse on that one. I am touching wood, my desk, and I'm going to go and kiss a Blarney Stone to make sure that we don't, but let's hope there's no orbital driver swaps coming in.
Yes, yes. Anyone who watches the iRacing.com the RaceSpot TV 24 hours of Spa will know all about that one. Here's the second New World SimSport car, by the way, currently being driven by Jonathan Bootel in that number 43 car. Now, I'm going to do something I really shouldn't do, and hopefully I'm not going to get into too much trouble for this. But we are going to be joined, once again, by Randy Chinworth. And Randy, we're having a look at the second one of the New World SimSports car, currently running in P7 on the racetrack. But the other New World SimSports car now up into P3. How's it been going for you?
Seems like both cars have had pretty clean races. I think the only issue we've had, only major issues, is that first pit stop when missed the box, and that's part of the reason we're so far down. But long race, we're coming back for it. And actually, the way the pit stops are cycling, we're running P7, and then with the cars ahead cycle in, we're actually picking up that P3 spot. So it's going to be interesting watching these cycles play out towards the end of the race, because I think up until we get about the 2.5 hour mark, we're not really going to know who's where in the top 10 in this class.
Now, do you think that there is still a chance for P2, dare I even say it, the race win? Because, of course, a pit stop here is 55 seconds in your box, then about another 25-30 seconds coming down pit road. You are almost looking at a lap in these GT cars. So if you can save yourself 2 pit stops over the course of the event, is it possible for you to claim victory? And do you think that there might well be a last-minute fuel save moment to try and get some people to avoid making that extra stop, or you not having to make that extra stop?
Oh, I definitely think there's a very good chance we can win this race, either car. Looking at the lap times, even from the leader who's a lap up on everybody, the lap times actually haven't been that drastic. Or that drastic in pace. And so, I mean, 17 hours left in the race, 16 hours, something like anything can happen to them, anything can happen to everyone else. We've actually been in kind of conservative fuel saving mode the whole time. We haven't really been pushing too hard, and we're still keeping pace with everyone, so we're in pretty good shape. And as you said, this thing sips gas, so I think once we get down to the end and people are making their extra stops where we can just stay out for an extra, however long, if we can cut a stop or two out, we're going to be in very, very good shape.
Well, one more question whilst we've got you here. Tyre wear, how big is it in these cars? We presume that you can't double stint it, but how big is tyre wear? Because we have seen the prototype cars really struggle in the last third of a run. Are you getting the same in your 4GTs?
The tyre wear on most of the GT3 cars, everyone knows I'm kind of a GT car guy, and I test all of them before these big races to see how they kind of stack up. But generally about a second or so over the course of the run. Start out mid to low 46s, maybe high 45s if you're real quick. Then it drops down to 47s or so. I think that's one thing we found in our setup. Tinkering around with other Ford GT setups that got posted, I'm sure other people are used. They didn't hold the tire nearly as well as the setup that we managed to come up with did. And we're actually able to run minimum wing and have the car be perfectly stable pretty much throughout the entire run. Some of the slower corners get a little sketchy on exit, but for us, the 4 of us, me, Fuller, Hall, and Battelle, as much of this stuff as we've done, I think the car drives perfect for all 4 of us.
Now, you have got the Team GT car right behind you, actually. And I believe it is a lap down car. How nervous is it when lap down cars just trying to make up track position around you?
Team GT are off.
Oh, so
In the wall.
So the curse of RaceSpot TV striking again, then, ladies and gentlemen. So Team GT having themselves a bit of an issue. We'll try and find a replay or something if we can of that one, as there we can see Team GT having themselves some issues, Randy. So, but how nervous, to answer the question, is it for you guys to have people, you know, that close up behind you when you are just trying to run your own race?
Well, when you're running it like this, with just the way the pit stops work and the way that it cycles in, you almost come out around different cars every single time. So you have to be on your game. All four of us are experienced Proto GT guys. I think, as anyone knows, who's been part of iRacing, I think if anyone who uses our four names knows we've done the multi-class stuff and knows that we're used to being around different cars like that. So for us, it's just par for the course. Anything we do in any, you know, regular soft race that we would do. Other people might be struggling with it, but it's just one of those things where you just got to drive to the traffic, pretty much. Like I said, we got 4 experienced guys. A couple of us are Hall and Fuller won the Neo opener. Patel and I were in a position to win the rough in the Spa 24. So we've done this before, messed with these different classes and these endurance races before. So it's pretty much just survival mode for us, really.
We're going to try and find what happened out to that number 10 car of Amando Palumbo, as he did get himself a little bit of damage, in fact, to the front end of that car.
I'll tell you, Will.
Yeah.
Coming through turn 1, there was a little bit of traffic, but the traffic cleared, and Amando Palumbo oversteered coming through the second part of turn 1, and basically lost the back end, tapped the inside wall, got the car turned around, was facing the wrong way down the track, had to let traffic come past, tried to spin it round, forgot to turn his traction control off before doing so, which meant the arc was so wide, he went straight into the opposite wall across the grass.
Oops.
Oops, indeed.
Today you can see the Team GT car not having the greatest race it could possibly have at this stage. We will try and find a look at that one, but we'll come back to it a little bit later on, hopefully. But he is scored well down the field right now, some damage to that race car. Randy, anything else you'd like to say first before we let you go?
Shout out to our teammates, obviously. Shout out to the sponsors, morganschooley.com and RaceSpot TV. I'm sure if you get to a reverse roof cam, you'll be more than happy to see that big RaceSpot logo emblazoned on our rear spoiler. Shout out to the sister car running third, the newer Sport Moonshiner car, which, as someone who has Moonshiners in my family history, is actually kind of a funny team name to have, which I was all for it. And if you want some onboard interviews or a lap guide here in about 40 minutes, I'll be in the car, and I think you have the radio channel.
I think we do. So we shall talk to you in just a little bit. Windilicas then on pit road, 16 hours 34 seconds of this event to go. So they're making themselves another pit stop. We're going to step aside for just one moment. Thank you very much, Randy Chenworth. We'll be back after these messages. You're watching RaceSpot TV. Time to go side by side. Love you.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race for the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in for number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you love it,
here we go.
you love it. The 1 gets around, the 5 gets around. Big choke for the point.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 7.5 hours scored complete here in the iRacing.com. 24 hours at Daytona. We will very shortly be moving to the second part of our webcast. Hugo Louise is here. Mr. Hugo Louise himself, ladies and gentlemen, is here, and he will be doing the camera work from now until about 6 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning. How you doing, Hugo?
Yeah, hello. It's gonna be fun.
Yes. So you got yourself a bit of sleep. You have the short straw. You're doing the middle part of the shift. Got yourself, of course, plenty of action going. Of course, you are a Commander Sim Sports guy. Your guys are currently leading. And how does it feel to having Mitchell kind of like, once again pull out a big gap?
Yeah, they've been doing a great race, especially if we got in the start position, but it's still a 24 hours race, so plenty time to go yet. We can't just say that it's good enough. We just need to make sure that they will go into the end without any problems.
Shark Motorsport on pit road, getting themselves another pit stop here then in the iRacing.com. 24 hours at Daytona. So they are making themselves another stop. And they've been on pit road now for about 40 seconds. There we can see there. Pit time updating. They'll be on away in just a couple of moments' time. Currently scored P7 on the racetrack as another cycle of pit stops is continuing to go along here at Daytona. 56.4 seconds there for the Shark Motorsports car as he comes back out onto the racetrack. Has actually got yourself Jonathan Buttel closing up to the rear of Mario Bertolli, and this is the battle for position. Actually, no, just losing a bit of time. I do take that one back. As you can see, the gap between the Movano, Thrustmaster, X-Team, and New World Team Sport currently sits at 4 seconds on the racetrack. But before we close off this part of the broadcast, Rachel, 24 hours a Daytona, everything you thought it'd be?
Absolutely everything. Well, it's been an awesome race so far. We've had great action, wheel-to-wheel racing, and we've had some drama. So it's shaping up to be a classic event for the history books of iRacing.com.
And Lester, we asked you a little bit earlier on, off camera. Now I'm going to ask you on camera. How's your first 8 hours as a RaceSpot TV commentator been?
Oh, it's been fantastic, Will. It really has. Yeah, no, it's 7.5 hours in. Yeah, I didn't actually think I'd last this long, to be honest. I'm a sim endurance virgin, as I think you knew, Will, before we started.
Well, yeah, you've done a remarkable job, by the way.
Thank you for treating me so kindly and gently. so far. So it's been fantastic, and the racing's been good as well. The coverage has been absolutely superb, and I just hope I can stay awake and sound like not talking too much gibberish for too much longer. So.
Good to see you. Glacier Racing Druku Alatalo is now back into that Glacier Racing car. So he's doing his second run of the day. Now we do know that, of course, we're going to have these two alternate for a little bit due to other commitments, but then we will have, of course, the third Glacier Racing driver come back in a little bit later on. 33.3 second stop for him. And very quickly before we go and say goodbye for this part of our webcast, gonna have a chat with Coanda Sim Sports, Andre Borcher. Now, Andre, you guys started today down in the pack, down in P number 12. You are now leading the iRacing.com Daytona 24 hours, and once again, putting out a rather sizable gap over your competition. Take us through your race so far.
Yeah, it was quite exciting so far. It wasn't planned to start mid-pack. There was a bit of an understanding problem with the qualifying. And yeah, that's why we started at the back. And yeah, Martin did a great job going through the field, bringing up the car back up front. And afterwards, Mitchell took over, who did an awesome job as well, like pulling out a really big gap to second and third place. And that was, yeah, then it was Justin's turn. He was struggling a bit, not being on the best pace, but he came back to the pit safely, and we had every option still at this race, at this point for the race. So everything fine, and we're back in the lead at the moment. So yeah, everything good at the moment, but still a long time to go.
I've got a question for you, actually. Sorry, Will. When you realised you guys had a problem with Justin's speed, did you perhaps consider trying to make it into a fuel-saving window to try and pull something later, or did you just tell him to go like hell?
No, we did not go into fuel-safe mode or something. We actually used less fuel than the other HPD teams, it seems, already. I think we are pitting like 4 or 5 laps later than Radicals already, and also pit later than Glacier. And we just keep going like that, and I think everything is possible for us then.
Now, have we seen everyone who is going to be in that Coanda Sim Sport cars? By the way, Mitchell de Jong is in fact right now on pit road, looking as though he's going to stay in the car for another stint. Have we seen all that we can see for this one, or is it going to be basically anyone else getting into that car?
Later into the race, Paula Williams will get into the car. He will make a guest appearance on this car for this weekend's race. But other than that, everyone was in the car already. It's only Martin, Mitchell, Justin and Paul this weekend.
Well, of course, so things haven't been going so well for your GT BMW car, but they are moving back for the field. Any quick words about them at all?
Yeah, they were off to a great start actually, and I think they were second after the first stint, the first hour of the race, but then Jörn's computer crashed, and we lost lots of time due to that. Marcus had to take over the car again for an unplanned stint, and yeah, at that point we were not really sure who's going to take over after Marcus, because yeah, actually it was Jörn's turn to drive for a bit then at this point, but his computer still kept crashing, and he had to fix that really quickly. And yeah, I think they managed to go back through the field quite well though at some point, but then yeah, Rens had a spin and contact with the wall later on, I think, but luckily there hasn't been too much damage, I think, and they should still have good chances to climb up the standings again until the end of the race.
Well, thank you very much then, Andre Borcher for Coanda Sim Sports. And ladies and gentlemen, with just over 16 hours and 20 minutes of this part of the broadcast, sorry, start again. With 16 hours and 22 minutes left remaining in the race, it is time for us to end this part of the webcast. For those of you watching on YouTube, we will post the links for you in just a couple of moments' time. Of course, you can find all of the action on our YouTube. Also, head over to RaceSpot.tv for live timing and scoring. Head over to RaceSpot.tv/timing as well. However, this has been the first part of the iRacing.com Daytona 24 hours here on RaceSpot TV. It's been a RaceSpot TV presentation for myself, Will Vincent, from Rachel Whiteford, from Lester Forbes, and from Cameron Walsh. Thank you very much to all of our guests and for all of the people watching the first part of the webcast. Hugo Louise will be on in just a couple of moments' time. We'll be back after these messages. We'll see you on the other side. Thank you very much for watching this part of the coverage, and we'll talk to you in just a little bit. Bye-bye.